16th regular meeting. We're going to adjourn into closed session. Are there any public comments? No? Seeing none, we'll adjourn into closed session. All right, good morning. Welcome to our October 11th, 2016 regular Board of Supervisors meeting for Calaveras County Board of Supervisors. First off, closed session agenda. We only finished one of the three. It was on number 3, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, 2 cases pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D2, and there was no board action taken.
Chair, I'd like the record to indicate that I recuse myself from one of the litigation measures.
Okay. And so now I'd like to stand, take a hand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Kayla, can you lead us in the pledge, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, so we're going to move on to our any announcements by the board.
I have a quick announcement. I just wanted to say thank you to the Board of Supervisors and to everybody here in the audience and everybody who participates in the county. I'm really thankful to being part of this process. So let's have a great meeting.
Good. Thanks. Anybody else? That's good. So I'll move on and to our first recognition and acknowledgments. Number 4, Board of Supervisors adopt a proclamation recognizing the commitment to the veterans community by Kayla Fields. So can I have Kayla and family up here, please? That she has a special talent. And the proclamation is going to go ahead and address that. But also, it's really great having her parents here. Frank, yeah, we want you to introduce your parents. Thank you, Frank. So Kayla is a welder, right? This is what she welds. You paint them too, huh? Yeah. So this is what she spends her spare time in, beyond a few other things I'm going to mention. And I thought it was really important because she has what I think that a lot of young people nowadays should be taught. She has parents that actually believe strongly in our Constitution and obviously our flag in the United States, and they continuously reinforce that. So this is a proclamation. Okay? The reason I brought this forward too is because I felt, when you find a young person like this, doing these types of things, if you recognize them, then maybe another kid will pick that up and see that you can do it, so I can do it. And that's the motivation. So proclamation recognizing the commitment of the veterans of our community by Kayla Fields. Whereas Kayla K. Fields was born on February of 2008 to Margaret, Maggie, and Frank Fields. On occasion, as a baby, Kayla would rock herself to sleep in her father's chest, humming the national anthem. And as a small child, Kayla would attend VFW functions with her family. Whereas when Kayla was old enough to begin questioning her surroundings, she asked about the people's pictures and shadow boxes on the family wall. This was the time where she began to recognize that both her mother and father's side of the family, there was an influential military presence. She is the daughter, granddaughter, and great-granddaughter of veterans. And whereas Kayla began asking a lot of questions about veterans, and it was explained that everything we have in this country can be tied to those who have fought for our freedoms. Whereas beginning at the age of 4 years old, Kayla would hand out thank you cards to those who still wear a military memorabilia, signifying their status as a veteran, stores, restaurants, and in general public. Veterans welcomed the little girl, thanking them for their service, and upon every meeting, the veterans would thank her back. And whereas at 8 years old age, Kayla joined Tri-Dam 4-H Wally, and upon seeing some projects options, she immediately chose to make an American flag out of respect for our military veterans for her first project. And now we proclaim that Calaveras County Board of Supervisors recognize the endeavors of Kayla Fields on this 11th day of October 2016. So, I'd like to have a motion, please.
So moved. Second.
So we have a motion by Supervisor Calaveras, second by Supervisor Kearney. Do I have any public comments?
Thank you.
In the past few months, I've had to kind of hang around with a few of the parents' clubs and things like that. And this little girl has a lot of respect for adults. And she's very, very, very focused. She's a very nice little gal. So I certainly think this is very important for you, and it's very important for us that you're actually doing this stuff. We appreciate that. So I would like to call for a vote, please. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, so this is your proclamation. I would like to donate this to the board chambers. I purchased it with my own money, if that's okay with you folks, the board.
Yes.
And we would, I'd like to hang up here as part of the artwork that's in here. And there's going to be a picture that goes along with it, so that other folks can see her beautiful artwork. There you go. Cheers.
Good job. Good job, Caleb.
Oh, by the way, thanks for good parenting. Right?
Item 5 is from the Board of Supervisors to adopt a proclamation recognizing October 2016 as Head Start Awareness Month in Calaveras County.
Okay, just handed this proclamation, so happy to do it. Somebody's here to do it. Did you want to speak first? Okay, great.
Wow, that last recognition is a hard one to follow. Thank you, Board of Supervisors. I'm Sheila Neal with the Resource Connection Head Start program. And nationally, the Head Start program is celebrating 51 years of service to lower-income children and families. Locally, the Resource Connection Head Start program has provided services for 32 years, serving over 6,000 children and families in Calaveras County. The Head Start program supports the whole family through 4 basic components. That's education, health, parent involvement, and social services. Children are provided quality services to assist them in being ready for elementary school. And for program year 2015, our program served 307 children and families. 93% of them were low income, 18% had special needs, 11% unfortunately were homeless, and 10% were in foster care. Our parents are encouraged to participate in a variety of leadership and educational opportunities that includes volunteering in our program, attending parent education workshops, serving on our governing board and our parent policy council, and for some of those becoming employed within the program. In fact, currently 35% of the Resource Connection Head Start staff are current or former parents in the program. So Head Start does make a difference. I would like to thank the board for recognizing October as Head Start Awareness Month. Thank you. I also have our annual report from last year that will give you some more detail on our program and the services that we provide.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Before I read the proclamation, I'm just going to call for public comment now. Anybody want to make public comment? No? Okay. Come on.
Come on.
Thanks a lot. So it's my honor today to read this. Whereas the Resource Connection Head Start program has provided Head Start services in Calaveras County since 1984. And whereas in those 32 years, they have provided comprehensive services to over 6,000 children and families. And whereas the Head Start program focuses on the growth of children, recognizing and supporting parents as their child's first and most important teacher. And whereas Head Start recognizes the uniqueness of each family, including their different needs, hopes, and dreams, encouraging them to work towards meeting their individual goals. And whereas the program believes when families are able to recognize their goals, identify strategies, and access resources, they are better equipped to be self-sufficient. And whereas Head Start parents and guardians are offered many opportunities within the program, including but not limited to volunteering in the classroom, parent education, resources and referrals, and the opportunity to serve as a member of the Policy Council's governing body, all increasing stronger leadership skills and a stronger community. So if I could have a motion.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Therefore, being proclaimed by the Board of Supervisors that October is Head Start Awareness Month and wishes the program many years of future success. So passed and adopted this 11th day of October 2016 by the County of Calaveras Board of Supervisors. Thank you again.
Item 6 is from the District Attorney to adopt a proclamation recognizing October 2016 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month.
These switch people on me. You're not Dana.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Who's going to speak first?
I'll speak first.
Okay. you can go.
My name is Kelly Cowain. I'm from the Resource Connection Calaveras Crisis Center. Happy to be here. We come here every October to talk about Domestic Violence Awareness Month, and I'm looking forward to the day when we won't have to do that. I was really happy to see Kayla up here, and those are the kind of kids that we want in our community. That's how we build a healthy community, and I want to tell you that domestic violence breaks that down. People don't want to talk about domestic violence. It's a family problem. It's the neighbor's problem. We don't want to talk about it. We don't want to get involved. But the reality is it is hurting our county. You know, children need a stable home. They need calm parents. They need an environment where it's peaceful in order to grow and to become members of our community that do great things, like what Kayla's doing. And that doesn't happen in those homes. And our numbers aren't going down. In the past, these are 9-month numbers from the Calaveras County Sheriff's Department. There were 232 arrests for domestic violence. We served 291 clients. So when I extrapolated that out in an average of how many of those clients have children, that's about 362 children in our community that are impacted by domestic violence, that are afraid. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're being physically abused, but they are being emotionally abused, and in some cases physically abused. But can you imagine 362 children in Calaveras County going to bed at night afraid, or coming home from school and not knowing what's going to happen when they walk in the door? It's not going to change until we decide as a county that we're not going to accept it anymore. And that means we have to talk about it, and that means we have to make it a priority, and that means that we have to ask questions, and that means we have to do something about it. And we can. Marty agrees. In addition to serving 291 victims of domestic violence, we did 224 restraining orders. The really disturbing thing, restraining orders are, kind of disturbing anyway. These are people that are supposed to love each other, that have a familial or a partner relationship. Some of these are kids having to get restraining orders against other kids, because that's what these children are learning in their homes. I don't think we want that. We don't need that here. It's a small enough community that we can still stand up and do something.
Hi, my name is Katie Downer. I'm a victim advocate from the District Attorney's Office. She gave you some of our county statistics, but I wanted to read to you some of the national statistics. Every 9 seconds in the U.S., a woman is assaulted or beaten. In the United States, an average of 20 people are physically abused by intimate partners every minute. This equates to more than 10 million abuse victims annually. 1 in 3 women and 1 in 4 men have been physically abused by an intimate partner. On a typical day, domestic violence hotlines nationwide receive approximately 20,800 calls. The presence of a gun in domestic violence situation increases the risk of homicide by 500%. Domestic violence accounts for 15% of all violent crimes.
I think that we could further make a case that if you look at the criminals in our county, the ones that reoffend over and over again, I would pretty much guarantee that most of them you're going to find some domestic violence in their background. We have pins for you.
Thank you.
And then there's also, I have a flyer, because actually tomorrow night we're doing a barbecue at the Pickle Patch. And basically what it is it's acknowledging survivors and those people that support them in surviving domestic violence. So I'll give you a flyer. I do have tickets still available.
And after that, if you'll join me in front. While we're getting up there, is there any further public comment on this agenda item?
Ladies and gentlemen, from the Board of Supervisors, Calaveras County, recognizing and declaring the October Domestic Violence Awareness Month. Whereas domestic violence touches the lives of Americans of all ages, leaving a devastating impact on women, men, and children of every background and circumstance. And whereas the children who live in homes where there is domestic violence also suffer abuse and negligence at high rates. And whereas domestic violence is not the only physical violence, it's emotional abuse that can be just as devastating. The victims, if not more so. And I must say, I've had personal experience of that being on the Sheriff's Department responding to these cases. Whereas domestic violence calls are some of the most dangerous for law enforcement to respond to. And whereas the Resource Connection Calaveras Crisis Center, sheltered 17 adults and 8 child victims, and provided assistance with 176 domestic violence restraining orders in the past 12 months. And whereas, when a coordinated community effort will put a stop to this heinous crime. Now, therefore, let it be proclaimed that the Board of Supervisors of Calaveras County do hereby proclaim October 2016 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month. Is there any public comment on that? I'll entertain a motion from the board.
So, second.
Moved and second. Call for a vote of the board.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Let it be known that we passed this resolution. Be it further proclaimed that the board encourages all citizens to honor the important work done by the domestic violence programs and urge active support and participation in programs to eliminate the use of personal and institutional violence against men and women. Thank you.
Thanks, guys, for doing that again this year.
Yeah, thank you.
You don't want to give them to people?
We can if you like.
Sure. Yeah, give them out. Okay.
Okay. So now we'll enter into public comments. Any item of interest to the public that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board and is not posted on the consent or regular agendas may be addressed during the public comment period. California law prohibits the board from taking action on any matter which is not posted on the agenda unless it is determined to be an emergency by the Board of Supervisors. If public comment is completed before the 30-minute allotted time period, the board may immediately move to the regular agenda. If public comment is not completed during the allotted time period, it will be continued at the conclusion of the consent agenda in order to provide an opportunity for the remainder of the comments to be heard. So this morning, we'll have 3-minute time periods for public comments.
Okay, hi, Jennifer here, Liz 4-H program rep for UC Health Cooperative Extension. Sorry, I'm freezing in here. I can't quit shaking. We're in the middle of enrollments, and we just got through National 4-H Week, and we're just getting 4-H here started. So just wanted to let everybody know that. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, anyway, we get warm.
Thank you. You can come up here and sit in this seat. It's pretty warm up here. Very cold too.
This, I apologize to her, this building's never a happy medium. It's either roasting hot or cool.
Depending on the subject. Okay, any other public comments? None? Okay, let's move on to our regular agenda.
Item 7 is from the Environmental Management Agency to receive a presentation regarding an award presented to the Environmental Health Department from the California Conference of Directors of Environmental Health.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Jason Bates, our Director of Environmental Health. Just wanted to acknowledge staff work and a lot of state agencies, local contractors, and everybody's work with the Excellence in Environmental Health Award that the county received this past month at the annual conference. The conference established an annual Excellence in Environmental Health Award to acknowledge outstanding programs which are innovative, creative, and effective in providing quality environmental health services. It is intended that the award gives statewide and local recognition to local environmental health agency accomplishments. As many of you know, environmental health is kind of like this analogy, the antivirus of your computer. You don't know we exist until something goes wrong, foodborne illness outbreak, something occurs, hazmat release. This past year, we had the tragic incident with the Butte fire, and our role in that recovery process became more prominent during that devastation and destruction time frame. This past month, at our annual conference, the County Environmental Health Department was awarded the Excellence in Environmental Health Award for the collaboration and partnership in the Butte fire recovery activities. And to me, this was really a collaboration and partnership that was formed amongst with staff, local contractors, state agencies. We're the first county that I know of, and former Director Dean Peterson's here, who is our operations chief, that requested mutual aid from other counties to assist in the response activities. So staff from my department, Public Works, Planning Department, along with Los Angeles County, Sacramento County, San Joaquin County, El Dorado County, and Tuolumne County conducted 723 property inspections, site assessment inspections in 13 days. And as you guys know, in the public, that it was really during this initial stages that we were not only assessing damages, but really providing outreach and educational material to those impacted. We provided drinking water, gloves, breathing masks to those people to assist and educate them on the environmental and public health hazards out there. Those efforts really primarily with staff and their dedication and commitment to seeing the recovery of the impacted area happen and help people protect themselves, protect the environment in the process, led to the signing of the MOU with Cal Recycle. September 30th, we had Department of Toxics here before the fire was even out, performing household hazardous waste removal. And that's critical in protecting public health and the environment as people were going back on their properties. With that, the board support and move forward with signing an MOU with Cal Recycle. And we had their contractor, Sukit, who assisted. We had Sutton and Brad Sutton and all the local contractors that assisted, and at one time had over 331 local people and contractors assisting in the debris removal activities.
Cal Waste was
Cal Waste too, yes. Cal Waste was one of them. So I'm not going to be able to name them all, but there was a lot of people that participated in those efforts. And the award really focuses on, we were going up, we had some really tough competition this year, but it was really about collaboration and partnership in the whole recovery process. And to think about a local county, we collaborated with, Environmental Health collaborated with not only the state agencies, Cal Recycle, Cal OES, we had contractors that we trained locally, staff that continually worked tirelessly to maintain our daily operations, but also during the recovery efforts and the debris removal activities. And the countless hours that they put in, can't be thankful enough for all their efforts. Working with groups like Calaveras Recovers, the board support during these efforts to clean up 854 properties. And that, to me, is amazing. We had, in 3 properties self-cert, just got word that with that there's close to 500 million pounds of debris removed from the debris removal activities. That's a lot of material. And to me, to be able to work with the community, have staff that maintain programs throughout the process is really an amazing effort on their parts. And the whole process was about to restore the community, to get it back cleaned up. So we did our part as environmental health. And I can't thank the rest of the county departments that assisted with that, the board, and everybody else. So I'd like to, with that being said, invite staff here that is able to make it. Other staff are out providing services to our constituents as they continue to do throughout the fire. Invite Dean Peterson up to everybody, and just so they get a public acknowledgement, because this award is really about their efforts and collaborating with everybody else. And it's a good award for that county during the tragic event of the Butte fire. So come on up, everybody. As most of you, so this is the award that we won,
Wow.
county won this past month, and we're a small department of about 12 people in environmental health, and when we had mutual aid come, we had more mutual aid come than we had personnel, and so it was managing that, and then as we did our initial response, and we had retired directors come and help us out. Dean was the operations chief, and had planning department staff, public works staff, working with local contractors, Cal Waste, Sutton, and everybody to make this a real collaborative effort to, have a successful debris removal program. And so I think this award acknowledges the county for those efforts, and it's something to be proud of. So thank you.
Kind of stacked on this side a little bit here. Okay. What a nice picture. Thank you. Thanks, guys, for your hard work. Good job,
Jason, I'd just like to say that to you and your staff and the partners that you worked with, thank you. This was quite a program, and with your leadership, it was tackled very nicely, and good results were received. I want to thank you personally for the education you provided to me. I learned more about environmental hazardous waste than I ever cared to. Makes you look at your home a little differently, and certainly, think about some sort of disaster now that I see happening across our country, whether it be a fire or flood or whatever it might be, and the potentials and what those communities are dealing with. Sorry to say you did such a good job that another county has grabbed you. I'm going to miss you very much in the leadership and the friendship. And, I see you even going higher up. So thank you very much for your leadership.
Thank you.
I'd like to say thanks to Jason and crew also. That was some pretty wild times that we all experienced. And I'm very happy that you were able to get that support factor. And can you imagine if you didn't have it? And also, like Debbie was saying, I didn't know, really think about the hazardous everything that's in your house, and when it burns, and what it turns into, and what happens to it. And the one thing I am thankful for is that that we were able to recognize that through your efforts, and make sure it didn't get into our groundwater and our waterways, and create more of a havoc than it already did. When I walked into the control center from Suket, I was amazed. You don't think of how big it really is until you walk in there and you take a look at all the files, all of the work that was being done, and the tracking and the coordinating and putting together the scheduling and things like that because of our roads and everything else. It was a monumental job, actually, and there was Jason with his beard, just sitting there calmly, answering every question. I appreciate the fact that every time I called you, you would answer and like that. And I thought you worked well with the rest of the county and the board and all of the agencies involved, and that was invaluable to get where we are today. So certainly appreciate that. Thank you very much, Jason.
Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you. I want to say one other thing. We continue to, Debbie mentioned, continue to have tragic events across the state and the country. And some of the documents that staff created, that were created from our process, I've provided to Kern County, Monterey County. And so it's really kind of a leading, effort that we were able to establish here that's now being used throughout the state. So I just wanted to make that publicly acknowledge that there's good, even with my departure, you have a good staff here that are going to carry environmental health on. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
I won't reiterate what's already been said because it was done so well, but thank you and your staff. They stepped up to the plate.
Thank you.
Sure, I can't keep you, huh?
If I'd have known this was going to happen, I would have probably tried to, put you in a closet for a while or something.
That's not as bad as I've heard other people say what they do, so I'll take the closet.
Thanks a lot.
Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Yeah.
Can we have public comment, please?
So I just wanted to thank Jason Baetzer and his staff. They really made this project a priority. We had, I can't even tell you how many meetings in trying to make sure all of the parts where they needed to go. Always kept my office apprised of what was going on because clearly there's a fiscal impact to the county, even though the bulk of that is going through the state. I just think the fact that he and his staff made this a priority speaks volumes to what the public got out of this. This was a massive undertaking, and I think he just did a phenomenal job, and I am absolutely sad that he's leaving. I'm going to really miss him.
Thank you.
Good morning, Rosemary Wilson from Arnold now. I was one of those, that, of course, that lost their home, and I remember Jason saying to me, or I may have said to him, well, it's good that you've got a plan. And Jason kept on apologizing that, yes, well, I've got this plan, but it keeps on changing, and we're doing everything we can. And, I think that's a sign of good leadership, to have the plan and be willing to modify it. It was such a complex task. Jason used his skills to get people from outside the county and all different types to work together to really help us, because, and I think also he was there when the residents who'd lost their homes really needed some help with getting rid of all of the remains. Every time I would see him or go down to the department to see his staff and the people that came to my property, they treated me with respect. They were efficient. They were friendly. They were courteous. Again, a sign of good staff with a good leader. So we'll certainly miss Jason, and but I think that he will have in working with his staff. The staff also is talented and will be able to move on and upwards. So I wish Jason all the best. Thank you. And thank you to the staff again for doing what you did to get my place cleared up.
Marty Crane. I just want to say that when I first heard that Jason was leaving, this has happened before. It doesn't happen that often, but a little shockwave went through me, like a little fear thing for a minute. But I also wanted to say that the leadership within our departments is priceless. And without that, we would not be where we are recovered today. And I think one of the biggest lessons that we learned through all this, I'm Red Cross volunteer, and I was honored to be buried for about 6 weeks in that. But one of the things that one of the biggest lessons I think that we learned, and will continue to learn, I hope, is what true collaborative work looks like. So taking all that forward, I hope we recognize in the future just how valuable the expertise of our staff is, and that we always show them respect. Jason, we miss you already.
All right, any other public comments? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Item 8 is from the Administrative Office to receive a report from the Board Chair, Department Heads, Cal OES, and FEMA update on the Butte fire recovery.
And first off, I would ask that Calaveras Recovers, they have come to do a presentation. Lori Giannini is here. This is a request by the board that they come and have the opportunity to speak. So we'll start with that.
Great. Nah, it's going to work.
It takes just a minute for it to come up.
Got it.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Lori Giannini. I co-chair Calaveras Recovers on behalf of our community, and with me today is our new project manager, funded by the Red Cross, which is Mike Wilkinson. So you guys will be seeing a lot more of him. We're really excited to have him on board. So we will continue with our presentation. What is Calaveras Recovers? It is a long-term recovery organization to assist in the aftermath of a disaster. Current project, the Butte Fire. And here's a list of our board of directors. So Calaveras Recovers was actually a collaborative effort that FEMA went around and basically talked to folks who were real active in the response. Brought those folks together. I think Cliff was at our first meeting. I think there was 200 people there that day.
It was pretty crowded.
Yeah. So, and from that, we have a board of directors. Alan Cinder from Mountain Ranch chairs. Our secretary is Marcus Collage. Our treasurer is Tony Ann Fisher. Public relations, Nikki Stevens and Kathy Campbell. Our volunteer is coordinators are Tom and Becky Hall. Emotional and spiritual care is Pastor Scott Riley. And our case management folks, which really do the heavy lifting, is Kathy Houle, who works here at the county, who's an amazing person, and Debbie Calcote, also with the Red Cross. We have an office, and those are our office hours. We're open Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays, and by appointment. The office is actually in the park in Mountain Ranch. Our 501c3 fiduciary is the Amador Community Foundation. And the reason it's the Amador Community Foundation is, as you know, the Butte Fire was in both counties, and they actually have a staff where the Calaveras Community Foundation is not set up the same way. We have a website at calaverasrecovers.org. Our office location, like I said, is in Mountain Ranch. We have trained case managers, 3 volunteer case managers, and 1 case manager supervisor that is paid by the UMCOR, which is the United Methodist. And we have our project manager, who I introduced in the beginning of the presentation. Our national partners, FEMA, Cal OES, UMCOR, World Renew, National Mennonite Disaster Organization, Christian Aid Ministries, the Red Cross, the Salvation Army. What's really important to have our FEMA designation is for information for our case managers. We are privy to their files because duplication of benefits is real important to keep clear. That was Cheryl Breck. She was with us from FEMA. Some of you know her. She was here till March and set our organization up for us. Our local partners, Calaveras County, of course. Mountain Ranch Fire Relief Fund, Calaveras Community Foundation, Amador Community Foundation, many local churches and organizations, and the Resource Connection. That's a check from a church down in Valley Springs that donated to us. Other recovery organizations that have just done amazing work through the recovery and continue to do so is the Calaveras County Board of Realtors, the Hive, Calaveras Grown, and Friends of the Railroad Flat School. That's the local drama club who raised money for the Butte Fire. The Nicagawas who live in the fire zone but did not lose their home. They gave us a significant donation. There's some volunteers working. A group of folks who came up to help on our first build. There's the Resource Connection, the food bank. The numbers are fluid, but we'll do the best we can. Original FEMA registrants were 1,179. Red Cross original registrants were 471, and our initial Calaveras intake was 268 cases. It's real important to remember Red Cross and their role they're playing now. Typically, Red Cross is a response organization. This is the first time where they funded a position to be part of the recovery, which is huge for us. Today, we have 68 additional cases that we've closed in the last 6 weeks. 32 cases needs have not been assessed. 69 cases have unmet needs, and we have 12 rebuilds currently in the works. Unassessed cases. So when we have an unassessed case, it means that the case managers have been reaching out and we have gotten, disconnected phones or just having trouble getting a hold of the folks. Closed cases. They no longer need our assistance. With the FEMA Cal OES funds or litigation funds, we were able early on to work with a manufacturer of homes, the manufactured homes, and a lot of our folks have decided to go that direction. If they qualified for full FEMA and they qualified for Cal OES, and then they have the $50,000 from PG&E, they're real close to be able to do things on their own. We've been working very closely with Charles Craig, who's our FEMA partner, who's now been deployed to the MHUs, the mobile housing units. All of you know that, and some of you out there might not know, that folks only get those 18 months from the declaration date of the disaster. So they need to, at this time, have a plan in place or be in a rebuild, or, FEMA wants to see progress. They can extend that if there's progress, is my understanding, but there has to be a plan in place. So we've been working with our clients who are in the mobile housing units, and 4 of them are renters, so they'll be looking for another rental. 4 are scheduled for rebuilds through Calaveras Recovers. 8 we cannot make contact with, and that seems to be an issue with our FEMA partner also, that time is ticking and folks are worried and, they're kind of not addressing it. 2 have purchased manufactured homes, and 5 are rebuilding on their own or they're moving out of the area. Unmet needs. Septic shortfalls with buildings. So I talked about that 80,000 that a lot of folks have. But now we're starting to see people in our case management who maybe need another 10 or they need another 15. And so we have some resources outside of the Amador Community Foundation's funds, where our funds are held, where we go to them and say, can you help this client with, $2,500 to get that well going. The RCRC grant, which we administered through the county, $150,000 went to folks in our client base who needed wells, septics, and that money's gone, and we're looking forward to another grant to supplement those needs. This is really exciting. St. Vincent de Paul's, they do House in a Box, and I believe it's being delivered this week, next week, sometime soon. And it'll be stored in some storage space they have over in Jackson, and it's everything for a client. So we have 25 clients right now that have signed up for House in the Box, and we know that that will grow.
That's the furniture and...
Furniture, everything. Our rebuilds. So there are two types of builds. One is a resource home, and that means that they have some of their own funding. They have either the funding that they got through circumstances, or maybe they had a little bit of inheritance or something. They have some of their own funding, and those are resource homes. And the other one is a needs home, and right now we currently have both in our builds. A needs home is someone who they got the funding for FEMA, but they've had some extenuating circumstances where they've had to use that funding for other things. A lot of them went ahead and got their utilities ready with that money. So then we have to find more funds to supplement that. And we are doing that through a lot of our funders and the Calaveras Community Foundation. Qualifications to be on the rebuild program: uninsured or underinsured, that you can sustain your home. This is really important. They have to be able to pay their taxes and their property and insurance, or we just can't build for them. It just doesn't work. Not participating in an activity that is federally illegal, and that has to do with our faith-based partners. It also has to do with that we have a partner called FEMA, who is federal, and agree to sign a covenant. This was really important to a lot of our funders, that, and the covenant is the agreement that the owner-builder signs that they're not going to flip the house. And if they do flip the house, then that they will, it's a sliding scale. You know, after 1 year, 3 years. At 5 years, the house becomes a gift and they can do whatever they want. Also, we've asked if they do receive funds from litigation, that they pass that forward. That they donate back. It's not a requirement, it's a request that they donate back to Calaveras Recovers for the folks who are in the next time.
Excuse me, could I ask a quick
Yes.
question? Are those funds FEMA funds?
Which ones?
That they're used to build the houses here?
Some
The
of
reason
them.
I ask is I believe if there's a model to recover any insurance or lawsuits, there's some restrictions on FEMA funding. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Does that apply here?
So we haven't got that answer from FEMA. So if I believe the question is if the client gets funds from litigation that they have to pay FEMA back. Is that your question?
Yeah.
I know, so putting on my other hat, if you have had fences built through the Farm Service Authority grant through FSA, which is federal also, and you're in litigation, you have to pay those funds back. So I'm assuming, but I shouldn't do that, that it's the same, but we have not got that answer from FEMA yet.
Okay, thank you.
Our building partners that are in our builds right now, so our first two builds that we got off the ground in May, the local Mennonite community started them. I don't know if you folks know Philip Miller, but wonderful person. He got volunteers. And now World Renew is on the ground, and they actually are assisting with those houses, and they'll be doing 3 rebuilds. The National Mennonite Disaster Services are also doing builds. Their plans are in the planning department right now and getting approved. And the Church of the Nazarene in Sutter Creek is taking on a whole house all by themselves, which is pretty exciting. So those are our rebuilds. The change in numbers, so at first when we, the numbers of rebuilds has changed. It's a lot less than we thought it was going to be in the beginning, but there's a couple of reasons. For one is federal funds, FEMA. Charles Craig is our FEMA partner, has said to us more than once, If the Valley fire would not have happened at the same time as the Butte fire, we would not have gotten the federal declaration. The federal declaration has done so much for our county. And then litigation, you know, people they have some litigation in the wind, and they're waiting, and they want to do things on their own. So our numbers are changing.
Why would we not have got that without the Valley Fire? What's their reasoning?
San Bernardino didn't get it. It's numbers. It's a numbers game. It's how many homes. It's numbers. Emotional and spiritual care, a resurgence of need. Counseling every Thursday in Mountain Ranch or by appointment. We have Scott Wiley, who's the chair of our emotional and spiritual care. We have found, though, that recently that we need, there's kind of a resurgence of folks who need this. You know, it's been a year. We just went through another fire season. Hopefully, we went through it, and it's not still continuing. But the case managers are wonderful, wonderful people, and they can help. But there's lots of times when folks just need somebody to talk to, and we are having to do referrals to mental health, and we need. I know that Debbie Calcon on our staff was talking as some way to streamline that mental health process, because that's been really difficult for us to get people there. Our board meetings are the third Thursday of every month. We're located at the Church of Latter-day Saints in San Andreas. We have a community meeting there also the first Monday of every month. So our legacy, Calaveras Recovers. When I said in the first slide, I said Project the Butte Fire. That might have confused folks because what else? What other project? Well, the structure is here. The structure will continue. There will probably even be some funds. So when the next thing happens, we know who our partners are. We know what to do. We know where to go and how to help folks. So that's our legacy, really, is helping people through this, but having an established recovery team to work in conjunction with whoever the response team is. So, questions?
Actually, I'd like to say thanks, Lori, for your presentation. And I'd like to mention that through the whole process of qualifying for the emergency declaration from the President, I think that one of the things that helped us was Congressman McClintock was on a letter with a whole bunch of other officials, including Diane Feinstein and Barbara Boxer, and that carries quite a punch when they're all actually doing something together in the same direction. And so I believe that they had quite an influence on getting us the support that we needed. So, they were extremely helpful. Any other questions?
I don't have a question, but I have some comments. I just, this was very interesting to me because I had never really been involved in a FEMA OES disaster to this level. And within the organizations find to where they assist communities in a recovery project like this. And what really truly amazes me is that this started from scratch, from the ground up, from everything from gathering the volunteers to the financial resources, total volunteer group. Everything from the leadership to the folks building the homes to those who are helping with unmet needs. The contact list goes on and on and on. I was quite impressed with not only the local support, but the regional, state, and national support from many corporations and things along that line. FEMA and OES, whether you like them or not, they do have a lot of resources to provide to a local community, and that was something that really impressed me that was there. And then, attending these Calaveras Recover meetings, the volunteer efforts and the numbers of people involved is just, first of all, outstanding, and my thank yous go out to you because most of these people are working folks in some capacities, and this is a total volunteer effort. Learning that the processes aren't perfect, taking an OES FEMA model and trying to make it for a small rural community. There's lots of give and take. And certainly, you know, trying to make it work for our community is something that's just continuous for this group of people. And as Lori said, the numbers change. It's been a year. You have some folks who are coming back saying, you know, I really didn't think I needed help a year ago or 6 months ago, but now I'm finding I really need some help. And then you're finding those who say, you know, thank you for your work in the beginning. I'm doing well now. I have my support foundation and moving on. I do know that this group has lots of discussion. Not every decision is made so easily. You know, we as a board sometimes takes weeks to make a decision. This group follows that same suit sometimes when you're looking at, you know, if we build you a home and you decide to sell it in a year, does that mean you give the money back? Do you pay us a little bit money? Do you pay it forward? On and on and on. So lots and lots of discussions and thought process from this group. So my hat's off to the volunteer corps here. It's tremendous, and it's one of the largest volunteer activities I've seen in a long time. So thank you, Calaveras Recovers.
Very well said, Debbie. Thank you for all of your efforts. It's an amazing program you've done. You've been part of. So thank you.
And I'd like to make a few more comments too.
Okay.
So you know, usually when you have you know, these volunteer efforts like this one, which is really labor intensive, time intensive, and people have their normal jobs, they kind of fall off a little bit, and it makes it very difficult to move forward and keep that base group. But this group here has been consistent in what they're doing right from the get-go, and it's attributed to their care for our community. You know, and they didn't have to do it. I mean, you know, they can move on like a lot of folks do, but they felt that this is important for our community. They keep it going, and it's been a building process for sure, a learning process for most of them, because like Alan, he's in the private sector, so it's a little different than government, I would say. So there's an adjustment there, and so. You know, I'm just pleased with putting that they've been able to keep this going and into the future by the looks of it. I think that they're going to do some great things for the fire victims that really need the help, and you guys are invaluable. So thank you very much. Public comments.
I feel like a jack-in-the-box up and down today, but this is like dear to my heart. Marty Crane, Director of the Volunteer Center, Calaveras County. We've been working under the radar here in Calaveras County for 25 years. And so we know what the hearts of volunteers are out there. And this is an example, a huge example of that. And in the past, we've had other, I'm always concerned that we don't learn lessons from our experiences, and I'm so grateful to hear that this is going to continue on, that the work that you've done isn't just going to go away when the people of the Butte Fire have recovered. And with that in mind, I wanted to just ask you if you might chew on this little something. For instance, I respond to a lot of DAC calls, so Disaster Action Team calls through the Red Cross for home fires, not just here in Calaveras, but wherever they happen, and they don't happen to have a Red Cross volunteer available. And it's like within the first hour, and to help them, like you said, an immediate response thing. But for instance, my neighbor across the street from me, her house burnt down when I was away for a couple of days, but she is not in the Butte Fire area. So she doesn't have those Butte Fire resources, and she's kind of on her own. And I'm just wondering if there's something that we might address to that now or in the future or whatever. Just wanted to bring that up. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you.
Marty, of course, our funders have funded for the Butte Fire. However, we do have folks that are resources. So my suggestion would be that she just go to our trailer and mountain ranch and open up a case file. I mean, right now our focus is Butte Fire, but you know, we just, in my neighborhood, again, we just had another person lose a home. And so we just, we're open to that.
Well, I wonder if you might suggest that to Debbie Calcote, so then it could go through her. That'd be great.
Mike's here.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Al Segala, Taxpayer Association, and I appreciate the work's being done. This is a very good thing, especially the amount of volunteers that have helped in this crisis. Some time back, our county auditor expressed concern about the way we keep track of spending money on items that we want to get reimbursed by the federal government. One of the dangers that we have when our procedures are not followed according to the standards that they have is not getting the funding. And this is truly a crisis because they're talking about millions of dollars. And so as part of the process, it was suggested, and we think is wise, that you get an expert or a consultant that's familiar with the type of record keeping that's needed so that our Director of Public Works and other departments can have their paperwork proper so that you can be reimbursed for the costs that are involved. Thank you.
So we're not a government group or a county agency. We're not funded through... No, at all. I mean, we have partners of FEMA, Calaveras County, FEMA, and Cal OES, but all of our it's volunteer labor, and we're funded through private groups. Our staff is funded through private groups.
That would be a comment for after this. Now, on our next report out.
Rosemary Wilson from Arnold lost her home in Mountain Ranch and signed up with Calaveras Recovers the 21st of January and heard nothing. I've been presenting my situation to the board. 58-year-old single woman living alone with a progressive neurological movement disorder, anxiety and depression, and I've still heard nothing until Debbie Ponte took charge. I think Calaveras Recovers seem to be doing a fantastic job. I just wish that they would let people know who, after all, signed in order to be a part of Calaveras Recovers as a client. I had to go through such a grilling interview with questions such as social security number of TVs, number of the amount of property insured, the amount of property lost. It just goes on, and then not to hear anything, I think, is frankly appalling. I wish you guys in future would not wait over a year before you call Calaveras Recovers to give their presentation. I wish that Calaveras Recovers would have reached out to all those that registered and the general community by email, by a newsletter. If they were not able to help me, then I certainly would have liked to know that, instead of finding it out after being told where you didn't register, where you had registered, where you weren't of sufficient priority. Cliff, it was you that said, go to Cal Recovers they will take care of you. And frankly, they really haven't. They really haven't. I think that they are presumably terrific residents of the community that have volunteered and have given a lot and have done a lot.
30 seconds.
But I think you need to have better oversight. If they are volunteers, you sort of get what you pay for, but I think you've been fortunate in this case. But I think you should have more oversight. I hope Mike Wilkinson, who I wasn't able to meet at the annual meeting that I attended of Calaveras Recovers, will look and make sure that nobody falls in the cracks like I have done and received, frankly, very little in the way of apology, especially by the person who was conveying things that were just not accurate to our supervisor. I think you have, I think Debbie deserves more respect than to be passed along mistruths. So thank you, and thank you for the work you're doing, and I hope you'll share what you're doing in a more transparent way with the community, whether you've lost a house or not. Thank you.
Rosemary, I'm sorry that you didn't get your help, and I really appreciate Debbie stepping in and helping you with that, so thank you.
Debbie is a wonderful supervisor. She's not in my district. She has just been marvelous the last couple of weeks. Thank you, Debbie.
I just would like to further comment on, what Rosemary brought to our attention was something that, was concerning to all of us. And so, through several meetings and a lengthy process, I think what, without going into a lot of privacy issues, I think what this brought up is that there's always room for improvement and room for better communication. And I think this is evolving in Calaveras Recovers. I think it also brought forward to case management the importance of communication and feedback, and sometimes just not once, you have to do it 100 times. But also, taking a look at the number of people that they were helping. And it was made mention here at a meeting or two ago that many of these cases, if not all of them, were being looked at again. Because, again, after a year, things change and people's needs change. And so I think what Rosemary highlighted for all of us is that, people fell through the crack. We go back and take a look at those records and see what we can do to, bring them into the system if that's available, or provide a resource and they can move on, or whatever it might be. But it is a continuous process. It's not just a done deal. So.
And we do apologize, Rosemary, that that there was a lack of communication and that you weren't helped. And again, it's volunteers, and now we do have some staff that's funded that's working full time. So we're hoping to close in on those gaps.
I thank you for your apology. Please remember that not receiving an offer of help is more detrimental than not being offered that help in the first place. I appreciate the work that you're doing. I think it should be more publicized, and the county just can't expect a group of volunteers to voluntarily set up an organization and essentially transfer the satisfying of human needs within the county to a group of dedicated volunteers, and not expect there to be some, it ought to go smoothly. In fact, I think it's gone remarkably smoothly. But I do accept your apology. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Nikki Stevens. I'm a part of this board that I'm very proud to be a part of. I just wanted to take this opportunity because we have a room full of really great people here representing the best interests of the county, and I think it's a great time for us to just solidify once more our message to Rosemary's point, the communication factor depends on those of us that are in this room and beyond. You know, Calaveras County is a grassroots stronghold relative to communication. And originally when we started a year ago this month, we reached out to hundreds and thousands of people, actually, and they reached out to us. And the reality is that many of these people were shell-shocked, quite frankly, and they didn't want to be spoken to, and they didn't want to speak back, and they kind of went into what you could almost say hibernation mode. So we continue, and we will continue to be transparent and forthright, but we look to all of you here on this board and all of the residents of Calaveras County and beyond to help us to get the word out. We are going to be here for as long as we can be here for, unfortunately, the next disaster that will probably come. But we need your help in getting the word out. We have great social media appearance, we feel. We reach out as much as we can. We publicize, probably at least 4 times a week. Kathy Campbell does a phenomenal job for us. But we need those of us that are here and care about what happens to our future of our county to help get the word out that Calaveras Recovers is strong. We are here. We are committed. We have a website. We have a phone number. And we all live here locally in the county. So please help us get the word out. We don't ever want to have someone come before you that's heartbreaking with their story. Lori's right. We apologize for that. We're going to make mistakes. We're going to ask for forgiveness, but we're going to ask for your continued support as well. So thank you very much.
And, you know, I'm sorry, Rosemary, it didn't work out for you the way we planned, but I also recognize something that that was well needed there, and that was a project manager. And so, because, you know, board, all these folks have their own lives and are working as hard as they can to help. But without, you know, a person that can kind of bring it all together, and while the board is out doing their work, that can concentrate solely on that particular project, is nearly impossible. And so you know, it was an evolution of things that happened. And as I think as Calaveras Recovers moves forward and moved on, they just continue to find this is brand new, you know, so they continue to find the needs to become more efficient, and they tackle that and they take care of it. But it didn't start off with, you know, a perfect template. And I believe the folks there worked as hard as they could to do whatever they can to help folks. I mean, obviously, they are volunteers. Now they have a project manager, which will most certainly make a huge difference on how things are gathered and distributed, and also the communication factor as well. I'm pretty darn sure.
I like to call it imperfect progress.
Okay.
We're making progress, and it's not always perfect, but we're moving forward to help. So.
Have to remember that phrase.
Thank you.
I'd also like to thank Red Cross for supplying the funding for that position. I think it was $94,000 or something like that. So, you know, that was it's great that we were able to get that for the group. And as we move on, there are other funding sources that keep coming in. We're hopeful, and as long as we keep bringing it out into the forefront, fire is in fact not over for a lot of people. I think that's, you know, I just went to LA yesterday, and I got to tell you, they don't even know there was a fire here. So, you know, it may have come up on the news one day or something, you know, and then it's gone. So I think that it's really important that this group also, you know, and now that they have a project manager, I'm sure that they'll be able to go out and continuously bring those resources in to accomplish their mission. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, we had one public comment already per person. One comment per person. All right, so why don't we take a 5-minute break while we're switching gears here?
Can we make that 10 minutes, Chair?
All right, 10-minute break.
Okay, Auditor Controller Rebecca Callan. As most of you are aware by now, the Office of Inspector General issued a capacity audit related to the county's ability to deal with the funding, project management, and tracking of costs associated with Butte Fire that fell underneath the public assistance grant. A capacity audit is different than an audit that we will endure 5 years from now. A capacity audit is really for the Office of Inspector General or the OIG to come out and look at our existing policies and procedures, our staffing abilities and capacity to manage these projects. Some of these projects can be very, very large. Some might be very, very small. And what's the county's ability to ensure that funds are spent according to federal requirements. So the response that FEMA had, they had several recommendations. Finding A had to do with the project delay. The project delay specifically addresses the hazardous tree or burn tree. Don't confuse that with bark beetle or drought tree. This is specifically burned trees of the fire. They found that when they came in March, that there had not been progress, forward movement related to the removal of those trees, and that was a concern of theirs. We have had meetings with FEMA and Cal OES since October of 2015. I can't tell you how many meetings we've had, but I would say between personal face-to-face meetings, conference calls, emails, memos, it's been probably well over 30 since October of 2015. All of them were addressing ways to help us move forward on this specific project, considerations, and other entities to reach out to, what we needed to focus on in terms of prioritization. Their main focus was public right-of-way. Private property trees was a secondary, but we really needed to focus on the public right-of-way. So the discussion in this is that there are project delays that are just not, that give the OIG reason to have concern. Because if we're this far behind at that point in March when they came, and then all the way forward to when this report was issued, which was September 29th, I believe, is when it became public, they have concerns whether this project is going to move forward or not. The second finding had to do with procurement. When you think of procurement, there's really two types of procurement. One is contracting, and one is actually purchasing supplies and equipment. When you're talking about supplies and equipment, there are some pretty strict guidelines under federal procurement that if you're going to buy supplies or equipment, could you have borrowed it? Could you have borrowed it internally from another department? Could you have borrowed it from another entity? The last point is to actually purchase. And if you're going to purchase, you needed to find lowest cost. Okay? In terms of contract, the contract requirements under the federal requirements are much, much more than state. And our purchasing policy is developed on state law. It's state public contract code. Shirley and I discussed this the first week of the fire in September of 2015 because I said, oh no, our policy does not incorporate federal guidelines. And so if departments adhere to this policy, we could find ourselves in trouble. In addition, our policy doesn't really talk about you have to go and borrow it or rent it or don't buy it only at the last possible, that's your last possible option. You need to get 3 quotes. You need to price shop. Also, our policy didn't state that either. So Shirley and I got together. We developed some supplemental procedures with regards to supplies and with equipment, and we got that out to all of the departments immediately and urged them to send it down to their respective employees that would have anything to do with procurement regarding supply purchases or equipment purchases. So what we recognize that very early on, and that is something that that we've talked about. I've given the administrative office everything that they need in order to making sure that we can develop some more robust procedures, whether that's included in the emergency operations plan and it's referred to in the purchasing policy, or it's specifically in the purchasing policy. We'll have to figure that out, but that's an issue. So the problem with procurement is that even though we sent out these supplemental procedures, if a department doesn't follow the supplemental procedures, there's not really anything I can do with that. When I get the bill and I pay it, I'm unaware at that time that, my staff's unaware at that time that they didn't follow the procedures. I find that out later. And so that is what the OIG was picking on, is the fact that our county was not adhering to our existing purchasing policy, was not in conformance to federal regulatory procurement, and departments were not following the supplemental procedures that we gave them. Okay? So we, again, are kind of like herding cats through this disaster, so trying to get everybody to follow the same processes and procedures was pretty hard, because that's not what they were used to. And so some of the departments did a really great job. I have to commend the Sheriff's Department. Out of all the departments, I was really impressed with their ability to not only track their time related to the fire, they also did a really phenomenal job on making sure they were tracking their service and supply. So they get gold star out of this one. Very impressed with that. And then the accounting. The accounting was an issue because early on, again, I developed with the administrative office a form. So it would be like a cover sheet that would have to be filled out by the department, and the department would have to specify, meaning being specific, what that purchase is for. Is it for debris removal? What kind of debris removal? Is it for some sort of emergency response activity related to sheltering, or related to an evacuation cost? Was it to replace equipment that was damaged during the fire? Whatever it was, that cover sheet needed to be attached to that specific quote or invoice or whatever it was. And I said, do not write Butte Fire. That's not specific. Under Butte Fire, we have a multitude of projects. Ash removal. Okay, ash removal is just one project. Hazardous tree removal on public property. Hazardous tree removal on private property. Emergency response activities having to do with law enforcement. Emergency response activities that are non-law enforcement. Work that was done on the MHUs for FEMA. Work that was done by the assessor's office related to calamity claims. And the list goes on. But we had very specific projects. But I said, do not write Butte Fire. And we had departments that just wrote Butte Fire. When that happens, it gets coded to, what my staff thinks it needs to go to. Administration looked at it and would be told it's an emergency protective measure. They would code it to emergency protective measure. It comes to my office. We code it emergency protective measure. They weren't emergency protective measures. So when the OIG gets here and says, let me see your accounting, and I look at the accounting and I say, I'm going to tell you right now it's wrong, because I can see this transaction right here is clearly not an emergency protective measure. It actually has to do with debris removal related to tree or it has to do with debris removal, non-ash, related to road debris removal, or it has to do with sheltering, not law enforcement. So when all of that coding happens, it goes to the wrong bucket or the wrong account. So my office had to stop. I had to stop what I was doing, and I had to hire an extra hire, and we went through every single payroll record, thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of payroll records. We had to go through every single expenditure and actually look at it and determine what was it, which project was it supposed to go to. That took, I think I had the extra hire through May, and then she left. She was a retired annuitant, so we used her as much as we could, and then she moved on. And then I've continued myself to get this going. I didn't want to pull the rest of my staff of what they were doing, so I come in on weekends, I stay at night, I come in the morning, I do what I need to do. So what I assured the OIG is we would not make a claim until I could have the accounting records to back it up. And that's what we did. And so we made our first claim of about $1.2 million. And then we have a secondary claim that we're going to be making. Unfortunately, I made that second claim, and that project still hasn't been, it still hadn't been approved. And that had to do with emergency protective measures, non-law enforcement. There's also expenditures related to the hazardous tree removal project. That also hasn't been approved, so even though we're incurring costs, I can't make claims against it. So, you know, that's the issue with accounting, and it has to do with the fact that some departments, again, did not understand that there is a difference between Butte Fire and a specific project within Butte Fire. So it's a cost accounting component. The next issue that they took was the risk of duplication of benefits, which goes in a little bit of, Mr. Olivero, which you were talking about. If someone gets money from the litigation, do they have to pay FEMA back? That's a big concern of FEMA, is duplication of benefits. So, yeah, they could give us these funds, and if something happens 15 years from now where we are able to recoup some of these costs, we have to give that money back to FEMA. That's just how it is. So the fact that we don't have a policy in place related to ensuring that there's no duplication of benefits related to county expenditures was a major problem for them. So that's why it's in this report. And then the last finding had to do with grant management. The big issue here is that some departments just did not understand the strings that go along with accepting this grant, because the fact that this was a presidential declaration opened us up for a public assistance grant. When we accepted that public assistance grant, which we could have not accepted, that was our right to accept it or not accept it, but when we accepted that public assistance grant, we accepted all of the strings that go along with it and all the hoops that we have to jump through. That means the accounting, the procurement, the duplication of benefits, all of the policies that go along with those federal regulations, we accepted those. And so we have to adhere to all of those. How
many grants?
Public assistance is one grant. But, you know, the problem is this is not a get-out-of-jail-free card for us. The fact that they wrote us up on these and they say, okay, well, you know, and we acknowledge that these have merit in them and we're working to rectify that, that does not mean that 5 years from now when they come to audit us and they go through this is basically a roadmap for them now. Now they know exactly where to go and look. So when they come in 5 years, you know, after the project is closed, they'll come out and do a full audit, an expense audit, procurement audit. They'll look at all of these things. And if anything's out of alignment here, then we have to pay those funds back. That's what this means. So I think the other thing to keep in mind is if you look at who this report went to, it was everyone. It went to our local, state, and federal partners. And it means that any federal granting agency is going to see this. And so if we have an issue with the handling of the public assistance grant related to procurement, related to accounting, related to not delivery of project, then might we also have an issue on another federal project or program?
You brought up this public assistance grant. Excuse me for interrupting you, but I don't want you to go too far. What was it for and how much was it for?
The public assistance grant was the presidential declaration for Butte Fire.
Okay, but you brought up the grant.
That is the grant.
How much was it for? And it's for whatever we want to use it for? There was no dollar amount made?
So we as a county had to work with Cal OES and FEMA to determine what the county's exposure was with regards to response and recovery. So your response costs had to do with evacuations, not only for law enforcement activities and the mutual aid that came up for evacuations, but also all of the response costs for the sheltering, whether it's human and animal, the initial response for ash removal, the initial response for road closures, the initial response. So if you think of initial response, that's that first part, response.
Okay, I'm fine with all of that. But
all the recovery pieces were, say, after your response, what do you need in terms of projects to recover from this fire? You have burned trees sticking out of the ground. Do you need to remove those? You have hazardous ash on private property. Do you need to remove that? You have calamity issues with regards to people's property values. Do you need assistance in getting that done in an expeditious way? You have, staffing needs in order to put these MHUs. And at the time, we didn't know how many MHUs we were going to need. So were we going to have to hire a whole new building department, contract out for that? We didn't know at that time. So we, as a county, looked at what were those exposure points with regards to recovering from this fire from a long-term perspective, 6 months, 18 months out from declaration. And then we developed project worksheets or scopes of work for each one of those. And whatever that ended up being was the cost. So that initial project scope that was submitted for each one of those projects was a full scope of work and a dollar amount tied to it. So if you look at the original tree, I think was $8.3 million. Discussions now with Mr. Kravitz is it's closer to 16, 17 million. At this point, FEMA and Cal OES are only aware and they only have a scope of work for the 8.3. So we have to give them an updated scope of work. So what happens is they obligate, once they would approve that project, they obligate that amount of money. Now, we could expend more or less than that amount, but if we needed to expend more than that amount, we don't get any of that money until at the close of the project, the whole project. So it behooves us to always make sure on a large project, whether it's roads or debris removal, that we always keep Cal OES apprised of the scope of any scope of work changes. And that way, that scope of work can be expanded so that the county is not on the hook for complete exposure from a cash flow perspective until the close of the entire Butte fire.
Steve,
does that make sense?
Did she answer your question?
No. Okay, you've brought up public assistance grants several times. If I was at home watching this, I would expect to hear a grant that we were awarded for a certain amount of money for a certain thing.
That's not how public assistance works.
Okay, that's kind of what I'm trying to, I'm good with all the projects that you explained. What I'm trying to get is a public assistance grant is sort of like, I don't want to say an offer because it's not really. It's an extension that says, okay, you have significant issues, and we're talking from the federal government, correct? Okay, that's what I was asking for. But it is not a certain amount of money at this point.
Of eligible costs that are non-ER, they pay 75% what they determine as eligible costs. The CDAA, California Disaster Assistance Acts, will pay 75% of the remaining 25%, leaving the county share at approximately 6.25%.
But each project is, so if you think of Butte Fire as an umbrella, there are sub-projects under Butte Fire, okay? And some of these projects are like $60,000. Some of the projects, like the tree removal or the non-federal aid roads, those projects are much, much larger. And so what has been approved, sort of, so not officially approved, more of a, it's kind of in purgatory right now because they haven't been approved, but what's on the table, okay, is a much lower number than what we're talking about right now. So for the tree removal is a perfect example. The current scope of work is $8.3 million, but that was when the total tree count was closer to 5,000. Now that we're talking about a much larger tree count, you can imagine it's a much larger dollar amount in terms of removal for those trees.
Sure.
And until that scope of work goes to Cal OES, makes its way through FEMA, that amount is not obligated.
I got you.
So the number, in terms of the total grant, that was why Cal OES and FEMA were really pushing on us very, very hard in 2015, in November and December and January of 2016, because just like we're, trying to all figure out what our budgets are, they were trying to figure out their budget in terms of Butte Fire and what the obligation needed to be. So they wanted to get the county to give them the most up-to-date scope of work so that they can determine what is the obligation related to these grants. And so that's made it kind of problematic because here we are a year later and we still have extremely outdated scope of work for some of these very large projects.
Okay.
Any questions?
I have a few. On page 12 of the OIG report, and it has project numbers, can you, maybe off the top of your head, know kind of specifically or kind of in general what the project is for?
Yeah. So project number 39 is related to emergency protective measures, law enforcement. So the interesting part was emergency protective measures is really that initial response, but for whatever reason, FEMA wants those emergency protective measures broken into law enforcement and non-law enforcement. And I think a lot of that has to do with historically when they look at other emergencies, the EOC is that's the bulk of the expenditures because this Operations Command Center opens up and everything flows through that EOC. In our case, that wasn't really true. We had it open from September 10th until it closed on September 25th. And then, if you recall, we moved to the Calaveras, the old Calaveras title building for kind of a supplement. We called it the Joint Field Office or Area Field Office. So it wasn't the normal EOC. So.
Do you guys remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, that's where we would meet all the time. Every morning we would go down there and meet. So originally they said the cost of your EOC are going to actually be relatively small because it's such a short period of time and it's not like how they've seen other EOCs ran. So they said just put all of your emergency response together. law enforcement and non-law enforcement. Well, then after we kind of went down that path, then they said, never mind, we actually do want it broken apart. So that made me really happy. Anyway, so 39 is considered the law enforcement emergency response. 40 is non-law enforcement response. So that would be the human sheltering, the animal services activity, the health and human services outreach that they were doing. We had the fairgrounds included in there. I mean, just think of anything non-law enforcement, emergency response activities. Money that was used with Common Grounds to help with placing seniors. All of that had to do with Project 40, non-law enforcement. 66 was related to the building department and the assessor's office in terms of calamity and the MHU placement and expediting those building departments permitting that was specifically related to Butte Fire. Okay? Yeah. 78 is the tree. That's the 8.3 million. Okay. And 88 is roads.
The what?
Roads. So, and you have to remember, there's two types of roads. The only roads that fall under this grant are non-federal aid roads that are in our county system. So they have to be in our county maintained system of roads, and they cannot be on the federal aid list. And don't get confused, it's not like we get a bunch of money from the federal government to maintain these roads. They're just considered, they're on the list of federal aid roads.
Okay. So of the gross award amounted, this is what's been awarded. Have we been, I know on the tree removal, we haven't gone down that road yet of expending those funds.
Well, we have some costs associated with the Tetra Tech contract.
I should say no reimbursement. Have we been reimbursed for those funds? Okay.
No.
On the other grants, have we been reimbursed, or is that still in process?
Well, so if you recall, in September, the county did receive an advance of $2.9 million. So that advance came here very quickly because the county was exposed to a major cash flow issue at that moment, and that money was put in place so that we could immediately respond. It really had to do with response activities. And so that money is really for 39 and 40 and 66, because those would have been those out-the-gate response activities immediate, right then. So I'd have to look as of today. I don't remember what it was, but we did claim, so the total for 39, even though it says 472,000, the reality is it was closer to 1.2 million. We had, I believe, 35 mutual aid agencies come up here from all over the state of California. Everywhere. And so we had to pay all of those mutual respondents, as well as we had an enormous amount of overtime here related to law enforcement on those evacuations.
So with something like that, so the award amount was 472, but yet we spent 1.2. So is there a process in place now where we can say, hey, wait a minute?
Yeah, so what happens is I look and I say, well, wait a minute, 472 is not even close to, and at the time that these were written, I don't know who responded, and I have no idea if they, brought up half their staff or just one person, or if that one person was only here for 5 hours, or if they spent 2 weeks here. I don't know that. So until we start getting those bills from those mutual aid respondents, then that's when I start realizing, oh, okay, well, this one's 150,000 and this one's only, 18. And so trying to figure out, well, is the 18 the low end and the 150 is the high end, or are these what they're going to be? Yeah. So once we get all those in, I realize it's going to be much, much more the 472. So then I have to do what's called a project reversioning. So I have to write a letter to Cal OES and FEMA requesting for them to revision the project scope of work. I coordinate with the administrative office so that they know what I'm doing, and we send it off. And then we, with that letter, I also send a bunch of backup, you know, an accounting of that particular project, why I'm going from 472 to 1.2 million. And then they can ask for samples. Give me a copy of the bill from that mutual aid. Give me a copy of your MOU with that mutual aid respondent. So they're looking for, I won't say they're looking for holes, but they're fact checking. Okay. So then once that happens, then they will update that scope of work and therefore update that amount, and then I can submit a claim. And then they will approve the claim. And that claim comes off of our $2.9 million.
That's what I was wondering. So it's kind of like a paper work thing. I mean, you know, granted, initially the 472 was approved. We're finding it's 1.2. They fronted us 2.9. And so they're not going to write out a check for that difference. It's taken off that overall 2.9.
It's taking off the 2.9. And then the same thing happened on Project 40. Project 40, again, came in much, much higher. In Project 40, if you recall, it wasn't in the initial response, and Mr. Baetzer kind of brought this up a little bit. They, to try to even set up that ash removal project, they brought in, you know, retirees and directors from other counties and staff from other counties from all over the state of California to come up and help us figure out what we need to look out for and what we need to pay attention to in order to even set this project up. So we had significant expenses related to that initial ash removal activity, as well as human and animal sheltering. So again, far, far exceeded that $63,000. So again, I had to write another letter and reversion that project, and then give them the backup, and then wait for them to update that project in order to make a claim. And that's the process for any of these.
Okay. So overall, you know, I'm not quite sure what those overall FEMA guidelines are. I mean, how do you feel about what was pointed out here?
I think they were
fair.
I think they were fair.
And just so that you're aware, prior to the issuance of the final report, we had a conference call with the OIG. Rebecca sat in on it. I sat in on it. Supervisor Edson joined us towards the end of that conference call. And we had an opportunity to talk to them and discuss our concerns where we didn't think things were accurate, or we felt that things needed to be more fully addressed. So we did have some of that opportunity. And we do recognize the fact that we will have to update our purchasing policy with those supplemental procedures, and we will need to do some sort of a policy regarding reimbursement, whether it comes from wherever, homeowners insurance for the ash removal cleanup, or whether it or tree cleanup, or whether it comes from some other source. But we did have a chance to talk with them before the final report was issued.
Yeah, and the OIG didn't just, you know, like look at a bunch of records and then go off into a corner and write this. This was a long discussion. They came and did field work for a week in March. They interviewed staff from Public Works. They interviewed staff from the administrative office. They interviewed myself and my staff. So we all had our opportunity to say what we wanted to say and to, you know, make justifications or, you know, speak our case. at that time. So, and past that, we've had multiple conference calls, multiple back and forth with email. They, sent out a draft, as Ms. Ryan stated. We looked at the draft, we met, we talked about, well, do we totally agree with everything that's in the draft? Is there something that we could add here to kind of lessen some of these? Because there are some reasons for some delays, and there are some reasons why this happened or that happened, and then some of the things are, yes, that happened, and we recognized that that was going to be an issue the first week of the fire, and we addressed that as best that we could. So, and I think the OAG, to some degree, accepted that. They were, I think it was a lot better that when they said, your purchasing policy does not meet federal requirements, and I can say, okay, but here's the supplemental procedures that we sent out, and here's the memo that we sent out, and here is what we did in order to make sure this communication went out. And that kind of gave them a little bit of, okay, so you are aware, you are taking care of it, you are working towards it. So we did have the opportunity to make sure that we gave them everything that we possibly could give them to make sure, it's not like we had no idea what we were doing. We just recognized we had some holes, and we tried to fill them in where we could.
And what about the payroll system?
So the payroll system, it's an old antiquated payroll system that's part of our financial system right now. We've talked about upgrading it for a while. We've talked about doing timekeeping for a while, and something else always comes up. So we need to get electronic timekeeping in place, and we need to get our payroll system up to date. That would have shaved off at least 3 months of me paying an extra hire, because literally that's all she was doing, was going through payroll records to try to determine which hour went to which project, and then move those associated costs and benefits over. It was a horrid, it was like peeling wallpaper. Very labor intensive. So, and again, we recognized that before the fire. I mean, the fire just kind of made it much worse and put it under much worse of a microscope. But there's been other issues that the administrative office and HR have talked about, where we need to have a more updated payroll system, and we need timekeeping. And so those are two areas that we're absolutely going to make a priority this fiscal year, because we have to get that in.
I would agree. I think it's been a long time coming with that.
Didn't we approve some?
We did.
Upgrade on that?
Yeah, and so that is happening, but, every time, my staff gets waylaid on something else, or HR does, these things kind of keep getting pushed. So that's what we're all working on. We're having regular meetings with regards to the timekeeping system. We did have the vendor out here. We met with, I think, just about every department. Maybe a couple weren't there, but we're making progress on that. It's just slow and steady.
Yeah. Well, I would agree. I mean, when I saw the report, I think overall it highlighted some things that we knew about, and, some we could work on, and some it just takes financial resources to get it done. I thought, I did read in here where they came back and met with staff, and it seemed like it was a good two-way conversation. Most of these reports aren't that. So I was pleased to see there. And I didn't know how far off line or off base we are from meeting a FEMA guideline in regards to purchasing and things along that line. So it sounds like we have some measures in place to satisfy that, and of course more to work on as we progress.
Yep.
So, thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
You mentioned that you have had over 30 meetings with these agencies over a period of time. When did we first realize that we were in trouble in these areas?
Tree removal,
Let's get off tree removal.
That's the biggest one.
I understand, but we're going to address tree removal in a moment. When did we realize in your meeting with CEO Ryan, 1 week after the fire, if you will, that we needed to make some adjustments and we were out of compliance, if we knew that at that time?
Well, we
I
knew
do
that
recall
we,
having a meeting or some information stating on this crisis that departments need to provide their resources to handle this. I'm getting to where, when did we find out we are in trouble?
we knew the first week that the purchasing policy was not in place. So that's why we reached out to departments. I realized that we had an issue with accounting because at that point, I'm not going to be making any claims, and I'm the one who's going to be actually preparing the claim to submit for reimbursement.
I understand.
So early on, I'm not looking at individual transactions because I will do that at the point that I'm going to make the claim. I realized it was either the latter part of November or mid-December, I realized we had a problem with accounting because there was a purchase of a K-rail that went through as a Butte Fire expenditure. And that wasn't a Butte Fire expenditure. That had to do with debris flows and flooding. And so we had multiple meetings to make sure that departments understood FEMA, under this declaration, under this grant, there is a very clear line between fire and not fire. Okay? So you can't, so that's when I realized we have a problem at the department level with a lack of understanding on direct fire expenditures and project expenditures and non-Butte Fire, non-project expenditures.
I want to talk about that, Ms. Keller. You mentioned the K-rail. Could you repeat that part about the K-rail repurpose?
So a K-rail is you know what a K-rail is?
What did we buy it for?
It was bought under the, if you recall, the board approved an NRCS grant related to, it was flooding or debris flows. And so that K-rail was tied to that specific project and funding source. It wasn't a Butte Fire.
Due to the fire?
Yeah, not due to the fire.
Erosion control due to what?
The weather after the
fire. Due to the weather after the fire. And that's the key.
The fire.
Yes.
Wasn't it an extension?
There's no such, as far as FEMA is concerned, there is no,
better understanding of that.
they don't consider it.
All right.
So just for some clarification, the first week after the fire, Rebecca and we talked a lot. It wasn't related specifically to FEMA because at that point we did not know if we were going to get a federal declaration. What we needed to do was get some processes in place so that the accounting for the Butte Fire could be identified and tracked. And as we moved along and we understood that we were now going to be, we got the presidential declaration initially for individual assistance and then for public assistance, we realized we had to put additional processes in place to ensure that we were doing our procurement and purchasing under within their guidelines. When it really came to a head, as Rebecca said, initially she was told to track things one way regarding the mutual aid and then had to go back and redo that because it was incorrect information that we got from CalOES. Yep. We realized that we really had to monitor things more closely. It was when, as far as looking at all the processes, is when the OIG came in and actually did the capacity audit. And the board was apprised of it at the time that they were coming in, that it was occurring during the Butte Fire updates that we were doing.
Yeah.
I do recall that meeting.
Yeah. So when the OIG came, there's not a single thing in this report that I was shocked at finding because we knew before the letter even came out to us saying that they were going to come out and do a capacity audit. I talked to Shirley and said, we're just going to have to put everything out on the table because I know exactly where there are problems. So rather than waiting for them to find it and tell us, we were clear on, anywhere they wanted to look. We just put it out on the table. It's better to work with the OIG and have a good relationship with them than to try to potentially hide things and have them find out about it later. So we wanted to make sure we had a very good relationship with them when they got here.
And with the subsequent conference call, in fact, the last conference call that we were on was when the issue came up of duplicate reimbursement. And that only came up, I believe, was because the CAL FIRE report came out determining the cause of the Butte fire, and the FEMA is concerned that there may be reimbursement along that road as well as homeowners insurance.
Yeah, because normally on a presidentially declared emergency, it's an act of God. It's nature.
It's a hurricane.
It's a hurricane. It's a flood. It's a fire. It's not there's never anyone that could potentially be accountable for that. So this was kind of a new territory for FEMA as well. And I think normally they wouldn't even, other than a homeowner may get insurance recovery, there's never a responsible party. And so when that report came out, I think that kind of threw them through a loop a little bit as well.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So you're saying that the rules changed as it moved along?
The rules never changed.
Well, they did on reporting.
Only on emergency response.
Okay, but they did change.
Only on emergency response.
Okay, let's go back. You and C.A. O'Ryan realized that, we're in trouble. And we have some conversations with FEMA and OES. We received some inaccurate information from OES. And we determined at that point we got to change gears or do something.
We got to change gears. Yep.
Is that the time you notified your department heads on the reporting procedures and things?
No, I notified them on September 10th, and then on every meeting after that, in email and memo and procedure.
September 10th of
2015.
During the very first NAC meetings, Rebecca came up with the codes that everything had to be charged to, and that was distributed at those initial MAC meetings, as well as going out to all the departments, even if they were not there.
And then as we, and we've talked about this throughout this whole morning, that you start with the process and you realize something doesn't work, so then you have to retool, make a couple adjustments, and then you keep moving forward. So as we would find, we are now going to split this project into two, and now we have a new project that we're going to have. As that would happen, we would convey that information to each of those respective departments to make sure that they understood, okay, going forward, you're going to use this project code instead of this project code. Make sure you're, allocating your time to this project instead of that project. So we looked at it from not only a payroll perspective, but from a procurement perspective, and we made sure that we were always keeping departments apprised. And always made sure that we kept HR and administration apprised of any of those changes as well, because if it's payroll related, we wanted to make sure, obviously, people are getting paid.
Very important point here. When you made those corrective advisory comments to the departments, were they in compliance with the latest advisory?
Yep.
And now, as a result of this, we have to go back and you mentioned you hired an extra hire person.
Well, I did that already, and so we went through from any expenditures that happened from September 10th of 2015 to present day. I went through and we corrected every single transaction, every single one. Thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of corrections, but we did it. So
was that the department's fault, or was that just a change in the rules?
Some of that is departmental not
doing what they're supposed
to be doing.
Or not understanding.
Or not understanding.
Okay. And whose job was that to make them understand?
Some of it was because of the change in rules.
There's only two areas that would have been impacted by that, and that would have been the Sheriff's Department and Health and Human Services and Animal Services. And those were all rectified very early on. So some departments had a very difficult time understanding the difference between,
How'd they get rectified?
we...
I remember you talking to me.
Yeah, we made sure that they stopped using the wrong code and used the correct code.
Because I remember you talking to me about Health and Human Services.
Yeah, we actually had to correct it also by some of the expenditures we had to move back to their budget unit. So if a department could not substantiate the time because they didn't fill out a timesheet, they just wrote Butte Fire instead of specifically what they were doing on the Butte Fire, that's not going to hold up in an audit. And so if we couldn't substantiate that it was in fact an eligible expense related to that project, based on that scope of work in that project, we would move those costs back to that department's budget unit. It no longer is a Butte Fire expenditure. We did that with Health and Human Services, and we did it substantially with Public Works.
Okay, and just to make this an even playing field, when we discovered those errors, we went back to the departments and instructed them how to correct it, correct?
Yes, we had meetings with them.
And what you're telling me is, even though they had that notification, they continued to do it inaccurately. Is that correct?
In some cases, yes.
Some cases? Okay. Why?
I think it's a failure to communicate. So if I have a discussion with the department heads and supervisors, but it doesn't make it down to the people that are actually in the field, they don't know to stop tracking their time in the way that they're tracking, because it never makes its way down to the individual employees that are actually out in the field doing the work.
You know, I may be incorrect here, but it's my determination that responsibility for communication in serious issues like this goes through the CAO's office down to the department heads. Is that correct?
It would go to the department heads, yes, and oftentimes we will, when we send out that type of communication, it's not only to the department heads, but it's to their higher level fiscal staff. But it is up to the department heads to get that information to their staff. We
down to their staff.
A CCGR where it goes out to everybody, because everybody would be looking at it and going, what the heck?
Yeah, and that communication would be emails, phone calls.
Emails, phone calls, memos, staff
Is there
meetings.
documentation of that? Mm-hmm. Okay. Would FEMA request that documentation part of their corrective measures on this report?
The OIG did.
The OIG did. Good.
Yeah, and I think the other issue is it was really hard for some departments to differentiate between fire and not fire, and that was really hard. And believe me, I tried to argue our point every possible way I could that if we hadn't had the fire and there had been vegetation on the ground, that even if there had been an El Nino year, maybe it wouldn't have flooded as bad as it was flooding. And while we can make that argument, there's still a really distinct line between fire and not fire. And so anything that was related to debris flows, floods, anything that was not specifically fire does not fall under Butte Fire. If the county had declared a secondary disaster of flood, we would have had 2 disasters going on. And you could have potentially, if it was bad enough, flooding and debris flow, then you could have reached out to the state to ask for a governor's declaration. And then that secondary declaration, that secondary event would have possibly been funded through state-only funding. But that's not what we did. So we have one disaster, Butte Fire. Everything related to Butte Fire has to be fire. It can't be flood. It can't be debris removal. It can't be anything remotely not fire. If it's not hot, it doesn't count.
Is this process in our EOP?
No. Which is, again, why I've spoken to the OES staff and to the administrative office that we do need to redo that EOP.
I mean, isn't the EOP the emergency operating procedure for a disaster?
It is, but in this particular case, there was no, I've worked here for 10 years and I've never seen the EOP until the disaster happened. And there's not been education or training. You're trying to get all these departments to all run on the same road at the same time.
And the EOP has not been updated since 2011. I believe the Sheriff's Office has been working on the updated version. We'll be bringing it to the board shortly. But yes, every department was supposed to have a copy of that. There was supposed to be 2 copies of it in admin, and all my years in admin, I've never seen a copy of it. But that's,
even if they did, they have a copy of it, it would be a 2011 version, which is way different than would be for the process that we were kind of forced into for 2015.
It's way different of a process, and it also, that EOP, if you really read that EOP, there are places in that EOP that don't exist in Calaveras County. It was developed off of a different county, and that county is set up in a different way than our county is set up, where, we've talked about this, that even if we had followed the EOP with regards to finance, we'd still be in the same position that we are with regards to accounting and procurement right here, because it is established off of a county that is structurally different with regards to finance than Calaveras County is.
So the good news is we've identified all of this. And
we know.
Can move forward, and we can update our EOP according to what our structure is, and actually have a real live situation where we can do probably a really good job, not including the fact that we're getting the electronic tracking for time and that sort of thing. Probably chosen largely because of the event, the type of tracking it is. So that's actually good news for the future.
Yes.
And we actually, I know we're going through all this pain right now, but we need to get through it, in my opinion, and learn from it and make improvements as we move on. And I think that we're doing that.
And that's what we're doing.
So
yeah, thanks for bringing this forward, Rebecca. Really appreciate it. It's good information, and just let's keep improving as we go along.
Yeah. So we're all learning, and we all kind of been beat up a little bit, a lot actually, and so now, but I think we're doing pretty good on moving forward with it. That time tracking device that we're going to start, right?
yeah, time and attendance, as Rebecca mentioned.
That's going to be huge on taking the labor-intensive part of it out of it. Plus, it'll probably be very easy for departments to be able to follow that because of what's in it.
Right.
So, okay.
Yeah, it should.
Good.
So that's the OAG report. It is public. So if you have people reach out to you, it's available on the Homeland Security Office of Inspector General webpage. You can see other reports are out there. We weren't the only county that got an OAG capacity audit or audit. So there's a long list of them.
Well, and then also I think that OES probably reach out and have a little better relationship with all these entities, and so that we can have our training and that sort of thing as well. So, good.
Yeah, more issues. Knowing that we were in this predicament, if you will, when was the board notified that we were in this bad shape?
For the OIG contacting us?
Right. I mean, I understand that we knew we had problems. Excuse me. I want to know when the board was notified that we have a problem.
I kept Supervisor Edson apprised all the way back. So he's the board chair, so I made sure I always kept him apprised of the OIG, sent a notification, they're going to be coming, to make sure he knows so that if he wants to report out, then he can report out.
Plus, it was mentioned a number of times during the Butte Fire updates that they were coming, that they were here, that what they were looking at, the departments were meeting with them. At that time, since that time, we have been waiting for that report to come back. We had 2 conference calls, as I can recall. One was just with Ms. Callan and myself, and the OIG. The second one also, as I mentioned, involved Supervisor Edson. He came in towards the end of that call in my office.
At the very end of it, by the way.
But so it was not a surprise, but we were waiting for those findings to become final and become public to discuss that with the board.
So the draft was there, but it wasn't the final. The final came out on what, September 22nd?
22nd.
22nd.
27th?
It was the 26th or 27th, yeah. It was embargoed, but yeah. It was embargoed till the 29th.
My point when raising that issue is, if we knew we were in a situation that was very serious, I wanted to make sure that the departments in the county had the resources to take care of those problems at the earliest possible moment. That was my concern. I'm not trying to point fingers, I'm just trying to say.
So from an accounting perspective, that's why I asked to have an extra hire come in. So we had 2 extra hires. The first one was only here for, I think, a week or 2. Then we had another extra hire that was here for several months. So because I'm still trying to get the audits done and all the other work that I need to do on my office. So I needed someone that could sit there and peel wallpaper for 4 months, trying to go through everything. So I did reach out to make sure that we could get that done.
I think it would have been really nice to be able to have those resources up front, to be able to work with the state and federal agencies from the beginning, to be able to put out or to be able to understand it and actually have that intimate relationship with them, rather than wait or find out later and then have to peel back the wallpaper.
But we did have some of that. Yeah. As you recall, right after the fire, when we opened the area field office, we had representatives from FEMA, Cal OES, we had mutual aid coming from other counties. And we were having department meetings initially twice a week, every week, to discuss those issues, to try and deal with those issues, and to work through those issues. And those meetings went on for a significant amount of time. They dropped down to 1 week. When they closed the area field office, they moved over into here. So those were ongoing discussions. Sometimes we were getting accurate information from FEMA and Cal OES. Sometimes we were getting conflicting information. But we were trying to have those discussions with department heads and with those representatives all through, to try and make sure that we were giving and getting the best information we could. But there were areas that we needed to improve on.
So, and this was why I started sounding like a broken record, because it started on September 10th of 2015, and every single meeting that I was ever in, I said, document, document, document. Those are the 3 rules for my office. Document it at the most granulated level that you can possibly do it, because it's not that the rules change, but it's that one day we may realize, oh, that is a project and we didn't include it. Or we might realize, you know what, FEMA's not going to accept this as a project. So we need to take all of those expenditures and move them out of Butte Fire, and hey, board, by the way, you are going to have to pay for this. There is a multitude of directions that this thing could have gone. And so we said, document all of your expenditures and all of your payroll at the lowest activity that you possibly can. Be very, very specific, because if we can get it into the project, we want to pull it into the project. But if we find out that we can't include it in the project, I have to be able to figure out a nice, clean way to just extract those particular items and pull them out. And if you are too general, then all I can do is take the whole thing out. And that's a loss for the county. And that's exactly what happened, is that departments, as much as and I'm sure, I heard from the assessor on multiple occasions, why do you keep hammering on this? Because I know what's going to happen. You have to understand, for the last 3 years at my conference, at my auditor's conference, those auditor controllers who had gone through very big disasters We're speaking about how to set your county up for a disaster. It was kind of perfect timing for us because that's how I knew document, 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 be as granular as you possibly can, even if it's an overkill, because if it's considered an ineligible expense, then at least I can pull just that one item out and not the 20. If it ends up being something that I can include, then I can pull it in. So it gives me a lot of flexibility on making sure we get the most bang for our buck in terms of grant. And so the other piece is, this is where this is where a local OES is very important, is because if we had been, as all of us departments had been training, being educated on response and recovery and accounting, this would be old hat. Everyone would know what to do.
That's my point right there.
So we're all trying to like row up, up a river with a broken oar, and that's the problem, is trying to get everybody in alignment. It's like herding cats, because everyone is trying to run in whatever direction they think they need to run into, but they're missing what I'm saying, or they're too busy to communicate it downstream. So that's the whole. They say an emergency is a local emergency. It's because it's our responsibility to respond and recover. Cal OES and FEMA are there as resources and in resources only, but it's our responsibility to do this. So we need to, that's the importance of OES, is also that education and that training and having a plan to follow. And if we had that, then we may not be reading this right now. So that's the other thing to take from this.
And that's what we're hoping when the sheriff comes back with his plan of what the OES structure should look like, that the board can make those decisions. And there are those critical components that we have not had in this county over the last 10 years easily of training the departments, doing those tabletop exercises. We also have the ability and fortune this spring to have a very intensive FEMA training to our county, that they're coming out and they're training our county how to deal with the next disaster.
That I am in agreement with. One quick question. Are we in danger of losing this $10.3 million funding from FEMA?
Well, it's much more than that. And as long as we learn from this and we start making progress, and we have to, and when I say making progress, I mean like immediately start making progress and getting the information where it needs to go, then no. But if we continue to not make progress, then yes.
Where do we stand in that progress today?
Well, I reached out to, I reached out with the latest information that we received from Cal OES. The bottom line is, on the tree removal project, the project that they have right now is still that $8.3 million. They need an updated scope of work immediately.
Okay, we're going to be talking about that.
Yeah, so they'll have to speak to where they are with the scope of work. Also, we have winters coming, and we have to get these trees removed. So you all are going to have to decide what we want to do, because we need to potentially get a declaration in place for incoming inclement weather in order to remove these trees.
So maybe we should talk to Public Works now.
So Public Works can speak to that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell.
Thank you.
Jeff Curvis, Public Works Department. I'll speak to the hazard tree program, and I'll bring Mr. Seberg up, who is my project manager for that program. We put out our first RFP for an arborist in November prior to supplemental policies and procedures, only to discover that the RFP we put out did not meet FEMA circular requirements for this program. So we rejected all bids and started again. That was late January and February. Put it out on the street in March, at very close to the same time that the OIG report came out. We awarded the arborist contract in the middle of June. By the end of June, they had counted, I would say 98% of the trees and verified and marked them along county right-of-way. At that point in time, we did not have permission to enter private property for the what we call right-of-entry trees. But that followed fairly quickly, and we started receiving right-of-entries. Those are still coming in to my office, and they are still being verified, and the arborist is still going out and counting those. There was initial estimates on the number of dead trees that were performed by FEMA with Public Works drivers assisting, counting trees along roads, making estimates, and then projecting those throughout the entire burn area to come up with an estimate, and that estimate was in the neighborhood of 6,500 trees. This summer, when the arborist actually got on the ground and was able to verify trees, actual trees, we had higher numbers. They went from 6,500 to an 8,000 or a little bit more than 8,000. Again, they have been counted. We started having regular meetings with Cal OES and FEMA while they were preparing the environmental clearance for this program, having weekly meetings throughout August and September. They are able to identify within the area of potential effects the potential problems with cultural resources, which would be Native American resources. They identify problems with endangered species, both reptilian and botanical. We negotiated essentially what needed to happen for monitoring during tree removal and put those into an amendment, the first amendment to the arborist contract. As you recall, on the 13th, I chose to pull that amendment to the arborist contract as there was more monitoring required for potential for historical resources on private property, between 10 and 20 private parcels. That amendment to the contract is ready, and it's on schedule to go in front of the board on the 25th of October. So I think it's important for you to understand that we have been in constant communication with our counterparts at OES and FEMA throughout this entire process. And I don't believe that there has been a week that's gone by where there hasn't been at least emails, phone calls, reporting back up. So we received we received an update and pushback, a change to the FEMA environmental clearance process last week, and continued working with them. I think I'll pull Earl up and let him take on from there so you know what's going on, and that's what Ms. Callan was referring to in terms of potentially having the board identify a local emergency due to the oncoming of winter so that the federal process for environmental clearance can be maintained at a consultant process as opposed to a full-scale environmental document, which takes months. So, Mr. Seberg.
Thank you, Jeff. Earl Seberg, Public Works. A couple of things here I want to just go back and touch on, as Jeff referred to the 5,800 trees or so that FEMA identified last fall. We updated that estimate at the end of June, and that was an estimate that was about a little over 8,000, about 8,300 trees was the number. And this was done by the actual count on the roads that they had at the time, plus a visual assessment of each parcel that had trees along the roadway. There are ultimately 307 parcels that we've identified with hazardous trees. When FEMA submitted the information to U.S. Fish and Wildlife, they used a number on their document of 3,905 trees. And U.S. Fish and Wildlife reiterated that in their response to that, and that was in September, early September. So we asked the question, well, wait a minute, we don't have 3,905 trees, we're somewhere north of 8,000 at this point. So I didn't understand, I still don't understand where that 3,905 came from. At that time, they asked us to provide another estimate, what they figured the ultimate estimate of the number of trees along the roadway. So we took the actual count that we had at the time, we went back to the parcels we could not survey or had not surveyed, either lack of right of entry or we hadn't gotten to that parcel yet, and we put together another estimate. And that was at the end of September. The estimate at that time was about 8,800 trees. So it's changing. I mean, it changes. Sometimes it goes up, sometimes it goes down in terms of the actual counts. The estimate has only been 3 of them, 5,800, 8,300, 8,800. FEMA's aware of that. OES is aware of that. The 8,300 trees was in the contract with Phillips and Jordan. That was the basis for that contract. So this should not be new to FEMA or OES. The 8,800 trees was sent to OES and FEMA on September 29th. And then last week we were notified that they had to remove or take this out of the informal, what they call the informal consultation, and move it to a formal consultation process in the NEPA environment. However, the NEPA process does allow for an emergency consultation. And because we're a year past the fire, they don't believe we can continue in an emergency consultation environment. However, due to the imminent threat of the impending winter weather and the fact we have hazardous trees along the roadway, the emergency declaration, we're going to come back to you next Tuesday, is expected to allow FEMA to go back into the emergency consultation process, which will allow us to move much quicker.
Rather than a full...
Than a full-blown environmental process. Unfortunately, we're at this position. We recognized, as Mr. Grovitz stated, we recognized the challenges with the initial arborist contract in March. My initial assignment was for roads, and I was asked to take over the trees. I've been working on trees since April. We recognized that contract was fatally flawed from a federal perspective. It was missing a considerable number of items. It was my recommendation that we reject that contract before we brought it to the board and revise the scope of work and the requirements of the contract to meet federal definition or to meet federal requirements. The second contract with Phillips and Jordan, I want to make one statement here, is neither one of these contracts are under the public contract code. These are service contracts. There's a very distinct and difference between the two is the public contract code is strictly a low bid contract. Neither one of these contracts required a low bid because of the nature of the work. Essentially, think of tree removal, something like mowing your lawn. They're going to come out and mow the grass, just bigger stalks of grass. But it is not a public contract code where I have a specific items of work, specific quantities, contract specifications, complete contract drawings, and things of that nature. So it's a very different, a little bit different process in that respect. That's why the P&J contract, if you remember, the board had some heartburn with not being a low bid contract, was a best value contract. So,
what do you suspect will be cutting the trees down? October 2017? Or?
I would like to be able to begin later next month. It's my understanding that
sometime in November.
I'm hoping November is the earliest. I'm hoping that. The challenges that came with the NEPA process, as I understand it, and I haven't had a chance to verify this at this point, is that once we had that determination from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service on September 8th, we had 30 days to begin work. I don't know what they mean by beginning work, because we've had the construction or the contract for tree removal in place with Phillips and Jordan since early August. And we have begun work. We've issued notices to proceed to begin with the early items of work on that contract. So I need to understand what FEMA defines as beginning work. The SHPO came back to FEMA after about 10 days or so and says, we need more information. You need to provide us additional mapping. And FEMA was to have that in last week, which would restart the NEPA clock, or the clock, their review clock, I should say, of 15 days. So we should be in that period. That was still to occur. So we believe, by this emergency declaration, we hope that all comes together about the same time where I can issue a notice to proceed. so Phillips and Jordan can immediately go out and begin tree removal work. They need a couple of days to mobilize. They're already mobilized in this county, in Tuolumne County, in Amador County, doing other contracts with PG and other utilities. So they're close.
Mr. Seberg,
Yes.
there was an email from Mr. Goings with CalOES regarding the emergency declaration.
Yes.
And if we do that, it would get the ball rolling. But there are additional things that the county is going to have to provide to FEMA within a certain time frame in order for FEMA to proceed, because they said they can't proceed with the project without a full scope of work, and they laid those out. Does that mean that Public Works will be able to get them the information that was requested within the timeframes they requested in the email from on Friday?
Yeah, I haven't had a chance to fully read that email on Friday, but I'm certain we have that information. I don't see any challenges with that at all. To my knowledge, they should have everything that they need, including our latest estimate of trees and the number of parcels.
That will depend on whether they're going to entertain the time extension based
Yes.
on extenuating circumstances, but they definitely are requiring certain information.
And again, one more thing is that FEMA has had the information of all the parcels and all the trees in the Tetra Tech database and access to that database since early July. So as it changes, if the actual count of trees changes, they can see that. As the ROEs come in, they can see the properties that they can now access. So, any questions? Thanks. Thank you.
So,
I just
real
want to
quick,
clarify
real
something.
quick here. I'm
Okay.
sorry, Ms. Keller. What I understand is the problems that we're experiencing in this tree removal is because the situation changes on informational basis from FEMA to us. Is that correct? And that changes what needs to be done, what the requirements are to get this contract going. Is that a fair statement?
Not entirely. We've identified the number of parcels with trees that need to be removed in the Tetra Tech database after that initial estimate in early July. FEMA and OES was provided access to that database at that time.
Okay.
Now, the actual tree count changes as the right of entries change. Remember that 8,300 trees that we initially had at the end of June had no right of entry access at that point. Right of entry. So that has been changed, and those have been coming in. We're now about 207 parcels, I believe, have right of entries submitted. Maybe, I think it's actually higher than 231 or something like that.
So you got about 68 more
Yeah.
to go.
Right. Now, there's the push. Some of those have said, no way, stay out of it. We don't want you on our parcels. And those are identified. We have those counts. So, but we have been meeting with FEMA, EHP, and OES since early July on this issue, meet weekly. We had a weekly phone conference until early September after this information was submitted. I'm in almost daily contact with OES, if not certainly several times a week, and almost the same with FEMA EHP. So we've been trying to stay on top of this. Suddenly, about a week ago, everything went quiet from FEMA EHP. So,
just wanted to find out where we were, folks.
Yes.
Okay, so there's assumption that everybody talks to each other at CalOES and FEMA, and that even departments within FEMA or departments within CalOES all talk to each other and then end up getting to where we need to get going. And the answer is no, they don't. So let me give you an example. In the OAG report, there was a PW40. Okay, PW40 was the non-law enforcement emergency response. It was approved at $63,000, which is considered a small project. When that project was originally written up, I specifically told CalOES and FEMA, this is not going to be a small project. I can throw a dart in the air and give you, what I think it could be, but I could be totally wrong because you have to recall we're waiting for mutual aid information back so that I would even know what that cost is going to be. Even after having those discussions, they still wrote it up at $63,000. So as the expenditures started coming in, I immediately start contacting by phone, by email, CalOES and FEMA and telling them this is not going to be a small project. $63,000 is just a drop in the bucket how much this thing is going to cost. So I need the project to be expanded. I need the costs of the project to be increased substantially. No response. I would call them, I would talk to them, I would have this conversation with them, and they would say, okay, well, you're just going to have to wait until the whole project closes out, and then, you'll get made whole at the very end. Or you're going to have to do a small project overrun. So in order to get the project updated for terms of an obligation, for terms of making a claim against it, you have to write a physical letter on letterhead and mail it to Cal OES. And that's the only way that project scope will get updated, and it's the only way that project will be revisioned or reversioned. Emails and phone calls don't do it. And so while I'm sure that Mr. Seberg has given them an updated tree count, and I'm certain that he's told them that, obviously if you have an increased tree count, the cost of the project is going to be more. What I'm telling you is, and what Mr. Jillians made very clear in his email that he gave to us on Friday, we as the county have to give them an updated scope of work. It's not enough with the communication that has happened, and I am absolutely certain the communication has happened, but not in the manner that it needed to. And therefore, the scope of work that they have is the same scope of work that's in the OAG report of 5,800 trees and $8.3 million. So it was very clear to me in the email that Mr. Jillians sent to us that I then shared with the CAO and the board chair and reiterated to the Public Works Director. That scope of work needs to be given completely, and it needs to be in a letter form, and it needs to go out immediately to Cal OES. And then from there, Mr. Jillians can take it up the flagpole to wherever it needs to go to get that project scope updated. And then FEMA EH on the environmental health side, on the environmental side, they'll get that information as well. So then they work simultaneous together. But right now, the information's not going where it needs to go.
You also stated that early on, you had to throw a dart in the air, basically, right? So I don't see much difference.
Well, the difference is they know what the tree count is as of today. As of today,
we know what the tree count is up to today, because there are still 60 private properties that haven't been counted.
And then when they know that information, it'll be another reversioning request.
So, is it possible to get FEMA and OES to come to our meeting on Tuesday? I would like to see them here.
And I don't know, and I don't know what the purpose is, but I do know that we have to have the project reversioned.
Well, maybe we can get everybody in the same room and just have that discussion.
We have.
That would be great. In public. That'd be great.
I can ask them, but the bottom line is they can't approve the project until what I'm telling you happens.
Well, we have the letterhead right here and write it out for them and hand it to them on the way out the door. That'd be great.
It still takes a period of time after they get the letter to reversion.
So then after we do our declaration, which we're going to do next Tuesday, then we can hand them the letter, and then they can take it back and process it. At least we will be done with our end of it.
Is that the board's direction?
To me, I'd like to see that happen.
So before I ask for the state and federal government to come out here to reiterate what we have already reiterated, and I have emails and I've shared them with you, I would like board direction instead of one board member telling me that I need to contact the state and federal government to come out here to reiterate something they've already reiterated to us.
That would be my request as board chair. All right, so you can ask the rest of the board now if you'd like.
I do have a question before you make that decision. Was Public Works aware of this letter requirement? Were you guys ever informed by FEMA, OES, that everything has to be documented on letterhead and emails are insufficient?
This is the first I've heard that this letter requirement existed. Now, I'm not surprised by it. However, we've had numerous meetings with them, and it had never come up. In fact, when discussing the additional monitoring requirements with with OES, they said, well, we'll probably just write a new version of a PW to capture that cost. Didn't say we had to make the request in writing. But we haven't officially submitted that to them yet in terms of a document to review, because we will do that before we award this contract.
Ms. Gallagher, could you comment on that?
I can go back through my emails. I do believe I sent Mr. Kravitz a template of like a project change. It's not called a reversion or a revision, but it's a project. I forget what it was, but I do believe I did email him that quite a while ago.
Quite a while ago? 6 months ago? 6 weeks?
No, it would have been several months ago.
In addition, they've known, because they, regarding extension of the projects, that
all has to be done in writing.
And they were aware of that as well.
And they have done those in writing.
Mr. Groves, is that correct? You're aware of it?
Again, from my perspective, no, I wasn't aware of the letter asking for a revision. What has been related to us is that FEMA would produce a revised project worksheet as the scope became more defined. My experience has been in terms of writing to FEMA is that we communicate directly with CalOES. CalOES then represents us in front of FEMA. And that it is any written communication, and I learned this the hard way, must go from either the board chair or from the CAO to CalOES. So we will take the format for this reversion, we will update it, provide it to CAO's office and the board chair for it to be forwarded to CalOES.
And that's the same way that the extensions have been handled.
Think we can get this done, folks? Because right now it is not working, obviously.
It's been a difficult and frustrating process for us as well. Any questions from the board?
Well, this all has to do also with the fact that, I've been pushing for a person that was an expert in the industry that would have experience at this as a contractor, a project manager. And this is a kind of a really good example of what I believe is an overburdened department in this situation. And they don't, and the resources and the expertise in a particular area, it makes it difficult for them to be able to follow through with everything that's required. So, you can harp at folks all they want. If they're having a hard time making the cut, then there's a lot of reasons for it. I think that we should have had the person in place as a contract project manager back in May, and we weren't able to do that. So, I'm just really happy to move forward. If you think that, my solution is try to have everybody in the same room and let them leave with all the information that they need to be able to make the project work. Or if you think it's going to work some other way, then let me know how that is.
I have a question. Have you reached out to Lake County officials and it seems like they, correct me if I'm wrong, it seems like they have moved a lot smoothly through this process.
Not entirely true. Lake County went ahead with tree removal along right-of-way December and January timeframe under contracts that did not meet the federal code. They took that risk to be able to get those trees removed. They are at about the same place that we are on the right-of-entry trees.
Right, but how did it, do we know the resolution on that? Did they just cover the cost themselves? I mean, are they still just in negotiations with FEMA on the reimbursement of that?
They're taking the risk that all or part of the costs that they have expended on right-of-way trees that have been removed as a result of the lake fire will not be reimbursed. So.
Right, so they recognized that it was an imminent danger and they just went ahead and started cutting the trees down.
That's correct.
Okay.
Is that an option we're considering?
Well, we'd have to identify where the funds would come from.
So, okay. All right.
Anything else?
Thank you, Mr. Probe.
Okay.
Thank you, Earl.
As a parting comment I'd like to make, response to an event is one issue. Recovery is another issue. And those two activities are fundamentally different. Response to an event falls under an Office of Emergency Services, but recovery needs to be defined. There needs to be resources in place and an understanding of what the process and procedures are to be able to make it effective. So.
Thank you, Ms. Keller.
Earl Seberg, Public Works. Just to address your question from Lake County, I did get in touch with him on Friday, the project manager for that. They said they're having some problems as well. They're waiting for FEMA on a debris extension removal. A monitoring PW version for increased cost, which is what we're dealing with in debris monitoring, as well as additional FEMA environmental reviews. So I believe they're very close to where we're at, except they've got their right-of-way trees out.
All right.
Thank you.
So, question, am I going to have to request again to have all people in the room here, or are you guys going to be able to handle that without me making that request?
We will continue to reach out to our counterparts at both Calaveras and FEMA and give them whatever paperwork they need. I asked Dave Jillings again for a meeting of the minds and a meeting with FEMA and offered to go there on Friday.
So what do you think, Board? I'm personally, we need to get these trees down as quick as possible, so.
I don't have a problem with that, but I don't know if we can plan on issuing them a letter that day, or if we can get them in the room to talk, that's one thing. What we do from there might be a decision made for that day.
Well, my concern is are we going to get the right people in the room that can make that decision? That's my issue. I think Ms. Callan had very valid points. FEMA and OES don't talk to each other and don't talk amongst themselves.
Well, and the decision's already been made. We need to send the updated scope of work immediately, not wait till Tuesday. We need to get it done now. It needs to be done before the Tuesday meeting for a declaration.
Okay.
So that was very clear in
Who's
the
sending
email.
that letter?
That's Dave Jillings with CalOES, and that's based on information that he received from FEMA.
No,
No.
Public Works is going to send it to Shirley. So
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so that I can send it up under our letterhead.
Okay.
But that information needs
So
to
that's
come.
moving forward right now.
That, well, is that?
It's already
moving
done,
forward right
right? It's already done.
That can
now?
happen?
It's not already done, but they need to give that to Shirley.
I'm just envisioning the future, so we have a better outcome.
That's positive. That's being positive.
All right, so before next Tuesday, we'll have that letter out, right? And then we'll do the declaration on Tuesday, and we should have results very soon after that, correct?
So then at that point, I asked Mr. Jillings that once they have that updated scope of work, the letter asking for a revision and what that total change is going to be, which should include the monitoring and the additional tree count. And then once the declaration happens, I want to know in order to give you additional information, once FEMA has that environmental, what's their time frame to do that expedited review? Is it 2 weeks? Is it 1 month? And so that I haven't been able to get an answer on, and I don't know if you've been able to get an answer on that either. So once that declaration occurs, that makes the assumption that we already sent the letter asking for a project scope update. I'm asking for CalOES to get a hold of whoever can give us a timeline in order to have that environmental piece done, because they won't approve the project and will not approve us doing any work until that happens. And so that's kind of the big misnomer now is what does that time mean? Does it mean 7 days, 14 days, 30 days?
So
I
I
don't
have
know.
a question. I know that this is the tree removal stuff, right? Didn't we have a project manager for this? Brian Moss, wasn't he involved in this, or is he just involved in
He was the IC for Butte Fire in general.
Right, in general.
And so Mr. Moss, at this point, Mr. Moss and actually Mr. Miller are working on tree mortality.
Right.
Yeah, he's
So, okay, so we should be able to have better understanding on Tuesday then. I'll let you know that I contacted McClintock's office and see if they can do any good for us at that end. Okay.
So, and then once we can get someone defined on time, then we can give you another update, so you'll know, is it, for the public's knowledge, if it's 30 days, or we just have no idea what that expedited review is going to take.
Thank you for the brief and concise update.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
All right. Mr. Krovitz, did you, I know that your crew's been out there identifying very hazardous trees, and did you guys remove some more?
We've actually been, with Public Works, Roads and Bridges crew, have been removing hazardous trees from about the third day, about the 11th of September. We removed more in December, we've removed some in June, and we removed some last week. We're constantly patrolling the roads, and as we see movement in dead fire-burned trees that are along county right-of-way that are an immediate threat, we have been removing those. On Friday, we identified five trees that we felt needed to come out immediately. We took 2 of them down. 2 more we can take down, or 1 more we can take down, but 2 of them are larger and in a position where it is beyond the skill level of our crews. And so to get those out, we either have to give Phillips and Jordan a notice to proceed with the removal, knowing that those costs may not be reimbursed, or we need to go out and hire a tree removal contractor to get those trees down on the ground. So we're continuing to do that.
Do you think they're very dangerous trees?
We think they are dangerous trees.
I don't think we have a choice.
I don't believe we do either. Answer your question?
Yes.
Anything else?
Thank you for doing that.
So the question really becomes, when did work start on hazardous tree removal? Did it start when Public Works took the first trees out last September? In June, when we executed a contract with a contractor and began taking submittals for our debris management sites? I don't know. That's a question we also can't get answered. So, but we will continue to work on this.
Thank you. Public comments?
A couple of weeks ago, you had a working session on the county OES, and I was there for part of the meeting, and the sheriff and the captain spoke. Other people may have spoke, but I didn't hear them. Seems to me that there were, as the captain explained, that there were two people in the sheriff's office that were each working a quarter of their time on OES, or at least that's how it was described. And who am I to critique whether that's right or wrong? But I would have thought that if those people had been working a quarter of their time each, that one or other of them may have had the time or made the time available to come and sit and listen here and respond to whatever questions that the supervisors or other staff members would have had. And instead of that, they're nowhere to be seen, which makes me wonder exactly what they are doing.
Well, Bonnie, to be fair, this is a very broad category, and we usually don't get into this level of detail. So for them to know that, it's possible they could have known, but it's not, it wasn't really spelled out that clearly on the agenda, so.
I can understand that. However, I have heard from being associated with behavioral health and other places that this is available to people within the departments to listen to on a continuing, on a live basis. So I just wonder where they are.
We need more OES full-time dedicated staff is what we need.
Otherwise, you've got the likes of Rebecca and presumably all the other department heads trying to do a little bit of OES work themselves, which doesn't give them time to do what needs to be done, unfortunately. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Real quick. My name is Russ Lenhart. I'm a licensed land surveyor. Just right of entry is possessed by a licensed land surveyor. Don't have to go get it anywhere. It's the only person in the state of California who already possesses a right of entry. So you guys heard that?
Licensed land surveyor? Did you get that, Joe?
We couldn't hear him.
We didn't understand.
He said that a licensed land surveyor already.
I'm a licensed land surveyor. My name is Russ Lenhart.
Can you speak to the microphone for me?
A licensed land surveyor already possesses right of entry.
Okay.
We're the only person in the state licensed with right of entry without probable cause. So if you need assistance with right of entry, you come to the person who already has it instead of trying to get it from the private property owner.
All right, thank you. Any other public comments?
Wait, a lot of information. Al Segala, Taxpayer Association. Going back to square one, it seems like we need to identify the procedures that need to be followed. And hindsight tells us we should have done a long time ago. And perhaps we did, but it wasn't communicated to the people that need to follow those procedures. So now, from this point forward, and then for anything that we want to be reimbursed for, we have to do that. That means we need to have people that are expert in this thing. And a county like ours is not, is not equipped to have things, to handle things of such complexity. And apparently FEMA doesn't have a person on their staff to train little communities on how to follow their procedures. So that means you need probably a consultant and to handle the emergencies at hand. And then and at that point, then you can move ahead. Otherwise, you seem to have a communication problem between the departments. Thank you.
Any other public comments? All right, let's move on to number 9.
Number 9 is to approve a new 5-year contract for library circulation system with Cersei Dynex, the longstanding vendor that has provided the circulation system to Calaveras County Library since 1997, and approve a purchase order of $26,570 to Cersei Dynex for the first year of a 5-year contract, with 5-year contract total of $101,510.
Nancy Giddens, County Librarian. I want to thank you very much for considering adopting this contract for our circulation system in the library. As the agenda says, we began using Cersei Dynex to supply our software for our circulation. In 1997, we upgraded to a second system in 2008, and now are in badly need a third upgrade. And the reason for this is that the system that we're using now, which is called Unicorn, uses Windows 3, which is no longer supported by Microsoft Word. It's no longer sold by Circe Dynex. They have, however, very, very gallantly helped us, nursed us along, as has our wonderful IT department, who takes care of our server. We received notification, however, from IT in July, just 3 days after I had received the invoice for this outdated system, which doesn't work very well, that they were experiencing problems, and they highly suggested that we try to move forward with the upgrade if it was at all possible, lest we have a complete system failure. So I called Circe and wrote to them and asked for a new quotation. They sent that, and I was happy that the final quotation we got was about $4,000 less than the first one that we got. But I still looked at my budget for this year and saw that we could not afford the $26,000. So I wrote to the local Friends of the Library chapters and asked if they would help me with this. And they responded in force, which allowed me on at the final budget to present the change in the budget to include this change without any effect to the general fund. So the cost of the migration and the cost of the migration is covered by budget and donations. Additional to this, County Council, as we reviewed the contract, expressed concern that this company is based in Utah. However, in checking with the Secretary of State, it clearly shows that Circe Dynex has a California-based office in Los Angeles, so that in the case of any disputes or litigation that would take place, we wouldn't be burdened with out-of-state litigation fees. But I would also like to say that we've dealt with this company for 21 years without any reason for complaint or any reason for any litigation. And all of the libraries in our library cooperative, 4999, use Circe Dynex without any problem. The contract that's before you is a 5-year contract. After that initial 5 years, it can be renewed annually if that seems our best option. After this initial year and paying of this initial bill, our costs forward will average about $3,000 more than we currently have budgeted for this. But considering all of my budget, I know that I can absorb this cost without major impact. And the fact is, we must have this software to function, so we will work this out. The support we get from Circe Dynex, one of the major circulation software providers in the United States, the support that we get during this migration and after this migration is really outstanding. The technicians of Circe Dynex met with me, Lynn Cuneo, Stan Moore, and Hans Riedhofer twice on a teleconference to ensure that everything is in order. They will guide our IT department in making the changes which are necessary for this without any financial impact to them. One of the great things about this migration is that IT department will no longer be burdened with daily oversight of our server. It will be remotely hosted in Atlanta, but it will be configured in such a way that all of our data, it will be secure. Circe Dynex provided us with a 51-page document describing their security. I read it without a lot of understanding, but Stan Moore read it and is very satisfied that our data, which is patron data, very, very important patron data, will be very secure. There is backup to backup to backup in case of system failure, so this is wonderful service. In addition, I'm in contact already with the woman who is in charge of helping staff run the program. This migration will take place overnight. We will go to sleep with Unicorn and wake up to a symphony, which will be wonderful. And the look, because the company is the same, the look of our monitors, the look of the program will be much the same. We don't anticipate huge staff education necessary, but if we do, we will have to close, perhaps for one day, all of our branches so that we can all start together with this new system and move ahead together. We don't expect any hiccups in this transition. Support is available to us throughout the migration and for as long as our contract exists. So we'll have support, both technological and operational aspects of this software. So our library really needs this migration. Our data is in jeopardy of being lost completely with this outdated server. And if that happened, the cost of recovery would be tremendous, and our patrons would be unserved for the time that it would take us to reconstruct our database. So I ask you to please approve and sign this contract today so that we can move forward with this new software, which will greatly enhance our operation and service.
Great.
So I have a question.
Okay.
Is there any way the general fund or reserves could absorb this? I hate to see the volunteer fundraising aspect of our library system to have to pay for the brunt of this, or the half of this. It sounds like this is a key vital part to keeping our library operating and our branches communicating to the main library and so on and so forth.
Well, if the board chooses on a 4/5 vote, then you can draw on contingencies to cover the cost of it. But the Friends of the Library were more than willing to make that donation, and that is what they're there for, is to assist the library in their areas. I think they have sufficient funds that will assist them in the long run. It will serve our patrons well. But if the board decides that they want that to come from the general fund, then it would require drawing contingencies and a 4/5 vote of the board.
And would that be the $10,500 for the first year? Is that?
It's approximately $13,500
That's
for
what the Friends are being asked to pay?
Yes.
That would go for a long ways towards books.
13.5. Is that what you're suggesting? Yeah. Well, I would be in favor of that. Very little bit of money comparatively.
Okay, what do you guys think? So we have, are you going to make a motion with that addition?
Well, yeah, I mean, I will. I don't know if there's any further comments or public discussion, but I do want to clarify, from what I understand from this, then years forward, the amount of money can be absorbed by the library budget. So it's this first year.
It's the migration. It's the moving of our data from one system to another. That's
right.
A
But the
large
Friends
cost.
for the first year are willing to give to get the system going, but years after, would this be absorbed by the county budget overall?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, can I have public comments, please?
Marty Crane. I just want to say that I'm not at all surprised that the Friends of the Library have stepped up and said, we can do this. We love our library. It's ours, and we can do this. And whenever the community says, we got this, we should believe them and leave our general fund alone. We're dancing awfully close to the cliff, and we keep forgetting that. So thank you to the Friends of the Library. And by the way, the upcoming melodrama will be coming in January, February, March, and that supports our library. Thank you.
Allen County Taxpayer Association. I agree with her comments. And it's so good when the community gets involved with things such as library and parks and other things. I think the last thing you want to do is reject their donations and then hit the taxpayers. So we agree in granting the approval for the change, and also a big thank you to the Friends of the Library for funding it.
I'm all in favor of the library getting the updated systems that it needs. I do have to say that at the Mental Health Advisory Board meeting that I was at, and I'm not speaking on behalf of the Mental Health Advisory Board, but just as a single person on that board, it appears that the county computer software and system are at their limit, to the point where things are remarkably slow and people are unable to do their work in a way that to the best efficiency, simply because when they type in words, they take such a long time to appear on the screen. There was also a comment made that for people to get on and do their work, that they had to wade through multiple emails of a dubious, if not pornographic nature, just for them to get through their inboxes. So my point is that I think there should be consideration in terms of assessing the needs of the staff doing their very basic work, because it appears that they're being hampered and having to find workarounds, such as typing their case notes on Microsoft Word and then pasting it into the records that they use in order to store and manage their client database, simply because the screen is unable to keep up with their speed of typing. And as I've said at the Mental Health Board, the Mental Health, Behavioral Health department hires people on the basis of their ability to serve the needs of their clients, and not necessarily on their typing abilities. So if they, excuse me.
For the library only. It's only for the library.
Well, you've heard my comments.
Yes, thank you. All right.
Any other questions?
So, any other public comments? All right. I am inclined to actually agree with Al and Marty. So, a lot of times these folks out here with friends of the library and those folks, they are out there to do that service for the library. That's what they want to do, and it's great that they can contribute, and they'll do some fundraising, and then and their fundraising efforts will find another project that's really great. The good news is that we start really digging into some issues that we have to have. We can always bring that to the board and have that support. And so I just think that as a nonprofit and as a support factor for friends of the library, that's what they work for. They actually enjoy that. So.
Right, but I'm sure they would also enjoy spending that money on another thing that the library needs. So that's why I would suggest.
What would the board say?
I would suggest going ahead and paying for it. Even though, of course, the Friends, they support the library, and so when she asks for something that's needed, they're going to come up with that support. But as a board of supervisors, this is actually a department in the county. And so I think we should be supporting them because they're a department. And this was she wasn't expecting this in the regular budget, otherwise she would have put it in the regular budget. It was actually a contingency. And so I think we're on another agenda item down here, number 18, we're going to be asking to help somebody who's not even in a department. So for me, I'd like to help both of them. So that's why I suggest we take it out of contingency, because it really is a contingency issue. And Friends of the Library, they're going to continue to support. They can buy more books with this, do all kinds of great stuff with this money. So I think that because it's a department and because it is actually a contingency, we should support this.
If I could, the item before you is approval of the contract. If you decide that you want to fund it differently than what is in the current budget, we would have to come back with that item.
The reason of my ask is similar to what Supervisor Wright said, is we have item number 18, which is a non-departmental request, which far exceeds what the Friends of the Library is so graciously offering. Friends of the Library, with that money, I can see them being able to utilize the purchase of books and actual computers, because that is what the library seems to be going these days, with many, many patrons wanting computer access, and oftentimes there's not enough computers for people to use. And so they could better utilize that money to buy computers for those kinds of things.
So I think, Debbie, that we've been overruled by county council, that we can't even make that decision at this point.
If that's the case, then it'll come back.
Then I make a motion that we come back.
We can't really make it.
Okay, then I'm going to make a motion that this gets tabled and brought back to reflect.
What's the plan of the rest? The one in the red.
Bring back the funding.
So we can approve the contract but bring back the funding?
I don't think anybody heard you, Debbie.
Yes.
Can we approve the contracts and bring back the funding? So my motion says that I make a motion to approve the contract for series, however you say that name, for the library, and to bring back the funding mechanism to the board for a later decision.
And approve the purchase order.
And approve the purchase order. Approve the purchase order, yes.
I would second that.
All right, there we go.
All right.
So you're bringing it back for funding later, correct?
For a modified funding.
For modified funding.
As the contract stands now on the agenda item, that's what we're voting on.
The contract and the purchase order.
And the purchase order.
And the purchase.
So we're going to approve a new 5-year contract for the library circulation system with Sirius Dynex, Cerisi Dynex, the long-standing vendor that has provided the circulation system to Calaveras County Library since 1997, and approve a purchase order of $26,572 Cerisi Dynex for the first year of a 5-year contract, with 5-year contract total of $101,510. And then we're going to bring back
A modified
the
spending schedule.
Funding discussion.
We're going to bring back the funding discussion around this.
And bring the Friends of the Library with
So
us.
that's what we're voting on. So I have a motion by Supervisor Pontes and a second by Supervisor Oliveira. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Thank you very much.
Good. Thank you. Next time, bring something not so controversial.
Make it a little easier,
Stan, just so we all know, is it Circe Dynex?
Circe Dynex.
Okay. We all butchered it up here one at a
Yeah.
time.
Item 10 is from the Administrative Office to adopt a resolution consenting to inclusion of properties within the county's jurisdiction in the California Home Finance Authority Community Facilities District number 2014-1, Clean Energy, to finance renewable energy improvements, energy efficiency, and water conservation improvements, and electric vehicle charging infrastructure.
This is the item regarding the PACE program, the Property Assessed Clean Energy Financing Program in Calaveras County. We've been brought up before the board as an informational item. I think it was a year ago. We also brought it back 5 months ago for discussion and adoption. At that time, there were 4 board members, and it was a 2-2 vote. We have, once again with us,
You can do it.
Okay, Apostolopoulos.
Close. George Apostolopoulos.
Sorry. It's
That's okay. No, that's no problem.
With Wygram, and he's here to answer any questions. I'm not going to go through the whole program. Right. He can answer the questions that you have. Basically, it is a way for homeowners to finance renewable energy, water efficiency improvement, et cetera, through property tax assessments.
Correct, and that's essentially the PACE industry. What PACE stands for is Property Such Clean Energy, which allows the homeowners, whether they're commercial, residential, agricultural, to have no upfront costs to make these water-saving improvements, energy efficiency improvements, and renewable energy to their properties. And so what you see before you there, so item number 10 actually and 11 kind of go hand in hand. The two resolutions, we have two resolutions that for adoption based on how we're structured and, with the Golden State Finance Authority, which is our JPA, which you guys are members of. We decided to have both PACE models in place. Should anything down the road change, you guys already have it. We don't have to do this all over again. But getting back to kind of the basis of PACE financing, this year's been most recently in this summer, has been a great win for the PACE industry as a whole. So FHA, the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, support PACE now, whether it's a purchase transaction or a refi. FHA will support mortgages that have PACE liens on there. And secondly, the Assembly Bill AB 2693, which was just signed by Governor Brown last month, which is the PACE Preservation and Consumer Protection Act, is another great win for the PACE industry because, there's a lot of great things that PACE has done for property owners all across California and even the country, where we're all, cities and other municipalities are able to meet their climate action plans, but, the property owners are also getting the energy savings, they're saving money by using the PACE financing to make those improvements for their properties. And so, like I said earlier, before you to adopt these resolutions, essentially you're giving us permission to do business here in your county in the unincorporated areas, and it would be the two resolutions. And then there's item number, I think it's 12, which is actually the tax collection agreement. So it really comes down to those two, 10 and 11, and the tax collection agreement. Angels Camp has already approved the program, so it's just kind of something that's required. But I believe you spoke with Crystal.
Yeah, and the number 12 had the initial PACE agreement, but once it was posted, I spoke with the auditor controller once again, and we wanted to mirror that same agreement that was done with Angels Camp. So if you approve 10, 11, and 12, it would be the revised PACE agreement, because that one is the one that mirrors the agreement between the city, the county, and Wygram.
Makes it consistent.
Makes it consistent.
Yeah, exactly. Any questions at this point, members of the mayors?
Any questions from the board?
Question.
Yes.
What is the percentage rate of the PACE loans to the homeowner?
The interest rates?
Yes.
They range from the low 6s to 8.5%, just depending on the term, and those are fixed.
And how does that come into effect, the loan itself, payoff requirements, when homes are refinanced or when homes are actually decided to be sold?
So when a home is refinanced or sold, as I mentioned earlier, FHA supports those type of transactions now. So if you're a property owner and you have an FHA loan that you've had for 10 years and you choose to put a PACE assessment on there or a PACE lien on there, they will allow that. And if you go to refinance that mortgage, FHA will allow that. And so across the industry, you're seeing that whether it's your traditional conventional lending, I'm not seeing 100% of the time they're going to approve it, but more times than not, they will allow the property owner to refinance and or in a purchase transaction, just like FHA has said they were going to do earlier this summer. And so I hope that answers your question, but there's, in a purchase transaction, it also is a negotiation between the two parties. So if I'm selling my house to you with my PACE lien that's been on there for, let's say, it's been on there for 5 years,
I owe another 5 years on there, so you'll have this annual payment every year. That would be a negotiation between you and I and our realtors, and whether or not you want to keep it or you want me to pay it off.
So that as an asset of the property.
Excuse me?
Sell that as an asset of the property then.
Yeah, it just gets paid off through escrow.
Does this PACE lien go on top of your first mortgage?
It's in first position.
First
Correct.
position?
Correct.
That has to be paid no matter what?
Correct.
Just want to make sure we got that information out.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other public comments? I mean, board comments?
Had a lot of
Board comments, sorry, it's still there. Yeah.
had a lot of letters from realtors who are concerned about this. Their claim is that this program targets the elderly and English as a second language homeowners for these unnecessary energy retrofits. Do you have a target audience that you're?
It's everybody. This is a program that is for the high-income earners, the low-income earners. We do have, for the elderly, actually, we do have programs in place and policies in place, and this is pretty much across the industry, where we do look at contracts and we look at the age of the customers or the property owners to make sure that, again, we are constantly asking them and reiterating, do you understand what you're getting into? So there's not we don't target a certain group. As a matter of fact, we have this financing available as another option for our contractors that are out there that need to be certified through us, that are heavily vetted by us. And so every property owner is responsible for what they're getting into. So but there's always all these options. So it's just a matter of, what are they looking into? And on our part, we do our due diligence to make sure every transaction is looked under a microscope, so to speak. Because the other thing too is the PACE industry. It's constant oversight. Every single transaction that comes in, it's my dad, my mother, my grandpa, my grandparents, et cetera, that are looking at each individual contract. So you have that constant oversight. And so, you have all those protections in place. AB 2693 just kind of confirmed everything. We got the support from the realtor community for AB 2693, the Bankers Association, the Credit Union Association, and all of us in the PACE industry as well. So I hope that answers your question.
It did, thank you. One other of the reoccurring themes in their letters was that a lot of people getting these PACE loans would not qualify for a second mortgage to do the same work.
There's a little bit of difference. This is equity-based lending, right? So traditional lending, you need paperwork, you need your financials, you need to have a certain FICO score. Because I think there was a lot of lessons taught 10 years ago in the pre-recession area and in the recession. So there's the full documentation to show how you're going to pay back this second mortgage, so to speak, or how you're going to afford the payments. PACE is based off of the equity position in your home. You need to have at least 10% equity in your home. And it's tied specifically to those improvements to your property. You can take out a second mortgage, but are you going to go buy a car with it? Are you going to go buy a boat? What are you going to do with it? There's no oversight in place for that I know of. So you know exactly where the money is going, and it's tied to the property. So that's where the nice thing about PACE is it's easily accessible, it's affordable. Think about having to wait for an HVAC or for a loan to be approved if you can't afford to put in a new HVAC system. If you want to get a HELOC from the bank, it's going to take you at least 4 months, 4 weeks to 6 weeks. You got to get an appraisal done. You got to wait for underwriting. You all know what the process looks like. So this is another option that will allow easily accessible funds to make improvements, quick improvements. And, the other thing, too, is it doesn't go against the property owner's credit. It's not credit-based lending. It's equity-based lending. So you have that as another benefit as well. I hope that answers that question, too.
It does, thank you. If someone defaults on a PACE loan, since they stand first, then do you foreclose on the entire?
We do not. What we do is actually a Y-Green, when the property owner is late, and we haven't had this happen in over $600 million that we funded so far, we will strip it from the tax roll, and we will collect on our own. We will not go into a foreclosure process. We work with the property owners to collect what is due in arrears for that year. Does that make sense?
You bet. Thank you.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. I have questions, but go ahead.
So as I understand this, we go ahead and put a $25,000 system in my house. And we're going to tack on the payments to our tax bill. And we're going to write one check for our tax bill to the county. The county's going to collect money and give you what your fair share is. Is that broken down by the county as far as what is actually your taxes?
It is.
The base law?
It is.
So you wouldn't be able to deduct the entire tax as real estate tax. Only that portion that's the actual real estate tax.
So there are guidelines in place. The IRS just came out with some guidelines on PACE, liens or assessments. And they're saying that should there be a tax benefit, you may use the interest portion of that PACE lien as you do with your mortgage as a potential tax benefit.
Thank you, Debbie.
That's okay. Couple things. I know we've heard this program before, and I guess when I first hear it, I think scam, too good to be true, and I still wonder because I have probably, since this was known to be on our agenda again, I've had probably 2 local contractors that have contacted me who are aware of the program but not in the program, and probably about 6 from outside the county who have contacted me saying what a great program this is. I've learned that our Board of Realtors, correct me if I'm wrong, doesn't support this program. I'm understanding Tuolumne County and Amador County Board of Realtors don't support this program. Lodi is considering withdrawing from the program, and I've had a gentleman that represents the Government Affairs Director from the Monterey County Association of Realtors who has presented a presentation about kind of pros and cons of this particular program. And then I get concerned about the county being a collection agency for this particular program. So convince me that I'm not right or why I shouldn't.
It's just like that. Everything that's new, there are going to be misconceptions. There are going to be, some misunderstandings of the program. So when you look at the PACE program, as I mentioned earlier, you now have, it's an option. It's not law that you're placing on every financial deal. It's an option for your constituents to say, you know what, I think I want to use the PACE program. I've got plenty of money in my pocket, for example, right? I want to use the PACE program because I might own a business. I want to use that money to pay or hire for a few more employees. I now have something that's easily accessible. I can get my project done. I can fix my property to make it look nicer, have more customers come in right away rather than waiting 6 months for the bank to approve a commercial loan. So you have this other option that's fast, it's accessible, it's affordable, and for business owners it's great because you can hire and improve your business and grow your business. Property owners, whether they're high-income producers or not, they now have something that's not going to be on their credit, same as a commercial property owner. Doesn't affect their credit or borrowing power. They can make the improvements with the PACE program to get those things done easily and accessible and affordable. So the question is, why wouldn't you want to have that option? And here's the other thing. PACE industry is completely transparent. The second that property owner, I should say before the property owner signs the financial agreement, 2, 3, 4 times, do you understand what you're getting into? We review that with every single transaction. Once they do understand and they sign the document, the financial agreement, that goes straight to the county to get recorded. That recording, in our case at Y-Green, it's a recording of a special tax lien. And it's recorded at the county level, I guess a day or 2 later, depending on when it gets through. So that's there. So now, as a realtor or as a property owner, I can look, I've got this, these are the liens that I might have on my property. It is all there. So when you're looking at, for the realtors, when they're looking at selling a home, they know that this thing has been recorded by the county whenever it was recorded, right? It's on the preliminary title report under Schedule B under taxes. So all that information is there so that there's total transparency at that level. At the level from, as a financial institution that works privately, we are, as I said earlier, we're under constant oversight through the JPA. So you have more oversight than really the banking institution. You have more oversight than than pretty much any financial institution that's in the market today. So there's definitely more sense of security in dealing with PACE financing. You now have another consumer protection policy that's out that was supported by all the PACE industry here in California in AB 2693, by the California Association of Realtors, the Bankers Association, and the Credit Union Association. It was unanimously approved. So what questions do you have about that?
Why would the county want to be in that business?
Well, it's a program you're offering, and it's through your constituents. There's meeting your energy, your water conservation requirements or goals and things like that. For the county, there's a little bit of an income stream. There's whatever your customary fees are for collecting taxes, those are in there as well. There are the fees that you collect for recording the lien. There are permits, so you'll see businesses go, the contractor's business will increase. And even business owners, I mean, it's great for them too. Like I said, whenever you improve something, you have a goal to improve a business, especially, you're going to get rewarded for that, and then that comes full circle back to the city.
How many applications or projects do you have in the City of Angels?
Good question. I want to say it's a few, but I'm not sure, so I can get back to you on that.
I'm reviewing some information here. It states, this is off our agenda packet, that you're active in 3 states only right now. Is that correct?
We're active in California. We're active in Florida. Florida has been active for a while out there. And then we're looking at, Georgia, Atlanta, Georgia?
Yeah.
So those would be the 3 that you're looking at.
I have no further questions, Chair.
Okay. All right. Public comments?
Al Segala, Taxpayer Association. We opposed this when it came up before, and then we expressed our reasons to the Board of Supervisors. Essentially, in California, California's a deed of trust state, and we have a pretty good system that protects the borrower as well as the lender. And the process for foreclosure is pretty clear, and it's been refined over the years, and it works well. It doesn't involve government. Foreclosure sale, could be is quasi-government operation. But if you use our taxing structure for a financing scheme, you bypass the protections that are built in to these long-developed systems of the regulations on loans. And the last thing you ever want to do is to loan money to someone that really can't afford the payments. Loaning money for people who can't afford the payments triggered a financial collapse. And that was too long ago. If the industry, particularly the Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac and the Federal Reserve Board, had followed good standard conservative practices in lending, you wouldn't have a situation where people can borrow 100% and not really be able to afford to make the payments and then lose their home in foreclosure. And that's what created the real estate bubble, which brought tragedy to many, many people. So, in this case, we're going to ask the county government to be in the loan business with no control over whether these loans really make sense or not, or whether the payments that are made will add up to the savings that are claimed to be made. Like on insulated windows, it usually doesn't make sense.
30 seconds.
Because the cost of doing it is more than what you save in energy. If you're in Southern California, a little different story because it's much warmer down there. Anyway, we recommend, Taxpayer Association recommends, reject all three items. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Melinda Hoff. I need as much time as the gentleman that was up here presenting, though. Debbie mentioned the Calaveras County Association of Realtors. I am the regional representative for California Association of Realtors for Amador, Calaveras, Tuolumne, Merced, Mariposa, Lodi, and Central Valley. And we have been dealing with PACE at the state level for approximately 5 years. It's been in other areas before it got here, and what you said is absolutely correct. I have a letter that I meant to get out to you guys from Lodi and Central Valley that they have to deal with it because of neighboring communities. San Joaquin County has it. It's been nothing but disastrous for them as realtors. What the gentleman was saying about AB 2693 and the California Association of Realtors supporting it, it wasn't a matter of us supporting it. I sat on committee when this all came down. It was a matter of the lesser of the evils because we were sponsoring a bill that got hacked up, and what we whittled this down to, we went with the support position because it put TRID-like disclosures, truth in lending disclosures, on the PACE loans. That's the best we could get, but it's still not enough. I will tell you, I fully am opposed to PACE loans. It's a consumer protection issue. They do not utilize the same financial assessments or offer disclosure typically associated with real estate financing. Homeowners may not fully understand consequences of assuming an increased financial obligation on their tax bill. PACE qualifying criteria allows borrowers to assume an obligation even if they are not financially equipped to make payments. Borrowers are often advised in PACE marketing materials that future buyers will assume their payments on resale. The practical reality has been that subsequent purchasers do not value the energy improvements in the same and often insist that the PACE obligation be extinguished or the sale price reduced. Energy efficient options are similar to buying your iPhone, 6. You might have all seen a video that went around regarding that. You have a 6, and then 2 months later the 7 came out. Well, it's the same way with your energy efficient things. So just to wrap this up then, if your 80-year-old parent went out and got PACE financing to the tune of $30,000 for energy upgrades on a 20-year loan, they went into a convalescent home and their children had to put the house up for sale. They discover that this lien's there. This is a true story. It's happening to a realtor friend of mine that's the realtor on the transaction in Lodi right now. And it is being pursued as elder abuse.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This whole thing was brought up a few months ago, and it didn't pass then. I wonder what has changed for it to be before you now. 4 months?
To Todd. Debbie wasn't here.
The other question would be, what is the benefit to the county, and can the county, and what is the cost associated with having these additional fees administered through the county. There has to be some cost reward in it to make it worthwhile, doesn't it? Doesn't there, either at the county money level or the benefit to the community?
Rebecca Callan, Auditor Controller. Included in the contract is language with regards to covering costs for the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office and my office as well. So that we made sure that any of those administrative costs would be covered as part of the contract, which is why some of those changes were made on the revised. The Treasurer Tax Collector is away at a conference right now, but she did have a concern on this, is that the state many years ago used to have a program called the Property Tax Postponement Program for seniors, disabled, and blind property owners. If you and basically it's a postponement of your property taxes. It's based on income and based on your property taxes. But if you enroll in the property tax postponement program with the state of California, you cannot partake in PACE. So she just wanted to make sure that that was out there from an education standpoint, that if you opt to do the postponement program, that you can't also be in the PACE program. And if you are in the PACE program, then you don't qualify for the postponement program.
Hello. Now, good afternoon to you. My name is Robert Bendorf. I am actually with the HERO PACE program. It's a similar program to the Wagner program. We are not on agenda today, but hopefully one day we can be. So I'm here obviously in support, but I'm also here to kind of provide some more context to some of the information that's actually been provided today. I can tell you that I actually work with all of the communities that are in the Central Valley, and not once have I heard of someone that is on the verge of kicking this out of the municipality. Truthfully, the only thing I hear is the success stories that it saves customers that live in the Central Valley that have to pay outrageous PG&E prices, and then all of a sudden they're stuck in the middle of July and their HVAC unit goes out, and their only option if they don't have PACE is to pull out a credit card with a variable interest rate that is going to absolutely devastate that person when they either can't pay that credit card or they realize that something else happened and they have to find some other credit means. And PACE is simply just another option, like George has stated many times, but at the end of the day, it's the best option for a lot of people. The HERO program, we've done over 78,000 homes improved in California. We're approved in 435 municipalities. This is a statewide program that is very used. It's very appreciated, and we are also in multiple states. And, I'm a rural county person, born and raised, and it helps substantially to the rural communities where you're looking for economic growth. You're looking for money to change hands. You're looking for people that don't necessarily have a college degree to be able to go walk into an HVAC company and get a job, or a solar company. I mean, this isn't about pushing green or anything like that. This is simply purely an economic stimulus. We've had over $3 billion in economic stimulus for the state of California, creating over 15,000 jobs. It's something that's helped out California tremendously, and I just strongly encourage your aye vote, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
I got a question for you.
Yeah.
On those municipalities, is that just in California alone?
Just in California, 435.
435?
484 cities and then 58 counties. So we're getting pretty close.
Getting really close. And nobody's opted out of the program?
No.
And how long has it been in?
Yes, I'm with the HERO program.
And how long has it been in existence?
So we started in Riverside County over 5 years ago. So down in Riverside County, where we have actually heard a lot of these concerns, because in Riverside County we've done over 22,000 projects, right? So you're looking at those upgrades, and obviously we've answered a lot of those questions with the real estate community. We offer obviously consumer protections. I mean, that's something that was brought up about an elderly lady taken advantage of. That just doesn't happen. I I mean, not only do we have senior protection specialists that review all the documentation of someone that is over the age of 64, but there also is a confirmed terms call where someone that is actually recording it down at our headquarters in San Diego, and they're listening to that call, and it's recorded, do you understand? And they go through a process to make sure that the homeowner is protected. And also on 2693, it also offers something that most PACE providers already offer, and that is a right to rescission, to where they understand what's, oh my goodness, I didn't realize this was actually going to cost me money. I thought this was some government-free program. They're made aware of that at some point throughout the process where they have the ability to, get that taken care of.
Thank you.
Can I ask you a question, though?
Yeah.
How is HERO related to PACE?
So property assessed clean energy is simply the legislation that allows the state of California to offer, HERO, Y-Green. There's other providers under CSCDA like California First, similar to that. So
your HERO program is the same as the PACE program?
yes, and Y-Green is a PACE program. Think of it like Wells Fargo offering a mortgage. Bank of America also offers a mortgage. It's kind of the concept. So PACE is just legislation, and then we are PACE providers.
I see. And Y-Green is a provider?
Yeah, so if you approve this today, it does not affect me whatsoever. Obviously, I would seek approval in the future, but I just want to be here and support to answer questions accurately.
Okay. How are we doing? Okay. So, well, thank you.
Oh, yeah.
We have 1 minute left on our disc, on our tape, so we're going to have to stop and change it. We'd like to do that. How long's the tape? Okay. Yeah, we'll take a 5-minute break until we get that. Then after. There's Megan. I knew that she'd come right in. All right, so let's continue, please, with the public comments. Oh, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Any questions from the board? Any other questions? No? Can I have a motion? On 10? Motion to approve?
What do you think, Debbie? You're the swing vote here.
I don't think I can support it. I've just heard too much information from, I'd say overall, the Realtor Association. I have some concerns about the county being a collection agency of sorts and what that means. I'm just not convinced. So at this point, I would have to vote no.
Okay. Any other motion?
I can't either. I mean, I really wanted to believe that this was the way we should go, but I just can't do it.
Yep. Well, my position is we have a lot of elderly folks out here that are living in very poor conditions because they can't afford to go out and take a loan or those sort of things. I know of several myself, and I see it as, I know that they have property, but they're property rich, and a lot of them don't even have credit because they never had a credit card in their whole life. And so I guess they'll just continue to live like that because they don't have the options. I personally don't like telling somebody that what they can and can't do. That would be their opinion or their choice to do that. But we're not giving them an opportunity to make that choice. We are now making that choice for them. So I personally would approve this if I had my druthers. There's some businesses around here that, we live in a pretty poor business climate. I don't know, maybe the real estate folks don't, but we do. And there are opportunities for business owners to actually make improvements on their properties, like windows, doors, air conditioning units, and things like that they can't afford right now. But they have, paid their mortgage down, but they couldn't qualify for a loan. And There's a lot of that out there. So I'll make the motion that we approve.
I'm gonna second it in a moment, but first I'll talk about it a little bit. To me, it's a program that's used across the state in a very positive fashion. I think there's a few outliers that we've heard from today and that have reached out to you guys, but very few. It's just a very successful program. It's a way to get, to bring in more jobs, more money, but also helps with individual landowners that, that do have heating and cooling issues and can't afford those improvements. It's also completely voluntary. And on top of that, it will even help us with the general plan implementation measures for our climate action plan. So to me, it's a complete win-win-win proposition. And we're going to be like, one of the very few municipalities in the state that don't go with something that is completely up to the own individual landowner. We're saying, oh, well, we don't want to give people who, the choice to do something because they may make the wrong choice. What? I mean, that's crazy to me, especially when it's coming from folks that are, on the right, supposedly on the freedom side of things. And so, I'm looking at it, freedom to choose, freedom to, do what you, to make your own individual choice. And we're giving them the opportunity to do that, not forcing them to. It's completely up to them to do it. And, so let's not have government stand in their way one more time. Let's allow people that choice.
I'll give you that. I'm just concerned about people who can't afford these loans being in trouble after they get them. And that's my worry. But you're right. We don't have to force them to do it. No. So you've got a motion. You've got a second.
You know what I'm worried about? I'm worried about people living in conditions that they don't have to live in, and they're being forced to because they have a piece of property, and people's property are like, this is the last thing ever that this is the last thing in their life that they're going to give up. And so I see that all over the place.
I understand, Cliff. I'm worried about them losing their home and not having anywhere to live.
Okay, so,
You called for a vote.
I have a motion by me and a second by Supervisor Wright. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
No.
Okay, so we have aye by three ayes and 2 noes. And Supervisor Oliver and Supervisor
It passed,
Passy.
Cliff.
Yeah. That's only one of them.
That's just the first. Since you passed the first one, then you need to act on the next two.
So 11, Diane?
Sorry. Number 11 is from the Administrative Office to adopt a resolution consenting to inclusion of properties within the county's unincorporated area in the California Home Finance Authority Program Finance District Number, that's not right, Finance, Renewable Energy Generation, Energy and Water Efficiency Improvements, and Electric Vehicle Charging Infrastructure.
Okay, so 11 is, do we have any public comments on 11? No? Board? Okay, so can I have a motion on 11?
I'll make a motion to approve.
All right, second? I'll second the motion. All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
No.
Okay, so we have 3 ayes and 2 noes. And number 12.
Item 12 is from the Administrative Office to adopt a resolution approving and authorizing execution of an agreement for collection of special taxes and contractual assessments.
All right, can I have public comments on this, please? None?
I'll make a motion to approve.
All right, I'll second the motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Okay. So 3 ayes, 2 noes. So that one, you guys didn't want them to collect the fees on that.
They were wrong.
I know. All right, so we're going to go to lunch. We'll be gone until
January 1st.
Till 2:30, okay?
You got me there.
Ready?
You?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, welcome back to our after lunch Board of Supervisors meeting. And we're going to continue on with Diane.
Item 13 is from the Planning Department to uphold the Planning Commission's decision to deny application 2016-1058, Pitto Daniels Commercial Cannabis Registration Appeal.
Okay, so before we start, this is going to be an appeals hearing. And so in an appeals hearing, we first go to staff presentation. Okay. So I want to open the appeals hearing. And we have staff presentation and board questions for staff.
Good afternoon, Peter Maurer from the Planning Department. This is an appeal of the Planning Commission's denial of the staff rejection of a medical cannabis cultivation application. It's appeal number 2016-1058. The applicants submitted two applications on adjoining pieces of property. They were both rejected by the Planning Department. The primary reason was the insufficient evidence of prior cultivation. As you recall, the urgency ordinance required that the property owner or the cultivator be growing cannabis or prepared the site for cannabis cultivation and provide various types of documentation to support that. At the time the application was submitted, there was no support documentation that was presented with that application, and so we rejected it. The rejection was appealed to the Planning Commission for both sites, and the Planning Commission denied the appeal, thereby upholding the Planning Department's decision to reject the applications. And this appeal is for one site only, 7,000 Lawson Road, rather than both sites. The location is shown here on the aerial imagery with the red arrow points. It's sort of a long, fairly narrow parcel that Gwynn Mine Road goes through the middle of it. It's north of the town of Paloma. It's access off of Lawson Road, however. The basis of the appeal was that the applicant felt that they had made an investment for cannabis cultivation, that grading had occurred prior to May 10th, and the GIS inaccurately shows the parcel boundary. I'd like to address that latter question briefly. After the appeal was filed, we investigated a little further, and this image is from our May-June aerial imagery, satellite imagery that we received. The orange lines represent the assessor's parcel lines, and the more we've looked at these maps, the more we recognize that these lines are not necessarily accurate. In some cases, they're off quite a bit. This was an issue that was discussed at the Planning Commission at length, and frankly, I don't know where the line is. We really can't tell. I don't think the property owner knows exactly where the line is. The line, my understanding was that the property was surveyed back in the 1870s. There's been some question about the accuracy of that survey, and there is no real definitive answer at this point in time. That was not the basis of the rejection. And so I want to focus our attention on the submittal application information that was before us on July 5th, which was the day that the applicant came in. He was part of that, or they were part of the flood of applications at the end where we said, we'll just take in your paperwork and come back next week and we'll process the application. When they came back in on the 5th of July, staff looked at it and said, this is insufficient to support an application, and we returned the information and we rejected the application.
Peter, excuse me, at
Yes.
that point, is there a fee paid?
No fee was paid.
Okay.
So it may well be that that area that showed the area of grading is on the site. I don't know. We really can't tell at this point. But again, that was not the basis of the rejection of the application. That was just something that we noticed after in reviewing the application or the appeal before the Planning Commission. So the reason for the rejection was there is no substantial evidence of prior cultivation. The list of requirements that are provided in the code, we really didn't have anything. There was some a photograph of some grading that had been emailed to us on May 10th. Was not part of any application packet. It just was emailed to one of my staff. And then the only other thing we had was a 2010 invoice for blading and selling road base. Did not appear to have any relationship to the cannabis cultivation, was simply a road leading onto the property. Later, we received additional receipts as part of the appeal, but these receipts actually are after May 10th. These are for June, and so don't really support activity prior to May 10th as required in the ordinance. Another one, a June receipt for excavation. This was a receipt from submitting to the Regional Water Quality Control Board, again dated in June after the May 10th deadline. So none of the information that was submitted either prior to the June 30th, or in this case, July 5th, deadline for submittal supported activity for cultivation prior to the May 10th deadline. And that was the reason why it was rejected. It was essentially an incomplete application, and there was some uncertainty if the graded area is on the subject property. But again, that's not the basis that the denial was, or the rejection of the application was based upon. So staff is recommending that you adopt a resolution to uphold the Planning Commission's denial of the appeal based on the fact that there was insufficient evidence submitted at the time of application to support that cannabis was being cultivated on the site prior to May 10th, 2016. Do you have any questions?
No, not for you, Mr. Merrill. Question for County Council. During this hearing, evidence to be considered will be that evidence presented at the original Planning Commission?
Correct. Evidence that was, the board is to consider evidence that was presented today and during the Planning Commission hearing. It is not to consider new evidence. If new evidence is presented during the course of this proceeding, this hearing, the board can either refuse to hear the new evidence, or you can remand it back to the Planning Commission to consider the new evidence if it is significant and you feel that it could alter the Planning Commission's decision.
Thank you, Council.
I'm Ethan Turner. I'm the attorney that was hired to handle marijuana issues, and I help Peter and the code compliance with their efforts. And I just wanted to add, because you were asking about evidence, that the code requires that registration of medical cannabis cultivation be completed by June 30th. So whether or not you consider evidence that came in after that is a separate subject as to whether or not planning staff has to consider evidence that was submitted to them after June 30th. So Peter rejected this application, and his staff rejected this application because as of June 30th, there was inadequate evidence of cultivation prior to the May deadline. So it was an incomplete application. And there was later receipts submitted, photos submitted, and all those things. But if the board found that staff is required to review all those documents and process the application based on that additional evidence, they would be sending the message to Peter and his staff that they have to review all after submitted and supplemental information for all applications. So, and there's 700 commercial applications. So it would basically be telling Peter that he would never be done completing any application because more supplemental information could continuously be added to it.
Thank you, Council.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? No? No? Okay, so Kellen, you get a chance to present your case.
I'm Joel Pitto. The property in question is quite complex. It involves 3 patented mines and a mill site. The surveying of such was quite complicated, and we appreciate the delay that this body gave us to be able to come up with some conclusions. I disagree on many subjects with Mr. Maurer. I think he's misrepresenting the evidence. I think things that supported our claim were ignored or poo-pooed. He did make a very big deal in front of the Planning Commission, and I'm sorry for being so nervous. I didn't expect to be the guy that's going to speak. At the Planning Commission, he did put great weight upon this bogus maps prepared for the taxation purposes only. Peter, could you put up the picture of what you showed the board where you showed lot lines to be? First of all, that's not the parcel we're talking about. He's totally in the wrong place. He wrote up a opinion that we had no garden on that parcel, and then he wrote up a citation fining me for $1,000 a day for every day that the no garden was not there. To my knowledge, I'm still under that threat, and it makes it a little more difficult to present an impartial case. Do you have a pointer or anything that I can show where we really need to be? And we do have an expert witness here who is anxious to speak and get out of here. Russ Lenhart introduced himself to you previously. At the last hearing, there was a disruption going on while I was trying to speak. And the gentleman making the disruption decided to confront my brother on the way out of here, who was going to be my witness. He followed him out into the courtyard, grabbed him by the neck, and said, "I don't care if you're a cripple, I'm going to beat the hell out of you." The fight was broken up by Captain Macedo, and my brother declines the privilege of being here because of the abuse he suffered under these circumstances. Howsoever, Russ is the actual field guy, extremely knowledgeable, and he will be able to help take some of the knots out of our situation. That's the parcel we are applying for a garden permit for. This parcel is the Gwynn Mine parcel. This parcel is the North Paloma parcel. He misinformed the Planning Commission doing the presentation there to the point where they wouldn't consider the second parcel because it showed that there was no grading or preparation for growing. I've been growing there for 10 years. If you want the best proof, call the camp people who's hovered their helicopter over my crop every year for 10 years, taken extensive photographs, and because it was properly licensed with my papers sitting on a big table for them to see, I have never been harassed because of that. I have always operated under a license. I have always stayed within the numbers that my license permitted. The highest number I was permitted to grow on this property was 80 plants. This year I only asked for 20 because we had other medical patients combine their permits, which Dossie keeps track of.
So I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
So if you go back to that map, and this is for Peter too, or whoever knows the answer. So on the application, and the appeal and everything, are we referring to some of those parcels with numbers?
Yeah, I don't have it in front of me. Do you have parcel numbers?
Do you have them, Peter?
And Peter, do you have the map you showed the Planning Commission? This isn't it. This is a much improved version. It's closer to being accurate because you use Google Earth, I believe, and not the flawed county GIS system. And in fact, my brother was working with the county to help fix the discrepancy between their GIS and the previous system. Yes, Russ, would you speak?
My name's Russell Lenhart. I'm a licensed California land surveyor currently. I'm a father of 4 foster kids. I work full-time. My wife works full-time. I'm retired. I want to give a little preamble because I think this thing's gone a little astray. I don't think it's new evidence, but I'd like to clarify what's going on here. I want to ask for professional treatment. I think that what happened to Roger the last time he was here was inexcusable, and the person that did it has some kind of standing in the county. I don't know why. I think the realtors use him to mark corners illegally, and it's been a problem at the state board level with the professional engineers and land surveyors for a number of years. And so that kind of person, treating a professional person the way they did on the grounds of the government center, makes me a little afraid to be up here right now. Anyway, little preamble. It's 2 pages. I could probably read it in less than 5 minutes. A currently licensed land surveyor in the state of California is the only person with the legal authority to represent land area, boundaries, and corners in the public record or on the ground. A currently licensed land surveyor in the state of California is the only person who can write legal descriptions of land. Any person practicing land surveying is required to carry their license.
Excuse me, can I interrupt you for a moment?
Sure.
Counsel, does this fall in the realm of the evidence we're allowed to do?
I think it's important for you to know these facts.
We're required to say this. The
Sir,
Land Commission...
let counsel answer me.
Yeah, let her. I'd rather not do this.
New evidence, again, the board does not have to consider any new evidence. If they present evidence that was not considered by the Planning Commission, the board does not have to consider it.
Mr. Maurer, was this evidence part of the consideration by the Planning Commission at the original hearing?
Not testimony by this gentleman. There was discussion of the lengthy discussion of the inaccuracies of the survey, the inaccuracies of the assessor's parcel lines.
And so this fits right into it. It's just a different surveyor.
This is just an explanation of
Sir,
those
do you have a
facts.
certification number and the last name spelling, please?
Lenhart. My number is
Slowly.
8944.
L-E...
Like it sounds, Lenhart. Lenhart. Professional licensed land surveyor.
A-R-T.
Yep.
And do you have your license certification number?
If you'd let me read this thing, I would be able to tell you that kind of stuff right off the bat. But yes, I have to carry it by law all the time on my body. Is that what you want to see right now?
No, I just wanted to know the number, sir.
8944.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Any person practicing land surveying is required to carry their license on their person. A person working under the responsible charge of a licensed land surveyor must prove that subservience, and the surveyor in responsible charge is required to be available and answerable for the activities of those working under responsible charge. A currently licensed land surveyor in the state of California is only allowed to practice in the area of competence. If a surveyor practices outside their area of expertise, there shall be a licensed surveyor with that expertise collaborating significantly and in responsible charge. My purpose here is to state facts regarding field work performed by me. I was commissioned without pay or promise of pay, to work with another licensed surveyor to collect California coordinate system positions for points in the Paloma area that could be compared to coordinates used by the county GIS technicians to display the general locations of assessor parcel lines on the GIS aerial maps. The site we used was a place that had been surveyed previously both by a very reputable private licensed land surveyor and by the surveyors working with East Bay Mud. The area was also the subject of a meticulous rendering of a complex overlay of mineral surveys with notes done by another private land surveyor of repute. These facts made the area a good sample area to use as a demonstration when meeting with GIS. This work was all done in good faith and amenability by all parties. I learned of a conflict that was accessory to this project related to the location of a pot garden in the area campus. The county had been representing the location of the garden based on the overlay of assessor maps onto the county GIS system aerial maps. The assessor maps, in the way they are tied to true boundary, are not correct either in truth or in law. This means that the application of these assessor maps to aerial surveys and then to the location of features on the ground is both inexact and illegal. This is recognized by each assessor map in the statement, assessment purposes only. No liability is assumed for the accuracy of the data delineated hereon, which is written on each page. In addition, the most egregious to private landowners and citizens of the county, there is no licensed land surveyor responsible for this practice. The location of the garden was found to be within the bounds of the land as represented by the private landowner, not outside it as represented by the county. The display I've provided, and I can provide you these pieces of paper if you want, it might be considered new evidence, I don't really care. The display I provided is the result of the work which was begun and which was shared with the folks at GIS in an informal discussion of methods and such. The survey coordinates correspond with the aerial surveys, but the assessor map lines do not factually or legally depict locations which are currently being used by county officials to pass judgment regarding boundary. The true location of features on the ground are unknown until they are surveyed by a currently licensed land surveyor in the state of California. In my understanding, the work performed has proved these facts, which were being investigated. Further work would be required to be specific for each case anywhere in the county. All of this work would need to be done by a currently licensed land surveyor in the state of California. In general, any representation of boundary, setback from boundary, area of land, or canopy can only be done by a currently licensed land surveyor in the state of California. Nowhere in law is there a provision for approximation, whether of inches, feet, or miles, as that invites a corruption of evidence and fact. The laws pertaining here specifically bring into question the practice of inspectors and code compliance officers working under the auspices of this board. Land surveyor practice, as defined by state law, when performed by unlicensed people, is fraud. Think of the ramifications of government officials who know this fact, then conspire together to exercise false authority against private landowners. By leaving the decision of ordinance compliance related to boundary or land measurement in the discretion of code compliance officers, building or environmental inspectors allows favor or penalty without reason or responsibility. I personally know of and have cataloged cases where this practice has been done, either in favor or in penalty. The reason why there is a county surveyor who is licensed by the state is because these decisions are under that person's responsible charge and jurisdiction only. It is incumbent on you, the board, to consult with your county surveyor, who is your higher authority in these matters. If these matters are not germane to the county surveyor's area of expertise, then another licensed surveyor with that expertise must take responsible charge. A judge, attorney, realtor, civil engineer licensed after 1982, government official, law enforcement officer, county council, or this board itself cannot practice or make decisions in the purview of a currently licensed land surveyor in the state of California. The state has enacted these survey laws to prevent advocacy and contract from influencing a professional surveyor's decisions. That is why there have been only 9,317 surveyors ever licensed in the state as of yesterday. Of those, more than half are gone in one way or another. Of the rest, less than 20% are willing to practice in the less lucrative area of boundary. Most work in government or construction, where the liability is low or the income is high, respectively. The mother lode has its areas of exclusive complexity, and as you may know now, very few surveyors who can solve them. The profession has been honorable. Surveyors are rare, esteemed, and respected. The advent of new technologies has made the technical part of the work simpler, but has allowed the pollution of unlicensed operators, surveyors without expertise to practice incompetently in areas where they can make money, and intrusion of government.
Are we coming to a point that
Absolutely.
goes with this?
I'm going to let you make the point. It has repeatedly been the practice of governing bodies in charge of budget to use financial persuasion to influence the decisions and usurp the authority of a county surveyor. Methods have been devised by government to transfer the authority of the surveyor to the staff that is advocating for government rather than for the citizenry. The practice by government is a transgression of the public trust. If you want, here's a display, and it's basically the facts of the case about where you positioned your garden. And it reinforces what Joel was saying about where it is. It's only location. It's got nothing to do with the time.
Sir, don't come up here. Don't come up here. Head to the floor.
I was inviting you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You guys are rude to my witness.
Mr. Pitto,
Yes, sir.
let us make a decision.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation.
And counsel, we can consider this evidence? Is this part of the presentation made to the board, the planning commission?
We can choose to not accept the evidence that is new, or we can choose to accept the evidence and send it back to the planning commission.
I just want to remind the board, I indicated this at the last hearing, but the burden of proof is on the appellant. So as far as the location, boundary line locations, staff uses the aerials for general locations. It is not for purposes of pinpointing the actual property lines. The burden of proof is on the appellant to prove that it is on the property that they are proposing and that it meets all of the requirements. It's the appellant's burden.
Yeah, so I want to go back to that original map, if we could, that you had. And I want to know what the where the actual parcel is. That, because to me it's pretty clear. I look at this and I see pictures and grading and evidence of him growing marijuana on this site for many years, and so that's clear-cut evidence for me. I'm fine with that, and I'm ready to override the appeal and approve in favor of Mr. Pitto and go to the next agenda item. that's my take, because I know he's been growing there for many years based on this evidence. So I don't see, it's really clear cut to me. So I think we're just, I think there are so many processes going on at the time that there is different levels of the application that came in, and some were very precise and professionally done, and maybe this one wasn't, but to me, it's a no-brainer. So I can just rule just based on that evidence.
Thank you, Chris.
Supervisor Wright, the issue really is not a factual issue of whether or not he was growing there. The issue is that he provided an incomplete application.
Sure, I understand.
By June 30th. And the planning department and the commission, when they looked at this case and when they looked at the application, believed that the board had directed them to go by the letter of the law.
And I understand that, and I'm I'm not going to address that part of the issue. What I'm going to address is the substance part of it, and that is, is he, was he growing marijuana on this site? Was he prepared to grow marijuana on the site? Was he trying to meet all the requirements? That's what I'm going to rule on today, not getting into the nitty-gritty of was the application complete or not. I think the important part here is that he's made a good faith effort to meet all those requirements, and obviously he's growing marijuana here. So let's move on and accept the appeal. Or override.
We're not growing anymore. We abated after he wrote us 2 separate violations for $1,000 a day. We opted to abate the one lot that we were growing on. The second lot that we received the penalty for has never had a plant on it. I'll wait for you guys.
You go ahead.
Sorry,
It's all right.
I spoke out of the proper. I didn't have the rules in front of me there, so I apologize.
You're still giving your presentation. Go ahead.
I need the pointer, please. What was represented to the Planning Commission was that this is my grow area that was submitted in photographs directly to Peter Maurer on May 10th and to his assistant Deborah Lewis, because I had no other way to time date a photograph. I had had a heart attack the week before, 2 heart attacks actually, and it was scrambling to keep up. So I went and took a picture of that garden with the tractor in it, with 450 holes dug in preparation for a garden. And Director Maurer, you denied getting that photograph on that date.
So he's going to have a chance to...
Well, he got it. I don't care what he says. We also submitted additional plants. This whole road was put, it shows only Gwynn Mine Road. It doesn't show, this road here, I guess, is the one that Herzig put in. It goes nowhere, and it was for the sole purpose of growing marijuana. I went broke during the 2008 crash. I had to live in a motorhome, and I grew pot on that road in a linear farm for at least 5 years. And it was a linear farm because I had to water it from the back of my truck. So the garden went from here to here approximately, following the road. This parcel here is the Gwynn Mill site.
Mr. Pitto?
Yes, sir.
For us that don't understand, what is a linear farm?
It's just instead of being in a big square patch that's really easy to put a fence around and define, it was following the road. On one side of the road, I had these 33-gallon garbage pails and grew the plants along the road so that I could drive alongside and water them.
Thank you.
The problem is the road right down the middle was split by my own parcel line. So we tried to move everything that way or that way. That's why we had 2 applications, because made a natural split. There was enough plants, 450 in this garden, 80 in my lineal garden. There was a thing called the thistle patch, which looked like a nondescript photograph. It was not very clear, and it didn't tell a story. I assumed these people were going to come out to the property and look at what the photographs were about and inform themselves. They never bothered to do that. I invited them to come back to show the crop was abated. They never bothered to do that. And I believe I'm still subject to $2,000 a day fine. I would like to resolve that today. It's been a travesty of justice from square one. And partly I understand why Mr. Maurer is disgruntled, because it was a shortcut to send the picture to him. I don't know, when these people send you time-dated photographs, the people at the photography place ask, what time would you like on this photograph? It has nothing to do, there is no method or equipment that I know of, other than an iPhone, that can prove where you were and what time you were there when you took the picture. All of my pictures came from an iPhone, and with the proper technician, they could be decoded to show you exactly the GPS location at the time they were taken, and exactly the time. I don't know how to do that. I'm 66 and I'm not in good health. I do not believe that Mr. Maurer gave this a fair looking at, because the picture was sent to him and was an embarrassment. As I said, I didn't know how else to prove the date and the time with the tractor and the spot. And I think that that is an absolutely undeniable piece of evidence that he will not deny getting, because it's been discussed amongst members of his staff on numerous occasions. Do you have any questions? I'm at a loss for a linear description for you. May I answer any questions? Pardon me?
I have a question.
Hang on a second, Mike.
Mr. Pino, you mentioned that and I don't know what bearing the photograph has at this point, because it's my understanding that the rejection was based on an incomplete application. But if this photograph is to be considered, you mentioned that photograph can be taken to somewhere and determine the time and the place that photograph was taken.
Yeah, I have 3 iPhones.
That's beyond your knowledge at this time.
That's correct.
Okay, but it can be done.
Absolutely.
I think it can be done.
Yeah, and I'll be glad to give these 3 iPhones to the county.
I'm just confirming that fact, sir.
Yes, I believe so.
Have you considered having that done by a professional as part of
I
the
have
case?
no money whatsoever. I won't make it through this month with money for my meds, my gas, and my food.
I understand. I'm just trying to make some headway here, okay?
Yeah. Yes, sir. I'm sorry. It's so frustrating for me. Mr. Maurer basically defamed me by getting up and saying that he'd looked for a garden, found none, and thought that I was lying. He questioned my credibility, and I questioned his. He has shown really a half-ass effort to give me a fair shot here. No worded pass. I apologize, and I heard your admonition last week, and I will stick to it. I'm sorry. He has given an inadequate effort to give me a fair shake. If you look at the decision path on the marijuana submissions, everything leads to the bottom of the chart to rejection. There's one little path that you could snake around and make it to success. And there's been people that made it through that. For example, it was said by the board of the Planning Commission that unless I was fully prepared to do 22,000 square feet, that I did not qualify even for an application. We were only able to get 5,000 square feet growing this year. And funds are everything. My partner, Darcy Daniels, has funded everything. She has given me complete, not immunity, indemnity, that if there's any fines to be paid, she will pay them. I find it abhorrent that not only there's a chance of me being denied, but being fined on this flimsy evidence is a disgrace to the county, of which I've been a resident for at least 20 years, preceded by my father, who was born in Paloma, and his father, who was born in Paloma, and his father, who moved from Campo Seco to Paloma in 1872. I unfortunately own the Gwynn mine, and I say unfortunately because it costs a fortune to own it and keep it together and try and develop it as a critical resource for this county. This permit would have kept me alive. It's critical to my health, welfare, and future, as well as to the health, welfare, and future of this county. I, for these reasons and more, ask you to, number one, remove any penalties that I am facing, because we did cooperate and we did comply. Number two, grant a permit for a garden on parcel number 016-012-035, the North Paloma mine, which is not well depicted in these pictures, nor adequately drawn. He virtually committed fraud by putting these yellow lines up in front of that commission and saying they were meaningful. And he knew better.
Is that the end of your presentation?
Unless there's questions, there are more things to cover. I'm just nervous, not happy, and I'm doing the best I can.
All right, so you'll have another chance during.
Thank you.
I have a point of clarification. Up there on the map where it says Lawson Road, so that parcel where it's graded was on the permit application.
That's one of them. Oh, no. Where he shows it to be graded was not. That's a neighbor's parcel.
Excuse me.
So these are the two parcels as represented by the assessor's parcel maps. We don't have a survey, so I don't know exactly what the values are.
Okay.
But, and I just realized through the testimony, this is the assessor's parcel number that is representing proposed. Now, whether that's here, I mean, this is the area of grading. I'm presuming at this point, even though it's shown on a different parcel, what I'm hearing is that this is the area that was prepared for cultivation. This is on Mr. Pinto's property, and this is the area that they've asked to recognize as prior cultivation.
Okay.
No.
No?
Okay. Mr. Pinto, why don't you answer that one?
Prior cultivation across both properties, as I explained in the concept of a linear garden. There's patches there that still exist. We weed them so that you could see where it was grown before. If somebody would give us the courtesy of coming to the property, they could see what we're talking about. That one, the big dig that you show there, was prepared for about 450 to 500 plants. Because we could not ascertain if we had the 75-foot setback, never was a plant planted there. We retreated to where we knew we were within property lines, grew one garden, and as I said, fined for two.
So what I'm trying to come to terms with is your permit application.
Yes.
Indicated that square there that says Lawson Road and has has the clearance? Was that intended to be on your permit application?
That parcel belongs to the Stone Kings, and the reason why my road goes across it is I purchased an easement from down one side of their property and across the bottom of their property. This was all done with their knowledge and with my attempt to be legal. My mistake was I went from the fence line.
Okay, so
instead of a survey.
that graded area was not intended to be on your application? That was not?
That was one parcel. The second parcel was the North Paloma Mine parcel.
Where you followed the road and you did your linear garden?
And then there's a loop at the bottom, which became the garden and was my garden 10 years ago.
Okay. So the Lawson Square, following the road, and the other site is not labeled on there, but it's the far right.
That's correct.
Is that is what was on your
That's
application? Or that was the intention?
That's one of them. The other one was the Gwynn Mine parcel. That was labeled 7,000 Lawson Road.
Okay.
So since we don't know the setbacks on that first parcel, we are not following through in that application. We never planted the plant, and we want to, under a subsection of your rules, you say that you can relocate a garden after May 10th if it's in proportion to the size which you intend to grow, and if it's because you're compromised by the proximity to boundary lines. And that's the exact clause that we took advantage of. There became one good grow, 55,000 or 5,500 square feet approximately, which is in proportion to what we had prepared.
Any more questions?
And Peter, this application was denied because it was incomplete.
It was rejected.
Rejected.
We didn't deny it. We never got to that point. We never accepted it.
Okay.
Denial of this doesn't preclude him from participating next year, does it? If there is something, it does. If you deny this.
Yeah, the ordinance provides for a 1 year from adoption of a permanent ordinance before someone could apply again.
Okay, so if they're denied this year and there's an urgency ordinance next year,
Well,
they can't reapply?
The urgency ordinance would only allow those who were cultivating as of May 10th to continue to cultivate. And cultivating, as we define it, means preparation of the site and having made an investment into the site. The ordinance has a provision that would apply to a future ordinance, and I would assume that future ordinance would have that same provision in it, that those who didn't register their grows under the urgency ordinance would have to wait for a period of 1 year from the adoption of a permanent ordinance in which to apply for new cultivation.
I'd like to chime in there. This line of questioning is a little bit disconcerting to me because we can't look at the applicant and determine whether or not the code should apply. The code, we should look at the circumstances and apply the code to it. I mean, these cases are setting precedent. And if there is a never-ending fact-finding mission accompanying every single application, the planning department will never be able to complete any applications. So we have to have a deadline. That deadline is June 30th. If there isn't sufficient evidence to satisfy the planning director that cultivation occurred before May 10th as part of that June 30th application, then it's an incomplete application. That's what the code says.
May I speak?
Hang on a second, okay?
Sure.
I'm trying to follow the rules of the appeals hearing here.
Sure.
Okay. So why don't we do that?
Okay.
Are you finished with your presentation yet, or you want to add?
No, I'm not finished with my presentation. His argument is specious. I am the last appellant. Whatever you decide on me doesn't apply to anybody else. Nobody else has met the deadlines for filing. It's a moot case. He's trying to pressure you with baloney.
Presentation by members of the public shall be limited to 5 minutes per person. Members of the public. No? Okay. So the appellant, do you have anything else you'd like to add?
That I'm sorry for raising my voice. I'm sorry for using bad language. This has been
Could you stand up to the podium, please?
Yeah, sure. I'm sorry for losing my patience. I'm sorry for saying the A word. I do have deep respect for Mr. Maurer, as he is far and again superior to anyone that's occupied his office in a long time. I look forward to working with him on the Gwen Mine development. He was offended when I sent the picture to him, and I believe that closed his mind to the rest of my evidence. There was plenty of evidence supplied with the application, pictures of the plants, pictures of the gardens, pictures of the abandoned garden, pictures of the road, which was put in there for the purpose of growing with a receipt from Herzig for $7,000. I meet all of the requirements.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so now we get staff.
I was not offended by the pictures. I frankly didn't even know about them. When they were sent to me, as you may recall, we were here till 11 o'clock at night drafting the ordinance. And, was sort of lost in all the other stuff that was going on at that point in time. And they're part of the packet, it's page 119 in your packet. Let's see if I can bring it up. This was the email that was sent to my office. It shows an area that was cleared, attached picture, shows the tractor and a cleared area. This is what was submitted to me and one of my staff on May 10th. It was not part of the application packet that was submitted, and we were sitting next door in that office. That was on an email. If we didn't have it with them, and you did not provide that to us, I did not know what this was about. I didn't have an application from me. Like, okay, a picture of some grading. I don't know what it is. And then a month and a half later, it just wasn't part of what we had in front of us when we were taking the application. The information that was submitted at the time we felt was insufficient to support the activity. And that's the only reason why we rejected the application. We've learned a lot more now about the inaccuracies of the assessor's maps, particularly in this area. They're used as a rough guideline for where the properties are. Obviously, before we could do anything on this, we would need a full survey to demonstrate where the properties are and make sure that it complies.
So, Peter, I have a quick question.
Yeah.
Sorry. He didn't submit it with the application.
I did.
Well,
excuse me.
Let me.
This is between the board and staff right now. Okay.
So, but he did submit it, on that date, May, whatever it was, to you. So, he was obviously trying to prove, and fulfill those obligations of the application, even though he maybe didn't submit it in the exact procedural way, or maybe he did. I don't know if you can answer that at some point, but not right now, I guess. But can he answer that now, or can I ask him that?
Would you please?
Well, I can respond as far as question. That was his attempt to try to document that.
Right, the photographic evidence.
Photographic evidence. I get 40, 50 emails a day.
Sure.
And, a month and a half later, and my staff wasn't aware of it when the application was being brought in.
Right. But, from, a perspective, you need to submit this information to the planning department for it to be complete, and you submit the information to the planning department, I mean, how is he going to know? I guess maybe it says someplace that you have to submit it to this specific location or this specific packet, or?
Submitted to the planning department.
Well, that's what he did, though.
I just want to remind the board that under the urgency ordinance, under 1795-165N3, which is one of the main factor here, it's a two-pronged test that the board has to remember and has to apply. One is that the applicant provides a date-stamped photo of grading commensurate with the area to be cultivated, or a date-stamped photo of cultivation, either that it was actually being cultivated or that it's been graded and the grading has been completed. The second prong of that test is that the applicant provide demonstrable steps, evidence of demonstrable steps in the form of at least one of the criteria described in C through K. Here, the applicant chose to provide receipts, and that is what this applicant chose to do under that prong. According to Mr. Maurer, the receipts that were presented to the planning department were dated after the urgency ordinance was in effect. So I just want the board to be aware that even if you find the first prong, the board has to find the second prong as well of this test.
Actually, just to correct the record, we did not have the receipts. Those receipts were submitted with the appeal after the application was rejected. We did not have the information that we needed. That was why it was rejected. Yes, we had pictures of prior grading. It wasn't apparent to the staff that was accepting that, but we did have those, email record but that was all that we had. We did not have any other information that supported the document, the prior cultivation. That was what was lacking when it was rejected. That information came later with the appeal.
So what was that last part you said there?
So the receipts and everything that was submitted that's part of the packet was what came in with the appeal, right. Not at the time on July 5th that was submitted. There were,
But would that make a difference if they would have?
If they had it, it might have. But we didn't have that information.
But now that,
and that's I guess the point. I think the point the council is trying to make that on June 30th or those dates that was extended because of the rush, everything had been submitted to our department in order to qualify to register. We did not have that information in order to support the cultivation on that site.
But during the appeal, he brought it forward and he did have the correct information.
Well, there was some information, but much of that was dated after May 10th. There was investments made in June, and that wasn't the purpose of the ordinance, was to freeze where we were on May 10th, not allow new cultivation to occur.
Right. And how about the question on the old cultivation from the photos dated September 12, 2011? When did those come in? How did those play into it? Because to me, that's what really convinces me. I look at that and I say, yeah, look, he's been growing there for a long time. It's pretty obvious he was, cultivating at that site. And, that's, I can ask him.
Cliff, may I speak?
I know that was provided as a part of the appeal. I don't know if it was available to us at the original submittal date. Let me see if I can see what was submitted.
Yeah, because I'm definitely, from my position, I'm more of the intent of the law rather than the letter of the law. And the intent of the law in my mind, because I was there and I helped vote on it and craft it, was to make sure that people weren't trying to, create this new grow site at the last minute. And to me, these pictures pretty much prove that he's been growing there for years, and so it wasn't like an attempt to bypass our efforts of passing this law. It was, simply what he was unable to fulfill the specific letter of the law to the application process, possibly. But I think the more important thing is, was he trying to do something that we were explicitly trying to eliminate in the law, and I don't think he was.
With respect to the fines and with respect to your point regarding substantial compliance, code enforcement has wide discretion to waive fines, to reduce fines based on the offending party's attempt to comply with the law, irrespective of whether or not his application is ultimately
compliant. Counsel, are there fines associated with this particular application now? Are they still in effect?
Mm-hmm.
You know the value of those fines? You know the amount of those fines?
They are $1,000 per day, starting 10 days after he receives a notice of violation in order to evade. And I don't know the date he received, I don't have that in front of me, but let's say he received that notice of violation in August, then it would be $60,000.
How would you determine whether or not the abatement had taken place?
It is incumbent upon the applicant to provide evidence to code enforcement that an abatement has occurred. It's entirely the responsibility of the offending party. And it says that right on the face of the notice of violation.
And to our knowledge at this time, we have no such notification?
No, the code enforcement has not received any evidence of abatement.
We're still on staff. Any other questions from the board?
No.
What you have in front of you here, has that been submitted after the fact? Or was that?
This was a part of the submittal packet that tended to show where the cultivation was occurring.
Any other questions? Okay. So I'll close the appeal hearing. And we're going to, we get a rebuttal by a member of the public. Any members of the public wish to speak? Okay, so now I'm going to go ahead and close the appeal hearing. And we're up for board discussion. Any board discussion?
I think I said my piece.
We're good.
Debbie?
I'm still trying to sort through here a lot of information to process in this packet. So what I'm understanding is that these receipts were not part of the package submittal. They were presented during the appeal process.
That's correct.
But yet these things were purchased in the month of June in preparation of planting a garden, I guess.
Right. And what we've typically looked for is pictures, receipts of activity done prior to May 10th to document that cultivation was occurring on the site at the time that the ordinance was adopted. So this would have been after the fact.
All right. So, do you have any questions for Mr. Pitto?
No, but he did want to say something. So
you can ask him a question.
What would you like to say?
That's a good question.
Thank you, Ms. Ponte. The picture that I sent separately to Peter in his email box, I copied to Deborah Lewis as well because I was familiar with working with her, and it was specifically included in the original application. Mr. Maurer is completely wrong.
Thank you. Where are we at in the process?
We're just still discussion, board discussion, asking questions.
I don't have any questions, but my feeling is we have hundreds of applicants, and if we don't follow the letter of what we wrote, we are going to cause a storm like we have never experienced. And we owe it to all of the other applicants to, as well as the general public, to be strict in this. And it's nothing personal against anybody who might appeal, but we wrote an ordinance that has probably going to need to be updated if it's not voted one way or the other by the general public. In the meantime, I believe that we need to follow it strictly. If we don't, I don't know where we'll go. It would be completely out of control.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I have a question. Mr. Bauer, do we have a copy of that photograph that we're the subject of this conversation? Do you have that in the case file?
Yes, I do.
Does that have any indication of time stamping?
Well, it wasn't timestamped. This was the email. It was dated May 10th. So it was submitted to us by email on May 10th to me and to Deborah Lewis of my staff.
But there's no indication of time stamping on the photograph itself.
And, well, it would have been on or before May 10th because we received it on May 10th. So I think that was the intent of the appellant, was to submit that to us as a way of date stamping it. Obviously, they couldn't have sent it before it was taken.
Was that a considering factor in your decision resulting in the incomplete status of the application?
The main reason for the rejection was the lack of additional backup information to support an application for 22,000 square feet of cultivation area.
But the photograph was not a determining factor in that, correct? On your opinion?
In my opinion, I don't believe it was. I was not there. We had 900 applications. When I asked the staff if they remembered this one specifically, they really couldn't. We were going through so many. They all sort of blended in together. This was my understanding now that I'm looking back in the file. Yes, there's a copy of that in the file. I believe Mr. Pitto, when he says that he submitted that as a part of his packet, was probably there. So that was one component of the two-pronged requirements that the Stedfeld had identified, that photographic evidence plus additional information to support cultivation or preparation for cultivation prior to May 10th.
Thank you, Mr. Maher. No further.
So, for me, I feel your pain. I can understand where the process can be a little complicated, overwhelming, a lot of information to take in and absorb. But, when the intent of all of this was to kind of put the brakes on May 10th and give a 45-day period, more or less 45 days, to be able to get an application in, so we knew from the county level what we were dealing with and how many, applications and the whole process we were going to go through. So while I see, the evidence, and you're saying May 10th, the pictures, I can understand that, the receipts that you're showing, but, it was an incomplete application. And many, many people were going through the same process, and I find people were looking for resources to help put together an application that was complete. And I just find there's so many loose ends to this particular application with just being incomplete that it's hard for me to be able to support this application. I just feel like, there were resources out there, there were folks available to you starting early in the process. There was a lot of, last-minute folks who found themselves, with nothing because they waited for the last minute. So it's hard for me to support this because I just do support the incompleteness of this application.
I just wanted to chime in that there was a statement earlier by Supervisor Wright about when information was to be presented to the planning department. And I just wanted to reiterate what the language of the urgency ordinance says. And under N1, it says all commercial medical cannabis cultivation site registrants shall submit a complete application for medical cannabis cultivation site registration pursuant to this chapter by June 30th, 2016. Commercial cannabis cultivators who fail to register prior to the June 30th shall be precluded from applying for a registration permit, license, or other form of approval authorizing commercial cultivation in Calaveras County prior to a period of 1 year from the effective date of a permanent ordinance regulating cannabis cultivation in the county, or as may be otherwise provided in said permanent ordinance, whichever is longer. So in the urgency ordinance, it does talk about submitting a complete application to the planning department. And
yeah, I get that.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I just want to reiterate the two prongs that is set out.
I understand all.
The AB and then the C through E.
Yes, I understand all of what you're saying. Thank you.
Mr. Oliveira?
Here? No comment.
Okay.
I've said my bit. I believe we need to follow the law, and we wrote it. Let's follow it.
Okay.
Yeah,
And
I would say one last thing here. There's a lot of people that moved into our county just explicitly to take advantage of our ordinance here, and he's not one of them. He's been growing marijuana here for quite a number of years, and he's had some extenuating health issues that really precluded him from being able to complete this application to our liking. There's some very professional growers out there that have no problem hiring attorneys and other experts to fulfill the letter of the law. And so, to me, it is an injustice to this individual, and it just shows you how our society favors those with the means.
I'm going to take exception to that.
You can take exception to it as much as you want. That's what I think.
Well, I'm glad that you think that. We have over 700 people that have applied to this, and a lot of them do not have the means. And we will have a storm that we cannot control. And that is why I said what I did. I respect what you said, Chris, and I respect you.
okay.
I don't agree with you.
The beauty of the board.
Yes, it is.
All right, so I'm inclined to agree with Debbie and Mike and Steve. I believe the application is incomplete, and means or not, it's incomplete. And so I think that we have to follow our ordinance, and in doing so, we need to make sure that folks out there that are not following the ordinance cannot grow here. So I would like a motion, please, to uphold the Planning Commission's decision to deny application 2016-1058 Pitt Daniels Commercial Cannabis Registration Appeal.
Can I make one more request, Chair? Can we at least waive his fines of $60,000?
That would probably be up to code enforcement.
Well, I think we can make that determination, right?
I don't know what the fines
That's
are,
all.
actually. I have no idea what they are. They can bring them forward, and then we can decide at that point.
I'm just asking.
The fine itself is not on the agenda. It's not something that the board can take action on.
Thank you.
All right, so may I have a motion, please?
So moved.
A motion by Supervisor Olivera.
If I could suggest one thing, the resolution talks about, I'm trying to find the resolution here. Well, item number 2 on the resolution before you talks about the location on the property, and I think because that's in question, I would recommend that we delete item number, or finding number 2, or rationale number 2, and just base it on the incomplete application and the lack of information.
Actually, that's what I'm basing mine on. So
Well, it sounded like the motion was just to uphold the commission's recommendation, which included that finding, and I think that that would be inaccurate at this point, given the discussion we've had today regarding the property boundaries.
So
you're asking us to amend it to delete that?
Just delete number 2 on the resolution.
Well, I'll withdraw my second, and you want to?
I would offer the amended motion, Mr. Chair, as stated by Mr. Mallon.
Well, we can't do that. First, we have to go through the motion that we have.
No, you don't. They
So we
can
can do
withdraw.
that? Okay, so,
I can withdraw that original motion.
all right, and go ahead and make your motion, please.
I would make the motion to uphold the appeal by the Planning Commission based on item number 1 as is listed, reasons in the draft decision on the agenda item.
Item number 1 is the incomplete application, right?
Correct.
Correct.
Okay.
I second the motion.
All right. So we have a motion by Supervisor Olivera and second by Supervisor Kearney.
I have a clarification. Is it the second whereas of the resolution, or is it specifically listed item 2?
Item 2, and
Item two.
now therefore be
Thank
it
you.
resolved.
Sorry, not on the resolution, on the... Yes, on the resolution.
We're only using number 1. Yeah, that's what Steve said. So we're
Thank
using
you.
only number 1 on the resolution.
Correct.
Okay. So, motion by Supervisor Olivera, second by Supervisor Kearney. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Okay. Okay. Next item, please. All right, we'll take a 5-minute break.
We're on. Sorry.
So, Mike.
Board Chair, do we need to make recognition that Supervisor Wright has left for the day?
I'll do that.
Okay.
Okay, you ready? All right, welcome back. Just want to let you know that Supervisor Wright has left for the day, so we'll continue on with our rest of our board.
Item 14 is from Code Compliance to introduce and waive reading of the ordinance amending Chapter 8.06 of the Calaveras County Code, Administrative Enforcement Procedures. If approved without changes, the ordinance will be re-agendized and a subsequent board meeting for adoption. The amended ordinance will need to be published after adoption.
Okay? Who's going to give the presentation?
He was here.
Mike around? Okay.
Excuse me, folks. It must have been 6 minutes, not 5.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Mike Renner, Interim Director, Building and Code. Today we're introducing and waiving the reading of revised Chapter 8.06, our Administrative Enforcement Procedures, to the Municipal Code. I trust everyone's read the summary. Basically, the new 806 is being put in place to streamline our existing process. We're also ensuring compliance with current state law. This revised edition also accelerates our ability to abate nuisances. It also encourages voluntary compliance. I think that's pretty much it. I'll just open it up for questions.
Okay. Could you tell us how it's going to streamline the process?
I can give you a synopsis, and if I can't explain it well enough, I'll bring up Ms. DeKay. Our current 806 is very bulky. It's basically something that was written years and years ago and has been added to, taken away from, duct tape, band-aided, bubble gummed, etc. There's no clear route from. There's a clear route, but it's a bit muddy from notice of violation to abatement. What we have here is basically set dates, 15-day and 30-day periods, NOV to fineage, etc. And if you need more detail, I'll bring up Sarah.
Okay, Sarah?
Hi, good afternoon. Sarah DeKay, Deputy County Counsel. There are a few things that this revised 8.06 does to streamline the process. It provides for the combining of a notice of violation, a citation, and an order to abate. That can be done kind of all at the same time or even all in the same document. It shortens the time within which to appeal. And then if somebody does make that appeal, currently, the current 8.06, that appeal is heard first by the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission has its hands full doing Planning Commission duties. This would create a more specialized and hopefully knowledgeable panel, hopefully more efficient to hear the appeals. So not only will code's process of issuing their documentation, their notices of violation, their citations, be smoother and quicker, the appeals process on the back end, hopefully the same.
Okay, so currently we have a 15-day appeal letter that goes out.
My understanding is that under the current, there's 20 days to appeal a citation.
So 20 days, and then they get the appeal. They get a chance to appeal, and then where does it go from there?
The appeal hearing is scheduled in front of the Planning Commission, much as planning.
Which is usually how long?
I mean, to be honest,
about a month.
We haven't had a lot, so we've been dealing with, but and it just depends. The county has some discretion as to when that will be set. It depends on when the Planning Commission is already convening, and so that there's some variance there, but it can certainly take some time. You're right.
But it has to be. Does it have to be put into the IQ2 system because of the Planning Commission packet?
They don't use that.
They don't use that. So how long average would it take for Planning Commission to receive an appeal?
We set our appeal or our agendas 1 week before the Planning Commission. The code enforcement appeal does not require the same public notice as other types of Planning Commission type projects, which is usually 10 days prior to the hearing, so it's about a 2-week notice process. But typically it will take, it's probably at least 2 weeks, and whatever background information that code enforcement needs to provide to the commission needs to be packaged together before it can be included in the packet. So about 2 weeks minimum.
All right. So we go 2 weeks, and then from there, if it's appealed to the board,
Then it would need to be agendized, much like these planning appeals are for.
What's the average time on that?
I mean, the agenda is published a week on the Friday before.
Under the Brown Act, the agendas have to be posted 72 hours in advance. So I know that our deadlines, or we we try to accommodate things like this to get them on the agenda as quickly as possible, but they do have to meet the 72-hour deadline for Brown Act. We have been publishing or posting our agenda more than 72 hours in advance to accommodate the public and the board. So yes, there is the potential of delays because of that. But if there is a time-sensitive appeal that needs to be heard, we can certainly add it or do a supplemental agenda as long as it's posted within the 72 hours from the board hearing that it would be heard on.
All right, so let's say it's time sensitive. What is it? Why would it be time sensitive? Because of the appeal process run out. How long do somebody have to? How long do we have to act when somebody appeals? Is there like maximum?
Somebody, the board.
Yeah.
I mean, the process obviously just needs to be carried out through its steps. If it's been appealed to the board, that means it's already been heard by currently Planning Commission. And so just add up, if it's a couple weeks, if they have 15 days to appeal, and then if they make that appeal on the 15th day, and as Peter said, it can take potentially 2 weeks to agendize that for the Planning Commission, and then maybe a week at least on the board's end. So
Never seen anything happen in a week around here, actually.
Well,
I said theoretically.
Customarily, the way that our timelines are set up right now for the board agendas is that the deadline to submit items is 2 weeks prior to the board meeting that you are desiring it to be heard at. I think what County Council was trying to explain is that when there is something that comes up of a sensitive time nature, that we try to accommodate that, even though the system is set up not that way.
So, on average, it would be, the appeals would probably come at least 14 days or further.
Well, you would hope that we would have them into the system in that 2-week period beforehand.
I'm just trying to get a timeline
right.
to do a comparison.
But you need to keep in mind that, any item that goes into the system for the board agenda goes through a review process, and it depends on how long that takes.
Okay.
30 days.
Yeah, so we're looking at actually 48 days right now.
Yeah, from the time.
Yeah. So that's just for the appeal process. The abatement process, I know we have a 20-day to appeal. If they don't appeal, then what is the abatement process after that currently?
So, and just so I'm clear, we're still talking about under the current version, correct? Once code issues their notice of violation, citation in order to abate, if that's not appealed, code agendizes that to get the board's approval for the abatement order and to impose a lien for costs of abatement. And then they need to get a warrant, but I believe that can happen fairly quickly and then can go in and abate. So that can happen fairly quickly once it has been in front of the board.
Just to be clear, once the statute of limitations runs and the appeal process has been exhausted, the abatement order comes to the board. As soon as the board takes action on any abatement order, it can be abated. So the next day, abatement can occur once the abatement order is issued and once any warrant is obtained.
So currently, do we send the abatement order along with the appeal letter, or do we send it separately?
The abatement order comes to the board, not to the property.
Okay. So when it comes to the board, when do we get that? When does it come to us? After the 20-day period, or so after the 20-day period? Then planning or whoever, code enforcement, whoever's going to do that, would send an abatement order to the board, which means it has to go through the IQM2 process.
Yes.
So we're talking 14 days, right?
That's the typical timeline.
Or 72 hours, depending on the circumstances.
Okay. So it could be, like 24 days or 34 days. All right, now let's go through the new .806 that you're.
So the new 8.06, in addition to making it clearer that process of issuing the notice of violation citation in order to abate, it cuts the time to appeal that from 20 days to 15. so shaving 5 days off there. Then if somebody does appeal their citation, rather than it needing to be agendized on a day when the Planning Commission is already convening, the administrative hearing panel, which would be specific to code appeals and specialized to code appeals, can convene whenever it makes the most sense to do so. Obviously, 72 hours in advance, we would need to publish an agenda, but that 72 hours is not much.
Is that for the appeals process, or is it for also the abatement process?
I'm speaking about if someone does appeal.
Okay.
So if somebody doesn't appeal, so under this, if someone doesn't appeal, once 15 days have passed from the date of the citation, if somebody fails to exercise their right to appeal, then we can get it in front of the board to give the order to abate.
So we're still in the abatement?
That's government code. That's state law.
Really?
For the board to authorize the abatement, yes.
If we use administrative hearing process.
What Ms. Kay is referring to is when the board issues the abatement order, it has to come to the board regardless of the appeal process, whether it goes to an administrative hearing panel or an administrative hearing officer or whomever. Once the appeal process is exhausted, the abatement order has to come to the board because the board would be granting the abatement order and the lien. Only the board has the authority to do that. So no matter what the appeal process is, under the government code, the board has to issue the abatement order.
All right. Would that be true also if we used an administrative law judge?
Yes.
Still have to come to the board?
For the abatement order, yes.
I believe that there is, that's true, that the government code, and this is 25845, provides that the county, through the board, is to give the abatement order and the authorization to lien. The board may delegate that function to a hearing panel, as we've been using the Planning Commission. This revised would use a separate hearing panel. Or the board may, by ordinance, delegate to a hearing officer, a single hearing officer, or one person on a panel, the powers and duties granted to the board under that section.
Like an administrative law judge is what we're talking about?
There are a variety of requirements of a different government code section that come into play if the board chooses to delegate by ordinance to an officer as opposed to a panel. There's increased requirements that must be met. It doesn't have to be an administrative law judge, but it does have to be, amongst other requirements, a California attorney who has been practicing at least 5 years, right. And some other requirements.
Okay. Which would mean that you would have 15 days for an appeal process. It goes to, let's say, an ALJ, and then that would be the end of it. Except they could appeal to the courts at that point.
They can always appeal to the courts. Yes, right. Correct. That does cut a step out of the process. Again, there are other costs and requirements to take into account with using the hearing officer.
Requirements would mean you have to have a practicing attorney, and they would have to go through a certification process for the ALJ and have that certification.
And the county actually is required to establish an office of the county hearing officer. So that is another step that's in the government code that would have to be taken if we were to go that route as opposed to using a panel.
Okay. Great. Any other questions?
Mr. Chair, I have one question. Specifically, 8.06.100, interfering with enforcement procedures prohibited. It institutes that it shall be a misdemeanor of a criminal nature to violate sections 1 through 3. I take it that has continued from the old to the new, or has that been modified?
You know what? Do you want to answer that? I think.
That's been modified.
Okay.
That's been modified, and a lot of the base language out of this proposed revision has been taken from a local city here in California. An ex-company of mine helped write, and it's been vetted through case law, and they've been sued and won.
So that would go through
It would go through the DA, and honestly, the odds of us writing misdemeanors left and right to folks for violating those provisions are very slim. It just gives us another tool in our toolbox to ensure compliance.
So, and District Attorney's Office has been consulted in this particular.
They have.
Good. And that would be through a complaint warrant process. Seeing a misdemeanor committed not in your presence, if you're a law enforcement officer, does that carry over to the authority of a compliance officer? See my point?
That seems like a lawyer question.
Lawyer question? Counsel?
Sorry. Could you ask your question again?
So does that authority of a misdemeanor committed in someone's presence, i.e. a law enforcement officer, does that authority transfer over to a compliance officer in this phase, or does it have to go through a complaint warrant process?
So the 8.06.100 states that a person who lies to a official or removes the notice or obstructs the investigation, those are true as to not just law enforcement but also code enforcement, lying to code enforcement, obstructing code enforcement's investigation, et cetera. In terms of what the DA specifically would have at its disposal in terms of the misdemeanors, you'd have to ask, that would be a question for the DA. If you're asking about how they would prosecute that.
Well, what I'm worried about is if we have a compliance officer at a site and somebody violates this section, what's the procedure? Do we report it to the sheriff's department? They originated a report and forward that for a warrant. Is that how that's going to work?
It certainly could work that way. I mean, I think code could also generate a report that could go to the DA.
It's yet to be determined.
The report and would be referred to the DA for the DA to review and determine whether they want to bring charges or not.
Okay, on the other hand, if the compliance officer is faced with that situation, can he place that person under citizen's arrest if he doesn't have the authority by having a sheriff's deputy there? And I'm talking extreme circumstances here, where the offense will likely continue or there's a safety factor in it or something of that nature. I just want to make sure everybody has a right understanding of this.
Actually, when they're doing the inspections right now, they're going to be with a deputy sheriff anyhow through this whole process.
Well, that's specific to marijuana.
Yeah.
That's a very specific component of what code does. I can tell you, Mike, that as long as I'm here, my code enforcement officers will not be out citizen arresting or any detaining, anything of that nature. If an issue escalates to that point, a sheriff's deputy is to be involved or there to leave the scene for safety.
I just want to make sure we're aware of that.
Yeah. 100%.
Thank you, Mr. Runner.
Okay. Any other questions?
Yeah, I just want some clarification. So the costs that are noted in here, admin costs and per day costs and that sort of thing, was there a study to determine those costs?
Noted where? Sorry, what section are you at?
Well, it's kind of throughout the...
Are you asking what the 108 per hour is?
Yes.
That's our weighted rate that's been vetted for our building inspectors, and being our code officers run the same vehicles, they operate within the same bounds. Their salary is fairly equal. I didn't find it necessary for a full study on that.
Okay.
I found it prudent to use that same for cost recovery.
Okay.
And, sorry, just to interrupt, but as to the, you mentioned also the fine, like the daily fines.
Per day fines.
Those are set by statute, by government code, and then in the case of marijuana, the 1,000 per day, that's in the urgency ordinance.
Okay. So in this code, do we want to say what that hourly rate is? Are we going to be locked in forever if we should change our hourly rate?
No.
Within the building department?
No, absolutely not.
Okay.
That's always alterable. Your cost recovery is not a fine, it's not a taxation, it's cost recovery.
Right. But
So
the
if I pay
fact that
someone-
it's mentioned in the code and is going to be put out there for public review?
Can always be altered.
Okay. I just want to make sure it can. I often get concerned when we send things out first-class mail So under 8.06.210, when we talk about notification to property owner, et cetera, we post it on the site, it sounds like, or it looks like. But I get concerned about the first-class mail, only because so many times our addresses up here are P.O. boxes or street addresses, and it's kind of a guessing game from time to time. Is there any way that we can do that certified signed receipt?
So that's been the policy for years, to send certified. The fact of the matter is legally, first-class mail is good service. So I didn't
Well, it is
see.
good service if the address is correct.
Right, right.
And
And certified
in this
mail.
county, we have a lot of P.O. box and we have a lot
I
of
agree.
street addresses.
If
So-
it's the direction of the board that you'd like certified mail to go out at an increased cost to the county, I'm more than happy to alter that.
But we can capture that increased cost.
Sure.
Okay,
It's another layer of work, but not a problem.
okay. Who was involved in this process,
What process?
this whole
This,
revision?
the rewrite,
Mhm.
county council, obviously. I
Okay.
called in a consultant, an expert in code enforcement to come in and
Who was that?
his name was Mike Geary. He's with Inner West Consulting Group, who we have a current contract with.
Mhm.
Very well respected in the industry, been around a long time, been instrumental in creating code enforcement departments for different jurisdictions. He performed a mini, for lack of a better term, audit of our department and noted just numerous deficiencies. And that was really the genesis of the rewrite. I just got here, and so when I dug into the code and I saw how deficient and the code had problems.
I
So
would say just cumbersome.
cumbersome, good word, Supervisor Edson.
So this consultant and county council, was staff at all involved in this?
Absolutely. Staff was involved. Administration was involved, obviously. I didn't go off and start rewriting code without approval.
Okay.
I think the only people that weren't involved were you guys.
Until now.
Until now.
Okay, that's all I have at the moment.
No, I'm good with what I've seen.
Steve?
There's a thing in here about foreclosed properties.
Where's the thing, Mr. Supervisor?
8.06.110, this says page 146.
REO? Yep.
Hmm? That's pretty near and dear to my heart because I worked on that a long time for another code. This doesn't supersede anything in the existing code, does it?
This chapter 8.06 actually replaces and supersedes the current 8.06. It doesn't affect parts of the code beyond 8.06.
The registry of the foreclosed properties and everything is going to...
The registry of foreclosed properties, are you talking
Yeah,
through here?
I
or
can look back in to see the number of the code. I might be forgetting, but we wrote a code that we just, we passed it a year ago that,
That folks are required to register their foreclosed properties? This does not change that.
okay, that's what I was getting at. I didn't look the number up, but, okay.
So was there another?
Sorry.
Sorry, I just looked up the code section that Supervisor Carney's referring to, and I believe that he's referring to 8.06730 foreclosure or vacant property registration. So it's in 8.06.
It is.
It is in 8.06. So anything that is in our current 8.06 would be superseded by this new 8.06.
Right. If it's a separate title, or if it's not specifically mentioned as a separate title, it would not affect it. If it is in there now, we can certainly roll it in if that's the board's direction.
I'm okay with that. I just don't want to weaken what we did before. And we haven't double-checked that, is what you're telling me?
That's what I'm telling you.
Okay. Because that corrected a lot of problems that we had prior.
Okay.
Do we want to double-check that before we vote on this, or bring it back, or how are we going to address that?
getting this to this point has been a pretty slow bleed, so if you can possibly double check it at some point
I feel your
today.
pain, man, but it took me over a year to get that.
Yeah, absolutely. If I can confer with Ms. Decay before you guys act, we can certainly do that and give us a few minutes.
We might have to. Couple other things I'd like to talk about.
I figured.
I'd like to have an opinion from council.
Looking at the draft and what our current code is, it appears that the language is near identical. It looks like it was lifted straight out of the.
Well, that's what I thought. I'm sorry, Mike. Beg your pardon. That's what I thought looking at it, but I wasn't doing a side-by-side comparison.
That's my, brief. You didn't look at that specifically unless Mr. Kay did look at that or not. I don't know if you know if there were specific changes to the foreclosure registry language or if it was just looking directly from our current code.
I'm not aware of any changes, but I also have to set it.
Council, my question was, this draft, would that be considered the first reading?
Yes.
And will the board have an opportunity to vote on the final?
This is the first reading. Any substantive change to this would have to come back for a new reading.
Okay.
If the board doesn't make any substantive change, then it would be re-agendized for adoption at the next board meeting, and it would be on the consent agenda for adoption.
Thank you.
Okay. So is there any reason why we would go with the panel instead of ALJ?
Well, both have pros and cons. ALJ does require, unless I miss my mark, the creation of a new department. I'm not sure if everyone in the county was too excited about that. There's also some different costs involved. Again, if it's the direction of the board that they'd like to go that route, we can certainly alter the code to reflect that.
So there's a couple of things that I'm looking at. One, the amount of time that it would save. So as long as we're doing due process, which we would be doing, we have to follow the law, it is a less intensive and cumbersome approach. It's swifter, and it involves one person instead of a panel. The person does have to be qualified, there's no doubt about that. If you want to create a department, I guess, it could be an empty room like this with a person in here and a person taking notes or a record. And they can swiftly go through a stack of appeals. We have an appeal cost that we are currently using that, in my mind, would cover the costs of that. Even if we had an ALJ come in, just contract to a group, like say, for instance, the college in San Francisco that does, or Sacramento that actually does that. Then you would have a person, you stack up your appeals, staff would still do the same work they did before, you stack up your appeals, this is my opinion, and then you would have that ALJ come in, go through the appeals process and in one day, and then the next time you have a stack of appeals, they would come back and do the same thing. From there, the board could give the ALJ the power, I guess you'd call it, or the ability to send it directly to the court system, and we would shave off a tremendous amount of time, and in my mind, we would save a lot of money.
I think you raise a lot of very valid points, all true. I just wanted to bring up a couple things. Many counties counties are kind of all across the board in terms of how they do this in California. Many use a panel, many use a hearing officer, and you're right, there is the program, are you referring to the one out of McGeorge in Sacramento where they train, and I know counties use that program and they're very happy with the services, with a couple of caveats just to make the board aware. It is expensive. You do sometimes encounter scheduling issues when you've got someone in their availability. And then one minor thing in terms of the timing that I did want to bring up, my understanding is that when you have a sole hearing officer, for folks who are appealing, in order to afford them their due process rights, they need to have a notification of who the hearing officer is going to be and a brief opportunity to make the argument that that person should be disqualified due to bias, something that doesn't come up in the panel context. I know many counties build in like a 10-day notice period, like the county notifies you, okay, your hearing is going to be on this day in front of this person, and giving them 10 days or so to throw up their hands and make allegations of bias. So it's not instantaneous.
So what would be the grounds for bias?
You know, I have not researched that enough to know what are things that tend to...
So they would have to have some personal knowledge of this person, or, some kind of relationship?
Some reason why that person allegedly cannot rule fairly on their appeal. And I don't know what's past muster in front of, in a court, in terms of what's sufficient evidence of that. But I'm just saying in terms of the time period, I think it's relatively easy to deal with even if someone does make those allegations, because then you just get a new hearing officer, but it does require some notice time.
So, and the hearing officer is like $200 an hour or something like that?
I think it varies widely depending on which service or attorney you use.
So instead of having 5 people on the panel, one from each district, which might be pretty hard to find, actually, consistently, you'd have an independent person that was a lawyer, that understands law, and that is trained in the appeals process, making those decisions based only on what is put in front of them under the law, instead of and basically an unknown person, so to the county, and it could be a different person each time, right? So, so it's kind of like a little safety thing too, in my opinion. So I am. That's kind of what I'd like to see happen.
Can I ask a question? Just out of curiosity, who clerks this process?
Diane.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good to know.
We would
Thanks.
have to hire someone to clerk the process.
You didn't get the memo?
Nope, didn't. Okay.
One thing I've not seen in here, and I've looked at this about 15 times now, when a property goes into foreclosure, first off, what does REO stand for?
Real estate owner? I don't recall.
REO?
Real estate owned property, short for that or something like that.
Okay, well, the one thing that happened, and the reason why I initially got busy researching and getting help writing the code, was that properties were sitting in foreclosure for months and months and months around here, and they were taken over by squatters, for lack of a better term, and causing a lot of legal trouble in the neighborhoods, as well as public blight and nuisance. Now, this says they have to register, but I want to say, without going back and looking at the other code, they also had to maintain the structure according to community standards, or something of that nature was said. I don't see that here. If something sits in foreclosure we seem to be coming out of that economically now, but dial the calendar back a couple of years.
Supervisor Kearney, REO stands for real estate owned, so that's when the foreclosure is
owned by lenders.
Actually owned by the bank.
Okay, and I'm good with that, although I still don't know what E means, which bothers me, but
Sorry?
I still don't know what E means, real estate owned. Okay,
Real
okay.
estate
I got you,
owned.
okay, but it still isn't saying that they have to maintain it now. That we sort of lost something in this migration. So it probably goes into foreclosure, they register
Sure.
it tells them to do that here?
I understand.
What are you going to do?
I understand exactly what you're saying. If we need to import some of that language into 806-110.
I think we have don't we have a resolution that states exactly what he's talking about?
Well, yeah, we enacted it, and it's
Right.
not been that long ago.
So it'd be really great to take that resolution, just to just to make sure everything that is in that resolution applies to this 8.06.
Chair, I don't believe that it was a resolution. I believe that it was an actual ordinance, and that
Okay.
was
Yeah.
brought into our current 8.06. And that's what I was referring to, that I believe staff had taken that language and had brought that language that is currently in our 8.06 into this new 8.06.
Without having the old in front of me, Supervisor Kearney, I can't speak intelligently to it.
Well, that's the real key thing that I see it's missing.
Okay, I'll take a
It's
look.
not, I don't want us to forget what we went through in the country and the county, where foreclosures were, every street had them, and we're still not completely out of that. They were causing a heck of a problem, and the only way you're going to ever address that is if the people holding the paper are required to maintain it.
I don't disagree.
Yeah, okay. So before I could send this on, I would need that
Mm-hmm.
added to it.
So, what do you guys think about what I was talking about?
Go over it again, because I was reading this through, sorry.
Administrative law judge.
Well, when I was on the planning commission, we actually sat as an administrative law board. And if you figure that right there is $600 to sit the planning commission down to do that, you're probably, an administrative law judge might take the heat off of it.
Well, yeah, I think it would take the heat
So,
off, but also.
so we wouldn't be giving the planning commission another duty.
Correct.
Supervisor Kearney, can I get your attention on 806-110
Yeah.
B1? Second or third sentence, yada, 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 liable for property maintenance under this chapter.
Okay, you're right. I must have read that 15 times.
It's all right, so did I. I needed Roland to tell me it was in there.
Yeah, thank you. That's why we have attorneys.
That's
looking at
right.
this and stuff.
And help.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, you ask, I like the idea, but for me, it's kind of weighing, I guess, that cost analysis and that whole process and what it would take to get something like that going. You know, I know when it comes before the board here, they're kind of few and far between. I don't know if this process is going to bring more to the board or not. You know, I find it's manageable, sometimes uncomfortable. But, so I kind of have to weigh the pros and cons and have more information about administrative law judge.
Well, I can tell you, Supervisor Pawnee, what happened on the Planning Commission. We sat as an administrative law board, and people would come before us for code violations that they were being held accountable for. And code compliance had worked very hard on them, and more often than not, maybe because the fact that none of us were attorneys or had ever sat as judges or whatever, we were forgiving their fines. And I mean, I don't know what happened, but suddenly we stopped doing the administrative law job because I think somebody was frustrated with that. So to come back to your question and not get off the subject, I think to ask a citizen board to do that will be tough. If you're going to do it, I think it would have to be an administrative law judge.
I think where we're at in the county, just from when I first arrived, it's a totally different scenario. In the past, code compliance you can count on your hand the amount of appeals that came through. Now, after we've allowed commercial cannabis cultivation and some of the violations that are coming with that. And people have time, resource, money, attorneys, and they understand, certainly under our current 806, let's just file some appeals and drag this process out. So you're going to see more. It's just the fact of the matter. You are. So I don't know which one's better. I know each will work. There's numerous counties throughout California right now that use an administrative panel, and there's numerous that use a hearing officer. So, and there's a lot that use a planning commission. It's really pick your poison. So,
if I were to pick a poison, it would be an administrative law judge. It's just, having been on a citizen committee, it is too hard for the layperson to make those judgments. It's very difficult.
So I look at it this way. You have your discipline, right? Well, your education.
I do, maybe.
And so, I could sit there and argue with you all I want to, but you know the rules in the building code section, okay? Wouldn't do me any good because I don't know the rules in the building code section. So you come to me and now you put them all down on a piece of paper and you expect me to make a lawyer's decision on some of this stuff, right? I have to get lots of help doing that in many cases. So I spend hours and hours sometimes just talking to people, trying to find out enough information so that I can make a decision on it. And that's on a normal basis. Now, add in a specific law, and especially since we have an ordinance that is clear, okay, in a lot of cases. I believe that I just believe that it's a lot safer for the county and makes a lot more sense to use a person who is trained in law and trained in specifically for the appeals process to do that job. The other part of it is having a person that is maybe not the same all the time, so there's less chance for the political process or for that person to be reached and to have their decisions swayed. So I like the idea of having something that's non-biased that goes exactly by the law, and then it's a quick determination. I also like the idea that nobody has to, even the people that are appealing, they're going to know where they stand a lot sooner instead of going through this arduous process, which could cost them a lot of money too for lawyers and all kinds of stuff. So, just kind of how I feel about it. If we're going to move forward, let's not move halfway forward. Let's just go ahead and make the right decision, move all the way forward, refine that process, and get her done. That's how I feel about it.
Told you how I feel.
Mike, what do you think?
I have a question. Where do you find administrative law judges in Calaveras County?
It's not difficult to find people to do that.
Okay. So we would schedule, in this scenario, we would schedule hearings on one day, and then that administrative law judge would come in and hear those cases. Is that how that system works?
I'm happy
No, go ahead.
I've looked into this a little bit. And just to clarify, it doesn't have to actually be an administrative law judge. It actually can be any attorney that's been practicing in California for at least 5 years. Some counties use local attorneys with whom they contract on an independent contractor basis to serve as the hearing officer. Some counties contract with I think, as Supervisor Edson mentioned, McGeorge Law School in Sacramento has a program where they basically provide hearing officers for administrative law hearings. And so for some counties, it's as simple as sort of contracting with that entity to provide hearing officers. And I would assume with those, there's some flexibility in when you get someone up here to hear the appeals. I know that for counties that use more of an ad hoc system, scheduling can often become an issue. You can imagine if you're using sort of local members of the bar, they're pretty busy and it might be hard to get them in for a hearing. So we do have some options, and as long as we're abiding by, the terms of the government code in terms of creating this office, we do have some flexibility in how we describe by ordinance how we're going about choosing that hearing officer. We could also contract with the Office of the Administrative Hearings for the state, which I understand is a very pricey proposition, but is another option. So that's something that we would have to look into if it is the board's direction to revise that portion of the revised 8.06. We would have to explore what some of those options are, what the most cost-effective option or options might be, and then how we can draft that language to best accomplish that.
Okay. So can we do...
Question, Mr. Chair, one more question. Is there an appeal process involving the ruling of an administrative law judge?
There is, in as much as a person can always take it to the
Superior Court.
Yes, but in terms of an internal administrative process, it's the one here, appeal.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
All right. So, I mean, can we, could we bring, since this is the first reading, right? Or basically, that's what it is. Could we come back with this plus the comparison with ALJ and then act on that?
It would have to be reintroduced. So the direction to staff is to redraft 8.06 to provide for an administrative hearing officer, including a separate department creation of that department and all of those things. It would have to be reintroduced, and then after that introduction, then it would be brought back for adoption. But certainly, if that's the direction of the board, staff can do that.
I actually thought I requested that for it to come forward today.
That's not in front of the board today. That's not the recommendation of code compliance, the draft ordinance that's in front of the board today.
Okay. What do you guys say?
I think it should be brought back with the AJ on it.
Okay.
I would like to see that proposal. But I do have one question. Cost of the administrative law judge, can that be included in the cost of enforcement administration?
Cost recovery can always be included.
For compliance?
Mm-hmm.
The administrative law expenses cannot be included in that, correct?
They can be included.
Can be?
Sure.
All right.
It's cost
So
recovery.
That was my concern, is that I'm willing to look at that, but I want to know what all of those costs are.
Let me go back because I got a shake from Megan. So in various other jurisdictions I've worked in, that cost recovery has been built in. So I won't say if it's legal or not. I'm just saying that people do it.
When you say built in, I just want to clarify, is it built in the fee, the appeal fee?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Oh, yeah, it's not just put into a fineage or anything, yeah. Sorry.
Okay, that's part of the appeal process, and that's the fee.
Yeah, if the fee is, hey, I charge $10,000 a day to hear this, then you're going to have to pay that. Obviously not that, but it would be $200, $300, $400, $500, whatever it is.
So in addition, so as I see it, that's my concern, is that is part of the recovery. Or if they haven't, on this whole code enforcement thing, haven't brought things up to code and we're looking at abatement and all of that, are we going to be eating that administrative law judge fee because they can't pay it? I mean, that's where it's gray for me. That's why it's like pros and cons of both would be helpful.
Typically, the fee for any kind of appeal fee, any fee that is set by the board is set by resolution. That fee is, you look at the cost of the service. So if the board were to direct staff to rewrite 8.06 for an ALJ or an administrative law hearing officer, we would have to look at what the average cost of that person would be per hour and then set the fee accordingly. So we would need to, there is a benefit to having a contract with a panel of attorneys or with the program at McGeorge or with some other program where we have a better idea of what that set cost is so that we can then take that and incorporate that into the fee structure for the appeal fee.
Yeah, because I would think.
So right now our appeal fee is at $500 per appeal, right?
Sorry, Supervisor Eisen, I believe that that's for planning. For, actually in the current 8.06, I don't believe there's any specified appeal fee for code. This revised 8.06 that we've, Code Compliance has brought today provides for a $150 fee. That was obviously contemplated in association with a panel where we're not paying attorneys kind of hourly rates. So, I mean, I think your concern is valid, Supervisor Ponte, in as much as we certainly can strive to recover the costs of this hearing officer through an increased appeal fee, but it is going to involve, in all likelihood, raising the appeal fee, which in the context of certain types of code appeals, maybe marijuana-related ones, it's not unreasonable, certainly, to have a $500 code. For certain other run-of-the-mill code violations, $500 might seem pretty steep. And you're right, we would have to look at what this is actually going to cost to set up the Office of the Administrative Hearings, which is not budgeted for currently, to pay whomever it is on an hourly basis. And again, it's not just the time that they spend in the room hearing the appeal. It's also, for better or worse, attorneys charge for prep time and reviewing documents and all of that. So I don't know, we could certainly speak with other counties to see in their experience how much time and what the real costs are.
So what are we charging now?
$500.
Nothing now.
Today, nothing.
What's being proposed is
$150. These appeals came to us with charging nothing?
Planning is a step, so when the plan, and it's really confusing because the Planning Commission is both serving as the hearing panel for code appeals and is serving as the Planning Commission for planning appeals. When they're wearing their planning appeals hat, there's a $500 charge for planning appeals. The current 8.06 that has been in place does not provide for a specified appeal fee.
So all these appeals that we've been hearing have no fee to them?
No, it says in the past.
Not the marijuana appeals.
I just want to clarify, the appeals that have been before this board have been appeals of the planning department's determination. They have not been appeals of code compliance.
Supervisor Edson, the confusion here is this. That right now, there's when a person applies for a cannabis cultivation, they go to planning, and there's a separate track for when Mike's guys go out there and cite them. They can appeal that. That's what we're talking about with 8.06. The planning, what you heard today was from planning. One thing that other counties have done is, for this express purpose of dealing with cannabis only, is consolidate those two tracks. And it would be a shame to design 8.06 just for marijuana, because it's going to be dealing with all the other building stuff. So if it'd be possible, in the event that we're able to craft a permanent ordinance, to have a separate type entirely of appeals process that deals with not only planning's application process, but also their fines. And whereas 8.06 deals with nuisances in general and code compliance violations of all kinds. And so if you set a $500 application fee, it could be for a guy who built a barn without a permit. For an appeal fee, excuse me. And whereas a cultivator can afford that, some other guy can't afford that. In any case, that seemed like it was being confused, that there's a dual tracking that you're dealing with right now with cultivation, whereas in regular building there's only one track.
Okay. Well, so I think you guys got kind of the idea on what we want to look at, right? Or are you done?
Was there direction given from the board? Did I miss some? I know what you want. And I know it was talked about, and I'm certainly privy to
I think
that.
the direction is not as clear as I would hope staff would get, so that we know exactly what the board wants. There's a couple of options. One is if you're not inclined to introduce it as is and move it forward for adoption, you can direct staff to bring it back to include the ALJ universally for all 8.06, so that would be all code compliance. An alternative would be if the board directed staff to add something to this, so there is this process for typical code violations, but you want something even more streamlined with an ALJ for cannabis-related appeals, where we actually craft into 8.06 a specific process for cannabis-related appeals. That's another option that the board can direct staff to do. So it can be either in 8.06 or it can be in a process actually crafted in a permanent ordinance. It could go in either location. So those are options that the board has. I would ask that the direction that you give staff, that it be pulled, and that it be very clear to staff what it is that you would like staff to return with.
Council, you bring up an interesting option. Is there any county that you're aware of that offers an option of an appeal heard by their Board of Supervisors or by an administrative law judge?
So with the
Either or.
Either or.
Yeah, with the numerous jurisdictions that I work with and contract with and am familiar with, no, I am not aware of that.
I would recommend
Look at all
that there
aspects.
be, because ultimately who would decide who the hearing officer was. It needs to be clear. Whatever type of violation it is, it's heard by this type of officer, whether it's a hearing panel, whether it's a hearing officer, or whether it's the planning commission or the board. It needs to be very clear on what type of violation it is and who the hearing officer or panel is.
Okay.
And that's part of what we're doing here is, for better or worse, we needed to roll the cannabis issue into 8.06 because in some cases can't be a nuisance and need to be abated. So it's a catch-all. Is it a perfect catch-all? No. Will you ever have a perfect catch-all? Absolutely not. But it's leaps and bounds better than what we have now. So if we can further refine it at the direction of the board, we certainly will.
Well, as I understand it, the direction of the board is going to provide you the basis for a modification of this draft as written. And one of the issues is the determination of the cost factors and the use of administrative law judge to hear appeals. Or an equivalent to, if you want to go into options such as a appointed attorney that qualifies.
That's good until you said or.
Yeah, I kind of like the ALJ.
Forget
You're
or.
doing real good there.
Forget or. Let's go back to
The less ors, the better.
Yeah, okay. Well, that's how I understand it.
So that's how I choose to do it.
I would choose to do it that way.
I personally like to see both options to see what our costs are going to be.
Okay.
I mean, I'd like to see the data, both financially and structurally, how this would work if we had the attorney-type appeal person or the judge-type appeal person. And then, because that's why I mentioned earlier that $150 fee, where did that come about? I think that fee structure is going to be very different if we consider one of those two other options.
It would be very, very different.
I mean, you're going to look at clerk time, you're going to look at prep time.
I can certainly give the board a good idea of the cost, but without knowing exactly who my individual would be that's going to do this, what their set rate is, and if I pull a number out of the air and say, this is what we're going to pay, and bring it before you guys, and then every attorney I contact says, I'll never work for that amount of money, that's a whole other issue. So I can certainly look into it and give you a much better idea than I'm giving you now.
Have you heard of any county or entity applying to the commissioner in our state court systems, such as a traffic citation hearing officer or a commissioner assigned by the judges? Does that
For code enforcement related issues? No.
So you said that basically this ordinance came out of was it? Lathrop?
Much of it.
All right, so.
Obviously, it was highly tailored
And
to
they use
meet our
ALJ?
specific needs. They do.
Okay. Pretty easy to find out that information, I would say. So,
From them, I can, sure.
all right. Is that-
I want to compare apples to apples for you guys.
Okay.
So where are we on direction?
I'm still the same.
He's still a judge. He's a judge. Are you a judge?
I'm an option kind of guy. I like the judge idea, but I'd want to see some numbers too. I can imagine that
Okay.
if there's a multitude of appeals, and I would imagine that code enforcement is going to be pretty dedicated in doing their job with the added resources. I've seen an increase in this area.
Bring back both options so that we can look at them and make a decision.
We've talked about 3 options. So what 2 options are we specifically talking about? Are we talking about what we have here versus strictly an ALJ for all enforcement activities and appeals? Or are we talking about the third option of panel for standard code enforcement issues, ALJ for cannabis-related appeals? Because that got talked about too. Just want to be clear.
I'm not in favor of that at all.
My understanding would be an administrative law judge or attorney qualified to hear administrative law cases.
Okay.
I'm sorry, just a point of clarification. I know I've done it too. We keep using ALJ, but there's a variety of attorney options, and it definitely does not have to be an ALJ. So
Bring back a guesstimate of both sides of it.
okay, so
If you've
price
got an
out what
ALJ
we're looking at.
that's a retired judge at McGeorge who served as a judge for 20 years, he's going to charge a lot of money, but you may be able to get the same job done for less, is kind of what you're telling me.
Okay, so my understanding then is we should look at pricing out what our different options are in terms of what we can use under the government code.
Yeah.
And also, a calculated opinion of the fees charged to cover those, if you will.
Right,
Both
the
options.
appeal fee would be commensurate with whatever.
Because 150 ain't going to do it.
No.
An hour?
That's not even.
150 in anything isn't going to do
I have a friend that's an AOJ. I wish I had his money.
$7.50 an hour, probably.
Okay, so do we have direction yet?
Yeah, I think so.
Now we do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. We'll see you soon.
Thank you, Mr. Ritter, for the work. Thank council. You guys did a good job.
Okay, item 15 is from Public Works to adopt a resolution authorizing the board chair to execute a professional services agreement between KW Emerson Incorporated and Calaveras County for the construction of the Railroad Flat Bridge Replacement Project, BRLS 5930, parentheses 037. Project for an amount not to exceed $1,714,760 and a construction term of 170 working days.
Thank you, Jeff Kravitz, Public Works Director. This is one of our older bridge replacement projects. It has gone through its due course for a preliminary engineering environmental document. We have put together, through our consultant, construction documents, and also expanded our contract for cultural resources monitoring and mitigation, should they be needed during the construction. This particular item in front of you is to make an award to the lowest responsive bidder. That was part of the public bid process for the construction of this project.
Okay.
We have questions.
Questions?
What district is this in?
This is in 2. It's on Railroad Flat Road, near the intersection of Wygard and Esperanza Creek.
I just thought we might have to postpone this decision because the supervisor representing that district isn't there.
Do we have any public comments on this? All right, can I bring it back to the board?
It's after 5.
I move to approve as presented.
I got a motion by Supervisor Kearney,
I'll second.
second by Supervisor Fonte. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
We'll let Chris know.
Send him an email.
Item 16 is from Public Works to approve a resolution establishing a franchise fee of 3% in connection with the agreement between Calaveras County and California Waste Recovery Systems, LLC, the hauler, for solid waste collection, hauling, and disposal and recyclables processing agreement, Section 2.03, approved on September 13, 2016.
Once again, Jeff Krovitz, Public Works Director. As you recall, on the 13th of September, the board voted unanimously to adopt an agreement between Calaveras County and Cal Waste for collection, hauling, and recyclables processing. This is a subscription program. It is not a mandatory program. Fees associated with the agreement were based upon negotiations between county and Cal Waste in an attempt to keep current rates as close to future rates as close to current rates as possible, and also competitive with adjacent counties providing similar services. There has not been a franchise fee associated with these agreements that have been in place for a number of years, so this is new to the county. The reasons for keeping the franchise fee low is to keep the fees charged to the citizens as low as possible. The lower they are, the more garbage ends up getting collected and going into proper diversion or landfill programs. The franchise fee also represents a form of a pass-through to the customers. When the fees were developed as part of the new agreement, they were based upon a 3% franchise fee, and if the board chooses not to go with the recommendation of 3%, then Cal Waste would need to recalculate their fees on a percentage as established by the board. Fees associated with this program are established by resolution and not by ordinance or agreement, so this appears to be the appropriate way to do this. Questions?
Any questions?
No, but this was thoroughly vetted at our September meeting, so this is the paperwork to come back.
Correct.
That signs off on it.
Any public comments? No? Okay, bring it back to the board.
I move to approve the resolution establishing a franchise fee of 3% in connection with the agreement between Calaveras County and California Waste Recovery Systems, LLC, for solid waste collection, hauling, and disposal and recyclables processing, Section 2.03, approved on September 13th, 2016.
Do I have a second?
No, second.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Second.
So I have a motion by Supervisor Kearney, second by Supervisor Fonte. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right. 17.
Item 17 is from Public Works to receive a presentation and possible board direction regarding the proposed Department of Disaster Recovery.
If I may, before I start, as per my email to the board and copy to Director Krovitz, I really would recommend that the board postpone this item. The package as written was missing some critical information, so the administrative office couldn't review it, and I listed those regarding the cost of the proposed departments, including the positions, office space, supplies, job descriptions, and required minimum qualifications, certificates for the positions, and the funding to cover those. But even more importantly, the response and recovery, it's planning for emergency responses, coordinating emergency activities with local, state, federal agencies and other stakeholders, conducting training such as the NIMS and SIMS, which is the National Incident Management System, and the Standard Emergency Management System, reviewing EOP protocols, providing coordination oversight of long-term recovery, assuring collaboration and communication with all stakeholders. That all comes under the Office of Emergency Services. And as the board will recall, the Sheriff's Department has the Office of Emergency Services, and they are doing research and bringing back recommendations for the structuring or restructuring of that department, and any action by the board based on this information may be in conflict with what the Sheriff's Department is recommending. And I would recommend, even though in the staff report it lists a whole number of agencies and departments that Public Works theoretically worked with on this staff report, I know that was not the case based on emails I've received. And I really think this should be done in discussion with what their sheriff is recommending for OEM. That's just my comments.
What does the board have to say about that?
Well, I did receive the memo, and I agree with the admin office. This is a huge endeavor, looking at all sorts of things in the flow charts I'm seeing here about the involvement of other folks, other departments, other resource agencies. I think it thoroughly needs to be vetted in an open study session with all parties interested and involved in this present.
I do recall discussing this at a board meeting, and I was confused as a date for that presentation by the Sheriff's Department. And I seem to recall, was it sometime this month?
It was hoped to be the second board meeting in October, which would be your October 25th board meeting. And I know they have been doing research. In fact, I believe they were down south last week meeting with counties that have a lot of experience in this area, especially in the regards to wildland fires. And it's looking at the overall aspect, not just response, but the whole structure of the OES department. And my understanding was they were going to return with hopefully the second, with a special board meeting. I guess it won't be the second, but on the 25th of October.
Mr. Clovis, are you aware of any deadline regarding Public Works for your presentation on this? Not just to make sure we're talking to everybody here.
This item is nothing more than an idea that's not entirely fleshed out. As CEO Ryan indicated, to be able to pull something like this off would be a large county effort involving multiple departments, because there are new jobs. Even if there were temporary jobs, there still are jobs that require job descriptions. There is a lot of work to do it. I'm bringing this forward as an idea in response to questions and that I've been receiving from various board members at different times, hoping to hear ideas for how we could effectively craft a more rapid response to disasters. As you know from discussions this morning, we have been overwhelmed by a number of disasters, both state-only and state and federal. And we are, at least I know my department, because of the number of people I have assigned to Butte Fire disaster recovery, we are not moving as quickly as we would like, nor as quickly as you would like. So this was merely an opening foray into a discussion.
I defer to the chair.
I'd actually like to hear it. It's not something that we're going to necessarily rule on, but it certainly is gives idea to some of the issues that we're facing. I mean, tree mortality, we're facing that immediately. And some of the things that have frustrated me over the past 6 months or so is the fact that, I have asked for some expertise in the forest industry to be able to move forward on some of these issues that we're having, because we can't move fast enough. And we haven't been getting it. So I like the idea of listening to everything. And maybe the sheriff's going to come back with something that actually, has value. This has value in that too. So if you don't hear about it, then, is there harm in hearing it?
I don't know if there's a harm. This is the most productive thing, I guess I have concerns about. And he's waited all day to do this presentation.
I've had other presentations to do, Supervisor Kearney, don't worry.
Is there another one after that?
No, I haven't. Work. I have consent items, so.
I mean, I'd almost like to hear the sheriff's pitch at the same time I hear what Jeff has to say myself.
Yeah. I think there's a lot to be heard on this, so.
Well, I agree with that completely.
Having.
In the meantime, we sit and wait, and then we have, more of the disaster just keep moving forward.
Well, I hope not.
Chair, I see your point and I agree with you. But I have to go back to, if we set an October 25th date for a report out on this situation with the sheriff, maybe we should honor that.
Okay.
If it's going to happen on the 25th, if we're not going to be postponing it.
Sorry to waste your time, Mr. Provitz.
Not a waste at all. Thank you very much.
Item 18 is from the Board of Supervisors. Common Ground Senior Services Incorporated is requesting an additional allocation of $15,000. This action would require a finding of public benefit and approval of a budget adjustment for fiscal year 2016-17 with a draw on contingencies in the amount of $15,000 requiring a 4/5 vote.
Okay.
So we either all agree or we don't, right?
That's basically it. It does require a 4/5 vote. I received a letter through Supervisor Edson requesting the additional $15,000. Included in the budget is and has been $15,000 allocation to Common Grounds to supplement the Meals on Wheels program, home delivery, and congregate dining sites, which is funded through the Older Americans Act, through Area 12 Agency on Aging, and client contributions. The Common Grounds came to the board a number of years ago requesting an additional $15,000 so that they could ensure that those meals were provided. The letter requesting the $15,000 would up that to $30,000, and it's not only for the home delivery program, but also for the Silver Street Transport program. Unfortunately, the letter really didn't break down what percentage of those monies go to each of those programs. So since they have $15,000 that would get them through the first part of the year, I recommend that this, if the board does not want to do this in drawing contingencies, we can ask that for that additional information and can be brought back at mid-year, which would cover the second half of the year.
I feel that Common Grounds does a great service to our seniors. They've been stepping it up, picking up veterans, and many seniors, taking them to their medical doctors and their needs. They have also had the extra costs of the training for their drivers and things like that. Nothing is going down in costs. Everything is going up. And so I believe that this is not a request that is I believe it is a request that is needed, actually. And so they've stepped up their programs, and the need, especially after the fire, they have had a lot more involvement in our community, not with transportation and the Meals on Wheels and feeding people and housing people. So.
Done?
Yeah.
I want to give a little bit of a spiel for this. I've been on the JPA 12 Board of Agency on Aging since I've been sworn in. When I first started to see the figures of what we get compared to our member counties, I about came unglued because we basically do not, even though things that go to our senior citizens care are based on population. And the reason why we were not getting some of what we needed was because we hadn't been asking for it. Well, we can't just go and I worked with Common Grounds, and to me it was easy. You just go ask for it and correct it, but it's not like that. These programs work on a 4-year turnaround, and we have to prove that the need is here before they will bring us up to par. And I'm watching Kathy because she's been with me on this, and she's going to correct me if I go off base. We have to prove the need is there and I think we've got 3 years before the next cycle comes up where we actually ask for what is coming to us. And the way we prove that we deserve to get these things or these benefits are by increasing things like our Meals on Wheels. And we have been doing that. But we can't pay for that from an empty piggy bank. So basically, not only are we helping our senior citizens who are very isolated or people who need the meals, we are also investing in the future. And we will get returns on this if we continue to show that our senior citizens are starting to take advantage of these programs. If we don't do that, we're going to be stuck in the same cycle. Even though we are the second county in population in the JPA 12, we will continue to get benefits at the 3rd or 4th level. I know it's hard. We don't have lots of money here to blow, but this is more than being a spendthrift. This is an investment to get more in the future and improve the services that we bring to our seniors.
I have a question for Ms. Topol.
Haven't been called Ms. Topol in a lot of years, so thank you.
Ms. Topol? Okay. A question I have is you're requesting additional $15,000. What are we going to use that for?
We were going to use $10,000 for transportation and $5,000 for additional meals. And we have funding, as Mr. Kearney mentioned, very limited funding. As you know from Area 12 dollars, it's seed money. And seed money is, here's a little bit to get you going, and you've got to raise the rest of the money. And as I mentioned in the letter, we do ask for a $4 donation. We get 23 cents back for a Calaveras County donation. That's an average per meal that we serve. We've increased meals, but we've also, what's really interesting is we've used already 54% of our budget in a 3-month period for transportation. Our transportation, as many of you know, has just skyrocketed. We're transporting veterans, disabled, older adults, out of county. And so $10,000 would be used to support that for fuel cost.
Do we know why that occurred?
Why what occurred, sir?
Why our transportation costs have increased so much? Do we have more people we're serving or longer trips?
Correct. We go to Mather twice a month with veterans, and we double up. We don't just take one veteran to Mather. And right now we're transporting 3 veterans every 2 weeks to Mather. We go to Palo Alto. We go to San Francisco, UC Davis. We take them wherever they need to go out of county and in county for their medical needs.
So it's actually an increase?
Oh, it's huge.
The request for service?
The request for service has increased dramatically.
Do you have a percentage of that number? I know I'm asking, kind of splitting hairs
okay.
here. How much of an increase, percentage-wise, would you determine from this period last year to today?
Okay, so I believe it's around this time last year that we started the Silver Streak transports. And can't remember exactly, but I think it was around this time last year that we actually started it. We got our van in, I think, October, November. We got our bus in January. And so we're advertising, we're promoting it, we're saying, you know, we're here for you. The phone didn't quit ringing at all today, and I had nobody in the office but me. So that was all for transportation. So it has increased dramatically. Additionally, we have contracted for 39,000 meals, and we're projecting to do 42,000 this year. So that's a huge increase. Minimum wages just went up. Most of our staff are minimum wage employees. That we had to take a real bite for that. Increase in food and fuel cost. I mean, these guys don't get their SSI or Social Security increased, you know, as much as they need to live up to today. So it's all those increased costs that we're coming forward to ask for this.
I said 43,000 for food?
42,000.
42,000?
Right.
Is that for the year?
Correct.
How many people are we feeding for 42,000?
Currently, we are providing 160 clients with meals.
3 times a day?
5 times a week.
5 times a week?
We provide them 5 meals. Right. 5 times.
How many?
160.
160.
Mm-hmm.
But doesn't include...
Right, that also doesn't include our congregate sites. So our congregate sites, we have 2 of them, one in Burson and one in Valley Springs. And those congregate sites, they have anywhere, I think Burson's like up to 45 a week now that attend, and then Valley Springs is around 30. So we're feeding, 75 people weekly at a 2 congregate sites.
Every Thursday.
Every Thursday. You're welcome to attend. Over 60, you're free if you can't afford it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions, Debbie? Or? No. Okay.
Okay.
So, I probably struggle with this a bit because it's not a county department. And we, as a county, give $15,000 as it stands now. Appreciate some of the facts, but I like to see factual information in regards to the number of meals and number of clients and kind of what the plans are. We have a lot of county departments that could utilize this as well. So I struggle with someone who's not a county department to a county department. I understand what Steve is saying about Area 12. And seeing, if that's the case, I'd like to see where Commission on Aging and Area 12 are before the board as well to explain some of their programs and the lack of maybe funds or lack of program that is needed here. And I'm not sure if there's anything within the veterans as a possibility for funding for some of the transportation that was made mention here. But I too agree, Common Grounds does provide a service for our seniors in Calaveras County. I just would need to know more numbers and kind of an open book as to what is being provided, the cost of what's being provided, some of the projections. I know there were grant funds for the Silver Streak transport and don't know if that included any kind of, driver pay or training or anything along those lines. I vaguely remember the grant program being awarded, and I can't remember all the details to that grant program, if it included staffing for it. So that's more or less where I'm coming from right now.
I don't have the numbers with me, and I certainly appreciate you asking for them. We have gone through needs assessment surveys, and I've taken it very seriously, getting involved with it, and we're probably seeing what is a victim of our own success going forward, or Common Ground's own success, but the Commission on Aging people take it seriously also. there was recently, and I'm going to forget the proper titles of these events, but a chance where anybody could attend that was interested, and there was a presentation made by JPA 12. This was probably within the last 12 months. And this county had attendance many times that of the other counties because we're purposely going for it. About 4 or 5 months ago, there was a update of JPA 12's budget where they actually, because you're doing more meals, we changed some budgetary things, and they gave you more money for meals. But we are, I kind of go back to what I said, because we're working this so hard to bring us up to where we should be in the future. I think that the provision of these programs is sort of a victim of their own success. I mean, if you want me to, I can.
What's stopping this request being worked through the Area 12 or Commission on Aging?
Well, they just went to that well. Well, Commission on Aging has no. If we get out of here before midnight and we actually make supervisor announcements, I'm going to say, I just asked the Commission on Aging to make a presentation to keep us updated on their activities. So that's not, that's coming. JPA 12 just made one a 3 months ago. I can ask her to do it again if you want me to. What's keeping them from asking them for this funding? Nothing. She's probably doing that too. We're getting good. I mean, I feel pretty good getting 75 people at these congregate meals. So when I started, we might have 30 a week, and this is a big thing to get them there, and I'm proud of that. To even have been slightly involved in it, but the Meals on Wheels, they're serving isolated people. I mean, I don't know what Common Grounds is doing also, but I know that they are very energetic towards looking for funding from all avenues. And you would have to, Kathy would have to tell you what else they're doing if she even has that. But can we get more from JPA 12? I don't know. We can ask. They may have already done that.
I can tell you what they don't do. They don't. They don't have people drive folks that drop people off in the middle of nowhere and leave them. They have responsible drivers. They're trained. They do it the right way. And so I would expect that what we would try to do is make sure that our senior citizens and the people that have a harder time with transportation needs, that we could help, at least for minimum cost, help them get to their destination and back safely. Because there's a lot of little stories out there that you can probably find very easily. So that's just one aspect. There's other things like the elder abuse seminars that they put on. They do a lot of things in our community that nobody else does, and it is extremely valuable that we continue to make sure those types of things happen. That elder abuse seminar I attended twice. That was excellent. That was an excellent program that was put on, and they bring in some real good information for people. The first year was actually really packed. This year was, I think, probably a little lighter in attendance because of the fire situation and everything that's been going on around here. But I guess it all depends on what you like. But if if you think that we should be funding non-department groups, then I would be very happy to start looking into that as well. So, can I have a motion?
Well, I move to approve.
Okay. Can I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Public comment.
Oh, I'm sorry. Public comment.
Is there any public here? The people that are on staff? Yes, there are a couple.
Thank you again. I just would like to address just two comments to Ms. Ponte. Number one.
Supervisor Ponte, yes?
Number one, any service that Common Ground provides to disabled veterans or older adults saves the county money. We are taking the load off of the county workload, which is extremely understaffed.
Explain to me how that would, what do you mean by that in regards to meals and transportation, the county load?
Well, when you mention a non-county, whatever, I can't remember the word you used, entity, agency, it's, again, it's all of our services. It's the meals, it's the transportation. Anyone on Medi-Cal right now is supposed to be given rides. We save the county that because they don't have to do that. We can do it. And also the transportation. You probably are familiar with Veterans Administration, and unless I can get to Washington, D.C. and get to the guys up there, there's no money for transportation from the Veterans Administration. So, thank you.
The only question I have is that I noticed that Common Grounds was the main sponsor on the event last week at the San Andreas Town Hall that Supervisor Kearney and Supervisor Edson attended. So I'm curious what portion of their budget is used for political education or political activities? They were the sponsor of, so the night that the Calaveras County Taxpayers Association met, there was, I don't remember what it was called, but it was, it had to do with Measure D, and Supervisor Kearney and Supervisor Edson were there speaking about Measure C, and Common Grounds was the main supporter per the information that was passed out.
They were the host or sponsor of the event?
Yes. So I know there would be costs associated with doing that, so I'm just curious what portion, what were the costs?
Do you know?
I have no idea, that's what I'm asking. Okay. I asked what the portion is. I think if they're coming into the Board of Supervisors and asking for general fund dollars, that you understand what portion of their budget is potentially being used for political activities.
There's no political comment. In fact, they made it very clear that they did not want political comment.
It was actually non-political. Sure.
So number one's that it was very minimal cost to put that on, and it was through a private donation. So, and what it was I had attended a session where, in my own opinion, scare tactics were being used to a room of 200 seniors that live in my area. And I was quite upset when I left the meeting, number one, thinking that you can't make an educated vote with scare tactics, and number two, there was a lot of seniors there with misinformation. So what we did was we pulled this together as an information night only. This was not a for, this was not a for against, this was like, come find the facts. And that's exactly what we presented. We had one person from out of county who was from the state water regulations. This was nothing except educational event. I did not allow the band people to sit out front. I did not allow Measure D people for Measure D to post their flyers. I did not allow big, huge posters that said no on Measure D into the event. It was strictly educational for our seniors. Thank you.
Yes, and the only questions were asked through to the panel actually was through a card system. And so it was about as non-political as you can get, actually. It was an informational forum.
I think I had maybe one question that was, what do you feel about a specific issue? Mm-hmm. And that came from the audience. It wasn't anything from the organizers.
Correct. Okay. Any other comments? All right. So I'll call for the vote again. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Okay.
Item 19 is from the Board of Supervisors to select one member of the Board of Supervisors to act as the 2017 CSAC representative and one member to act as the alternate for the CSAC Association year beginning November 29, 2016. This item comes to the Board as CSAC has requested that the Board make a selection prior to November 16th. So that our representative at CSAC can vote on behalf of the county.
All right. I'll nominate Supervisor Oliver.
I second that. He's already serving. I think
He's raising his hand, though, like he wants to speak.
Yeah. Thank you. Just to clarify, this was a rule change that CSAC enacted last year. Prior to that, CSAC requested the representative from each county and the alternate provided by the county. Now, they've changed that procedure where you would actually nominate a member of the county to represent CSAC, and the CSAC board will vote on that person and the alternate. So this is strictly a CSAC procedure, nothing to do with Calaveras County. We're just in compliance with it.
Okay.
Do they want you mentioned they wanted what do you call it, a backup person?
They do need the name of an alternate. I have a question for council. Do I recuse myself from this vote?
I'm sorry?
Do I recuse myself from this vote?
Why?
No.
Okay, just asking, making sure we're good. All right.
And we can pick the main representative now and then pick the alternate later.
Because Chris serves as an alternate now, doesn't he?
Chris does serve as the alternate now. What is the deadline date that CSAC wanted this?
November 16th.
November 16th. There is a annual convention meeting where they're going to make the nomination selections on the 29th of November. So we're going to need to come up with an alternate name, providing I get the permanent position, if you will, no later than the 16th.
So could I just ask, is there a reason why we would not select somebody today? Because the next time that we would be able to do this would be either at the meeting of the 25th or the meeting of November 8th.
Okay. We're kind of short on choices here.
One of you two interested?
Well, is there a chance we can wait? I was reading the rules. Unfortunately, my computer's doing the fun thing it did to Mike this morning right now. But is there a chance we can put in one of our supervisor-elects?
Wouldn't be fair.
It's an
Yeah, why don't we
alternate
do that?
position.
Can we do that?
It is an alternate position.
Because
We don't know what CSAC, I feel like it's something.
I don't know
There
the rules on
there
that
would
either.
be no alternate until January 1 because both supervisor-elects are not.
Right, they wouldn't be able to act at
They would not be able to
CSAC.
act, until they're sworn in on January 1.
So why don't we have Mike as the first, and we'll pick a second, and then at least we have something on record, and then
Yeah.
January.
Well, we could Mike
Yeah, you
as
can always-
and then Steve was the second. And then
my plate is full, okay, so
but then you
when
could-
the elects come, I want to change that.
There, we can do that.
Okay, I don't have a problem
Or
doing
we
that.
keep Chris in.
Well, I don't have a
in
problem doing that either.
Position, and then when January rolls around, you
We can do that.
either
All right, let's just do that.
rearrange it.
All right.
So is that Supervisor Ponte's nominating Supervisor Wright as the alternate, and you're seconding that?
I think we have to vote
Yes.
on me, don't we?
Yeah, we got to vote on Mike first.
Well,
One
yeah.
action.
Okay, let's do it this way. I nominate Supervisor Olivera as the permanent, Supervisor Wright as the alternate. Okay, I have a second on that.
I'll second.
All right, and
Okay,
then-
wait, you already have a second, though, from Supervisor Kearney, so he would need to withdraw his second of Supervisor Olivera.
I withdraw my second.
Okay,
So Mike has given you a motion.
So are we okay so far with Supervisor Ponte and I? All right. May I have,
Thank you.
okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Thank you.
20?
Thank you.
Okay. Item 20 is to appoint applicants to serve on various committees, commissions, advisory boards, and county service areas. We have, we have one application for the Central Sierra Economic Development District. This vacancy was advertised as part of the annual advertisement in 2015 and was never filled. It's one vacancy for an alternate for a term ending December 31st, 2017. The application was received from Travis Howell.
Okay.
I mean, I'm great with his qualifications. The only thing I could say is he's only available evenings and weekends, or those meetings during the day.
I don't believe so. I'm not sure.
Yes, they are.
Oh, they are?
Yeah.
They are usually in Sonora, and they start at 9 o'clock.
Okay.
I mean, his qualifications are wonderful. That's not my concern, but I don't want to make him miserable in the process either.
Well, why don't we postpone this decision, and maybe Diane can contact him and just reaffirm it's a daytime meeting schedule.
I think that'd be a great
Okay.
idea.
Maybe that's his availability, but if he knows it's one day a month, maybe he can make
Yeah, I'm good
modifications
with
to his
that.
schedule.
I don't
Can I have a
want to.
motion?
I'll make a motion to postpone this schedule until Diane can talk with Mr. Howell about the
Commitment.
agency commitment.
I second the motion.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion by Supervisor Ponte to table this. Second by Supervisor Kearney, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Consent agenda. Consent agenda items are expected to be routine, non-controversial. They'll be acted upon by the board at one time without discussion. Any board member, staff member, or interested party may request removal of an item from the consent agenda for later discussion. Any member of the board would like to pull the consent agenda item?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to pull 23.
Okay. Anybody else?
No.
Any member of the public wish to pull a consent agenda item? No?
Make a motion to approve the balance of the consent agenda minus 23.
All right, so I have a motion by Supervisor Ponte to pull or to approve all of the agenda items except 23, which is pulled by Supervisor Olivera. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Kearney. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? 4-0. 4-1 absent.
Item 23 is from the Planning Department to adopt a resolution granting Appeal 2016-1038, bashing commercial cannabis cultivation registration.
Mr. Chair, Board, I saw this issue on the consent agenda. I have had reconsideration of my vote on this issue. And although my intentions were stated at that time, which I still personally believe, I had to weigh the evidence of following the law and the ordinance. And at that time, I'd like to bring this up for another vote, if that's a procedural way. I don't know, Councilman, can we do that?
The
to pass this resolution, but it is really more ministerial in nature because the board did take action to approve the appeal 2 weeks ago.
So the board cannot take any action?
To rescind it, no.
No. Is that the answer?
Right.
All right. Thank you. That's all I had.
Okay. Other comments?
I'll make a motion to adopt the resolution granting appeal 2016-1038, Fashing Commercial Cannabis Cultivation Registration.
All right. So a motion by Supervisor Ponte. Do I have a second?
I'll second. It's time.
Second by Supervisor Kearney. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, great.
Send it down the road.
All right. Supervisor announcements. Who would like to go first?
I'll go first. Since the last time we reported out, I attended an IHSS meeting, and basically the group is looking at producing another newsletter within the next month or two. The newsletter goes out to their clientele, and discussion of a survey to go out to get some feedback in regards to the quality of the program and services that are perhaps clients are looking for, education, these kinds of things. So surveys being reviewed and taken a look at. Attended a child support agency meeting, basically a review and of the budget. This particular agency continues to do well in their collection of child support payments and rates high in the overall reporting and collections at the state level as well. Have an EMS meeting tomorrow in Copperopolis. I attended the LAFCO meeting. Much of the meeting was in regards to the general plan, and a letter was being drafted to take a look at public safety component in the general plan, and that was being given to planning to consider that in the overall text of the general plan, which I saw most of it as we reviewed the general plan last week. And that's all I have to report out at this point.
Okay. Anybody else?
Mr. Chair, I attended a field meeting with Public Safety Director, Jeff Krovitz.
Public Works?
Public Works guy, yeah. And Scott Anderson of our road department in Murphy's due to an emergency situation that became aware to us by Utica Water and Power. It was the collapse of a approximately 100-year-old culvert underground that Utica discovered during their installation procedures for a new water line. This prompted emergency action immediately due to the failure of the street and side areas there, which Mr. Krovitz is currently doing right now. We did have a meeting later that day with the Murphy's Business Association and the Murphy's Community Club. That issue was going to be covering projects that we could possibly do in the Murphy's area, in sidewalks, bridges, things of that sort, in combination with COG assistance for a 2 to 5 year plan. At that time, we did notify the Murphy's Business Association and the Murphy's Community Cup folks that we did have an emergency situation with the culvert, and we would have to start work immediately to rectify that due to public safety. The reason I bring this up in such detail is I did receive information from some businesses stating that they desired more advance notice of shutting down the area and letting the merchants know that there would be inconvenience to their customers and things. I must say that normally if we had the time to do that, that notification would have happened. The notification did go out to the media, and that was done on, I believe, Friday or Saturday, that there would be an emergency operation in effect. So hopefully that'll answer any questions our public has, and anything they can contact me, and I'll be happy to sit down and explain to them. I attended the Sierra Nevada tree mortality meeting on Friday. They held informational meeting with CAL FIRE and several other agencies after doing a bus tour the day before of the tree mortality areas in the Sierra Nevada. That was well attended, well represented. I think they did a fine job. That was at the Motherlode Fairgrounds in the Sierra building. Yesterday, I attended the Governor's Task Force Resource Committee meeting on tree mortality and the Governor's Task Force Committee meeting on tree mortality. We got good news and bad news. Our funding attempts and the $30 million for Fed funds were rejected, the 4 applications, due to the NEPA requirements on federal lands, and that would be our force. We're still pursuing those, but unfortunately, to do a NEPA study would take up to 10 years. That's one of the things that we're very concerned about. At this time, we're looking at state funds, the SRA funds, which is the funds provided for in the tune of $6 million. I think there's a total of $11 million, $5 million from the general fund of the state of California. And we're looking into providing those services to get those trees off of our state highways and also for the counties. I have the task force meeting locally tomorrow at 10 o'clock, and I will be attending the function for our Volunteer of the Year. That's tomorrow. And other than that, I have nothing to do. Thank you.
I think we all have a lot to do. I haven't reported in a while. It seems like our meetings have run so long, and I won't take a long time tonight. We continue to have solid waste task force meetings. We had one at the end of last month, and we have another one on the 17th of September at this point. I attended Commission on Aging and meeting where I call myself a de facto member, and I asked them to report to the board. And I will ask them to call Diane and make an appointment before they do that. She's shaking her head yes at this. I also went to a JPA 12 Area Agency on Aging meeting. It was held in Mariposa, which is a beautiful little city in the Motherlode, with one of the most horrible roads in between here and there you can imagine. So we went and had a conference call in Jackson with the Jackson supervisor, and didn't have to drive over there, and I was really very happy about that. There's probably a lot of things that I'm forgetting, but after this many hours, I'll be good with that.
May I ask a question? Supervisor Kearney. So earlier you had mentioned, is it Area 12 that will be making a presentation here in the next several months, or you asked that they do
No,
that?
they made one about 3 months ago.
Right.
When she was here. I can ask her again to come and
So
pitch.
was it Commission on Aging then?
No, the Commission on Aging. I try to get everybody who I come in contact with to come before the board and encourage them to tell them what they're doing. And so I asked them at the last meeting, Phil Sherwood, if you know him, if he would be willing to do that, and he was excited about it.
Good,
So,
good.
yeah.
All right, thank you.
You betcha.
Okay. I'm not going to report out in the interest of time. Anybody else?
I do. This Friday is the LAFCO-sponsored ethics training from 2 p.m. till 4 p.m. For those elected officials that are required to attend, you need to be there unless you are going to do the online training. But you're going to need to get your certificates to me that you've completed one or the other. For any special districts, you need to do that as well. It's also open and suggested that any commission or committee members that file Form 700s, that they attend for the informational part of it. And we encourage any staff or anyone who's working with a committee or commission that's subject to the Brown Act that you attend as well, so that you can get a little bit of information about compliance with the Brown Act.
Diane, the location is?
It's here in the board chambers this Friday.
Can you send me the link to that online?
Do you know when the deadline is to get it to you by any chance?
Before the end of the year, I believe.
I may be.
That's like the wrong thing to tell us.
Friday.
Okay, anything else? Adjourn. We're going to go adjourn into closed session after a 2-minute break.